Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Amish Earther, Naughty Thumbnails, Mitch Kennedy, Original D-Rose, Rod, The Name's Barely, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMals24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless Flat Earth Sage, Golden McKiernan, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fiber Oats, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Tina Baker, David, Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Oh, if you don't know what the sun is, then what is it? Because I didn't make a claim isn't good enough for people.
I don't care. No offense to you.
Yeah, that's my same attitude too.
What's that you say? My statement of fact isn't good enough? Okay. What's that? You need me to know about your belief? How interesting.
It's too bad you can't go over the video that Michael Kahn posted, because it's like that modern day debate. So there's a 12-minute monologue from whoever Witsit's debating, and then he goes for 12 minutes. So I don't know how you do that, but it's essential in what you're trying to put forward, leading with the assertive position, because if you don't, you'll see what happens.
Can you give us some particular points of interest?
Yeah, he takes them through the whole explaining the stars.
No. I mean, I've got it up on screen, and I want to know exactly where that happens. If you don't, it's a 3-hour show, and I can't scrub my way through it live. That's just too much. But if you know roughly where that occurs...
It occurs as soon as Witsit takes his 12 minutes. He starts giving answers for everything this guy laid forward, which is the stars, which is the opposite star rotation, how you could see certain stars from the southern hemisphere and not from the northern hemisphere. And it just goes into, this is what you want to avoid. That's what I'm thinking.
I can hear you now. Sorry.
Okay.
Anywho.
Yeah, I'm just saying that was on 12 minutes. You're good. You were worried about being over. It's not an issue.
Well, in a circular motion again, but in the opposite direction of the North Pole. But in a flat Earth model, you predict that on the equator, you would see not straight line of stars going across the sky, but a curve of stars going.
Yeah, you're gonna have to give me timestamps, Neil.
Hey Nathan, I had a question.
No individual.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, the Planet Peterson guy, he got banned from TikTok lives. I don't know how he committed some type of strike, you know. So he's banned from TikTok now. So he's returned to YouTube doing lives. Planet Peterson.
Okay. You're telling me
All right, so hold on. The timestamps are 12. The guy goes for 12 minutes. So after his 12-minute spiel, Witsit comes in. So my timestamp is after 12 minutes.
Okay.
Will tell you. No individual understands it all. A astrophysicist doesn't understand everything about quantum mechanics, and a quantum mechanist doesn't know everything about astrophysics. So when you are faced with an unintuitive or...
You guys excited about the new ISS movie coming out?
I didn't know there was going to be an ISS movie.
You haven't seen the trailers?
Yeah, it crashes.
unexpected fact. Do not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Do not throw the universe out with a misunderstanding. Push Occam's razor to the forefront of your mind and understand it's far more reasonable that you don't have all the information rather than the model for the entire universe is wrong. And that all scientists, almost every scientist, are liars or ignorant. And my last statement is flat earth leaders do not have some special power of understanding things better than everyone else.
Oh, really? Well, I've got better understanding of how you can't juxtapose all of the lists of things that you've just juxtaposed with each other. I mean, I could put them apart one by one if you like. But a lot of what this dude just said wasn't in any way scientific, and he's appealing to consensus with a fallacy and saying that you can't overcome the majority because you know better. That's essentially what his gist is, right?
Correct. With a million
And
false dichotomy.
Right. He's also saying you can't be an astrophysicist to be a, what did he call it? Quantum mechanic or something like that. Quantum mechanics is a proven science. Astrophysics is a pseudoscience. So
Correct.
what are you doing?
Yeah, and this is the bad thing. Witsit doesn't address it. Watch what he goes into.
Please do not fall prey to their con. Thank you. That's my time.
All right, thank you very much for that opening, William. So that was right on 10 minutes or 12 minutes.
You talking,
Good job.
Justin?
I'm talking, yeah. You can't hear me, William?
Oh, wait.
Oh, we can hear you.
Oh, I can hear you now. Sorry.
Okay.
I was eating everything.
Anyways, yeah, I'm just saying that was on 12 minutes. You're good. You were worried about being over. It's not an issue. All right. So with that, Witsit gets it. This is your chance for your opening. So good luck. Floor is yours.
All right, cool. I'm going to start a timer. All right. There was a lot there. But for one, I want to see if we're going to keep the same energy of Occam's razor, which is that which requires the least amount of assumptions. That, of course, is terrible for the globe model. But one thing I want to cover real quick that can just end this whole entire discussion, it actually overlaps with the gravity thing. He said gravity is...
He thinks that a juxtaposition between his and their gravity is the thing that will overcome this argument. That's his opener. Earth's measured flat.
Correct.
There you go. End of the argument. It's measured flat for
That's
everyone.
what I think.
Oh my God. Go ahead, Neil.
Forget it. Go ahead.
I was. Go ahead, Neil. If you've got something to say, that's fine. It's just I prefer you didn't do it while I'm saying it.
I did it when you stopped. I said agreed. That was my point. I'm just going to go on mute. Do what you got to do.
Okie dokie.
mass attracting mass, which is objectively not the case anymore. It can't be the case. The Earth quite literally cannot be a ball that orbits.
So that's his opening gambit and his angle that I've already criticised him for. I don't know how old this debate is. So I've had it out with Witsit and said this is the wrong attitude. Starting off with telling people how they're wrong. Prove your positive assertion first. Earth's measured flat. Now, while I was explaining this to Witsit, he's telling me the horizon can't be used to prove Earth is measured flat. That's his stance on this subject. I don't know what he's doing there. He's an advanced heliocentric debunker. Does it say flat? Yeah, it does. Flat Earth versus globe. Okay, well, he's offered up his consensus and fallacy. Now offer your measurements. How hard can it be? Hey, Eli.
Hello.
Does it give it when this was? Was this before or after Friday?
Yesterday.
Because I'm hoping it was before.
Yesterday.
Oh my God. So he just agreed with everything you said when you said, so now from this point forward, right, Witsit? And you went through the list of things you're going to do. So he done the total opposite. So who's the liar
I
now?
can't expect him to immediately change his ways. Look, right, that's a bit unreasonable. Okay. What is that? Let's just iterate it in the live stream, which is to say we'll go to the audience when we go live and say, right, we're going to criticise Witsit, But it's a day old video and he has had a conversation with me, but I cannot expect him to immediately change everything he does about how he debates. Immediately, that's not reasonable. However, so we understand where my criticism lies without a debate about whether or not the horizon can prove Earth is being used flat and is being measured flat, as he, like I say, disagreed with. Heaven forbid. Anyway, we'll go through it and we'll say, look, the way Whitsitt has opened up this debate as a flat earther is to say Earth is not a globe. Now, we don't need to do that anymore. Earth's measured flat. That's our opener.
The sun with mass attracting mass. Newtonian mechanics can't exist. And I'm sure we'll get into that. And
yeah, because you've got a juxtaposition with it in your own mind with ether. So your opener is your bullshit, isn't it? His opener's ether. And it's going to be cross-referenced and cross-checked and juxtaposed with gravity. This doesn't end anything.
And I don't know why people keep invoking it. But one thing
Why is it buffering so badly?
I want to point out that I think is an easy way to kind of go ahead and end the conversation is we have an electric field on the Earth. Okay. So
Ugh, why is it buffering?
That was an easy call, right, Nathan?
Mean? What do you mean that was an easy call?
There's an electric field on the Earth. You know where he's going. He's going to his downward dielectric acceleration.
Yes, he is. It's his opener. So, Whitsitt's objections, as far as I'm concerned, if there are still to be some objections, because Globers will do this and Globers will do that, he's got 15 minutes of uninterrupted opening. This is an opener, right? It goes on for 3 hours, so he's going to presumably go through all of the points of his opponent throughout those 3 hours. This is his opening statement. Well, what I'm suggesting people do going forward is open with Earth is measured flat. How hard can it be? I shouldn't really be taking that resounding attitude towards it. It's been how many days is it now? 8 days since I've been saying this. So it's not like it's only a week old or anything. But I'm pretty keen to get this into the mind's eye of everybody around me pretty quickly. Because we're on the wrong track doing this, aren't we?
It's been longer than 8 days. It's been on the
I feel
table
like it
for a
cuts
few months, Nathan.
I feel like it cuts the conversation very short. So after you state that statement, Earth is measured flat, what do you go into, Nathan?
Earth being measured flat, what do you think we go into?
Yeah, I agree with this for sure because I've been asking, why are we arguing points that none of us came into this discussion to argue against in the first place? And now I realize, oh, okay. All I need to do is speak about what I know. Don't have to add any speculation when it comes to this topic specifically, because people want to know what the hell is going on. So if we're answering that question, the only thing we should be telling people is, well, Earth is measured and used as a flat plane. It's that simple. Oh, you're lying. Am I now? Okay, well, let's go through it. That's just, you know?
Exactly. We should be on the front foot 10 years into the discussion. We didn't have the silver bullet, now we do. So let's use it. We know it's measured flat, so do you. You have to measure it flat. So biggie, it's flatty. That's what we get. That's not measuring it globe-shaped. That's mitigating for how you measure it flat. So you measure it flat. Both sides measure it flat. The globe was developed from flat Earth measurements. If this isn't the strongest point we've had to date, I don't know what is.
Yeah, and the sad thing is, if you listen on, because I listened for about 56 minutes and I couldn't take it no more. This guy has him explaining star rotations and a bunch of other nonsense that you don't even have to get involved in.
Just think about that, right? Explaining star rotation, explaining, but that's like explaining my process for, or no, that's like explaining, I don't know, what a rainstorm looks like. Anybody can describe what they see, but why are you attributing it to some claim that you're trying to legitimize? Let me explain my process for boiling coffee and therefore
Well, Gene's already kind of covered this by his question earlier, right? Why do they want a replacement? Well, in terms of the debate, they want a replacement because they don't want to actually replace their globe faith. They want to argue your claim of a replacement against their false claim of a globe that's come from a flat earth measurement. That's why. Forcing you into a position to make a claim about something you don't actually have any information on, like the stars, so you can be pulled apart.
You know what I think? And it's a much deeper hurt for people to realize is that they're wrong, or they think incorrectly, or come to conclusions incorrectly. I think they need a replacement of the rhetoric so they don't have to address how the hell they've been duped like this, and what kind of world they're living in.
That's what I've come across whenever in my talks with people is, well, what is it then? You don't know either. You don't know either. And my brother's real big on the Narnia. When I tell him, hey, you went to Narnia with it, he'll say, but you haven't been to Narnia, right? Like he'll say, like, oh, so you don't know the container. You don't have proof of the container. I said, we have proof of containment. He goes, but you haven't seen it. So it could be out there, right? The unicorn farts could be out there because you can't disprove the unicorn fart. You know, he still thinks the unicorn farts out there. He goes, so you don't know. And he'll stick to that, saying, you don't know.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. We're going to start off with some housekeeping of sorts. So there's been lots of disdain amongst various different members of the public, hence me disclaiming this right at the beginning of a live stream in regards to various aspects of moderation of flat earth debate, and indeed behaviour of both myself and some of the panel members, one of which is with us now. So Arwin and I are going to be having a conversation later today. Fun. But in the meantime, we'll be having... I've already contacted you about this, Arwin. No surprises here. Anyway.
But you didn't respond to any of that. I actually wrote something down.
Okay, in any event, Arwin, live show. So I'm appealing to the moderators, as there's going to be a change in terms of how the moderation is done on Flat Earth Debate. So last time I was appealing to people to not infight within the moderation team. Now, I don't know if that's ceased completely or not. I'm going to have to do a bit of digging to find this out, because I'm going to take this very seriously moving forward. In case you hadn't detected, there's a change of attitude in terms of how we're going to be presenting the Flat Earth information, especially here on Flat Earth Debate moving forward, with a hope that it will permeate through the rest of the community. However, there is some metaphorical housekeeping of our own that we need to do in terms of past behaviour, some of which I have tried to address in myself, some of which will have to be addressed in the attitude of the panel members. But the reason I'm doing this publicly now for Arwin preemptively is because there is something that I'm sure I will get a positive response from the audience, which is to say that Baldwin must die. In line with your claims in your own stream, Arwin, about death for your audience members, Baldwin needs to die. If we're going to move forward on the front foot, we can't have Baldwin anymore. The objectionable rumpus-like or rumpus-esque objections to illustrate by way of devil's advocate position that you claim to take, I'm sure many aspects of Baldwin are actually Arwin, we don't need that anymore. We're moving forward on the front foot, and we don't need a devil's advocate to put forth a position that we don't need to constantly readdress when we're walking away from a cult. So,
is this the farewell?
Okay, well, in that case, there's nothing more that I have to do here then, because that's like kind of my thing, you know? So I guess it's goodbye then, Nathan.
mean, if that's how you want to be, but ultimately speaking, the toxicity that I've assessed from
No,
the
that's
people...
not how I want to be. It's how it is. You literally just made the statement. So,
Yeah, well, this is the facts of the matter, Arwin. Number one, from a YouTube perspective, I can only take my audience into consideration when that is primarily what I'm here for. And as much as you and I have a friendship that is a long-lasting friendship, I can't ignore the disdain from people who are being hurt by your actions. So I have to address them.
It's not you, it's me, Arwen.
Well, I mean, no, it's not. It's Arwin.
yeah,
But-
so it's a goodbye then. Yeah.
This isn't a goodbye. It's a request to kill off a character called Baldwin who creates poison and toxicity within the show. And in light of us wanting to move forward on the front foot, there are things that will have to be cut off in order to do that. Now, I'm not suggesting that I cut you off. I've been very supportive of you. However, I'm not going to lie, there's been endless complaints about you. Like daily, multiple daily complaints about you, your behavior.
So do I. Yeah, it's called spamming troll assholes. I literally get 10 spam mails a day about everything that I do wrong,
I'll vote.
Nathan. Yeah, do you think that
I'll
has
vote
to
Neil
do
off
with
the island.
quality? Really?
Someone's trying to get a word in.
I vote Neil off the island first.
I was in the
No.
middle of a sentence. You don't have to
I
get a
will-
response in the middle of my sentence when I'm not done yet, Nathan.
Go ahead, Darwin.
It's called trolls. They hate me. They're trying to create a rift between us for years, and they're finding new tactics to do it. And they're playing right into you right now, and you're giving in.
Maybe. I mean, occasionally trolls will get the better of me. I've had to recently go into Rakeyer50's comments and offer an apology and ask for forgiveness with regards to me being quite literally triggered by her lies about things I haven't said. Very annoying. Well, as an overreaction, whoever keeps interrupting, just say, do you want to get something in? Who is that keeps jumping over me and Arwin? Come on, who was that? No one wants to admit to it now.
It's Gene.
No, I ain't said nothing. I'm on mute.
No, just be quiet, Gene.
Look, right, this is what we do here on Flat Earth Debate. It's not typically the case that I'll do this on a live stream. Sometimes it does have such significant importance that I do want to address it on a live stream. For whatever reason, Arwin, those trolls have got the better of you. Now, I will admit that trolls, in this case Rakeyer50's, who's become a lying glurf, did get the better of me to the point where I had to go back to her and apologise and say, please forgive me, there was no need to bring your offspring into this discussion. Excuse me. And there wasn't. Yeah, she got the better of me. She triggered me. She was successful. Just by making up stuff I hadn't said, really pissed me off to the point where I wanted to give her both barrels. Yeah, that's my fault. I have to take ownership of that. Does it make me cringe when I see my own words? But yeah, it does, yeah. Am I preaching what I do? No, I'm not, no. I'm a hypocrite. I have to admit to these things, take it on the cheek, take it on the chin, whatever you want to call it, and move on. With, obviously, an apology to Rakeyer, which I've offered her. Now, some people have tried to, I just wanted to bring this to it, falsely, a couple of the complaints have tried to draw a parallel between my behaviour and claim it's on the basis of influence from Arwin. How dare they? I am me. Arwin is Arwin. We may be friends. It doesn't mean that what Arwin's doing on his channel, which is, by the sounds of things, suffering a nervous breakdown when I've gone and had a look today, Arwin. I mean, what's going on?
What do you mean you've gone out and take a look today? What are you talking about?
You said you
My
wanted
show
to
was great
put
today.
up hidden things. I was trying to follow up.
Go ahead, Eli, unless Arwin wants to respond.
Yeah, what are you
Go ahead,
talking
Arwin.
about? My show was great today.
I've gone back through a few shows, is what I'm saying, Arwin. And
Oh, another show where I wasn't feeling right. Wow.
Hey.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. You know that. It's happening for years. I can't stop that from happening.
Right, well, you seem to be getting the best of by these people. I can't phrasing it any other way, Arwin.
Yeah, when I feel like shit, yeah, that's
First of all,
right.
first of
They
all,
get the
there's
best
no
of me.
swearing.
And then I restore myself and then I move on and have great shows for months and months on end.
Okay, your
Well,
attitude towards this, because I want to move on. I want to move on the front forward and while we will deal with this at length, Arwin, because number one, out of concern for you, I know from the reaction people are getting and inferring that I'm being influenced by your poor behaviour when they've got an example of my poor behaviour, which isn't the case. But I'm saying your behaviour has become so bad that people literally want to claim that it's leaking into me. Now, I'm responsible for my own bad behaviour. That's the first thing. I want to get that out of the way. There is no link between Arwin's crappy behaviour and my crappy behaviour. And my crappy behaviour, while I'm not trying to justify it by saying has been a lot worse, it has, and I'm trying to clean shop. That's what this is now. Hence, I've put it right at the top of the show. Now, coincidentally, I had intended to talk to Arwin this morning. I just ended up taking one of my kids to a home education class over miles and miles away, which took an hour there, an hour back, and I ran out of time before having a chance to speak to him beforehand. Although I did make sure as soon as I was ready to do this with him, I sent him a message, which he has had. I haven't had a chance to see your replies. I'm sorry, Arwin. But this is keeping house clean. We're going to move forward with a squeaky clean impression of we want to move forward on the front foot. Then we've got a clean house in our wake, unfortunately. This is that. Now, what is the front foot? Let's get that through to the audience, because if I'm dealing with house first, rather than what is the primary moving forward, well, let's move forward with that. Earth is measured flat. I've just been listening to Witsit do a debate a day ago, where his opener to say the end of this conversation is held within the juxtaposition between bloody ether and Einsteinian / Newtonian forces of gravity. That's the end of the debate if you bring up that crazy crackpot argument. No, it bloody isn't. What's the end of the debate? Earth is measured flat. Now, Witsit's last encounter here was Witsit having it put to him that the horizon is absolutely unequivocally used to measure Earth flat. Now, he argued against that point, feeling it wasn't quite good enough, with his lack of comprehension, describing extending planes to the horizon, as opposed to measuring Earth flat with it. Now, moving forward, we know Earth is measured flat, and that is the end of the discussion, because Earth is measured flat to claim Earth is a sphere. If, although I'm suggesting you don't do this, you have to juxtapose it with our opponent's religious belief you have walked away from. We don't need to. You don't need to hold up gravity juxtapositions or flat Earth anti-non-curve juxtapositions. Just say it's flat. Just prove it's measured flat. Just tell them it's measured flat, because it is. That's our opener. That's how I want to move forward. And if we've got people who are still pointing out that they have a certain level of disdain from me or the panel, I want to hear it. And I hope those of you who have got in touch with me and said, very graciously, I've had to thank everybody who's done this. I don't like the way this is being done, or this behaviour from you or ex-panel member. In each and every instance, I first and foremost thank them, because most people don't do that. They just walk away and won't tell you why. If you know why, you might have a chance of actually doing something about it, but that takes a lot of effort on the part of the person that just wants to walk away. Now, I don't want audience members, especially when I've got my YouTube hat on, I don't want audience members to be walking away. I want to grow this audience because the message we have is important, and it goes way beyond our personal differences. And if they're getting in the way of that message, we need to deal with that immediately. Right? Now, I was going to just open up with what I'm going to do in terms of the mods, but this has immediately branched out into something bigger than that with Arwin. Fine. It does need to be dealt with. But in terms of the moderation of Flat Earth debate, we can't have people with spanners debating. It is just that simple. If you're going to have a spanner, you can't be in a position where you can argue the toss with someone else who's in the chat. Now, that isn't to say that you can't make good points if you have got a spanner, but if you're going to get into the wrangle-dangle back and forth for 25 straight minutes with a Glober, only to then time them out and remove all their comments because they can't stop rinsing and repeating for the sake of argument, right? Then you need to be a debater / moderator, which is to say certain functionality of your mod status will be removed. That is to say that the ability to time out will be removed, but your ability to share links and certain channel admin functions will retain. So therefore, the people who do want to get into the wrangle-dangle back and forth can do that, but the people who don't actually chat that much, but can do a good job of moderating, then they can moderate.
So,
go ahead.
So to make it clear, because I kind of, being in these conversations so long, you know, uh, I don't want to put, words in anybody's mouth, but I kind of feel like the argument would become, well, no, actually, someone, which was me, the was it Friday or Thursday when we had the show when we were in Earth Awakenings, somebody, asked, well, what is the contention with the argument about elevation angles, or was it about the horizon being, whatever it was. The bottom line is, whatever rebuttal anyone anywhere has to say critiquing Nathan or anything else, remember that his main point is we just want to lead on the foot of it's measured flat. That's all we want to do. If other people, I, and we would criticize people who would want to do otherwise, because just give us a good argument as to why you should be talking about anything else from jump. That's it.
Yeah, it is that simple. Good summary.
Secondly, just lastly, the thing about losing it to these people and getting out of going into bad energy. The thing about that is we could actually capitalize off of that, because instead of letting it be a waste and letting them spin our behavior to continue with their lies and distractions, we should just be doing what we've been doing for the last 6-7 months with these videos. Like someone, claims that our position is X, and instead of getting all triggered, we just go, isn't that funny that they said that this is my position, but here's my position right here? And then you play whatever video they were critiquing, and you just expose them for being liars, and you move on. You don't really have to do much but get a nice soundbite from someone who's lying.
This is real progress. I love it, Eli. The other thing is, Eli, a couple of people, they're not critiquing you directly in this, but their suggestion is in some of the back office Skype chat rooms and such like. I'm not going to include Discord in that because I'm not a big participant. I'm just got to be honest. But they're being asked for various different bits of input, and they're not seeing input from us in the back offices. And some of the critique was to say, if you want us to give you input, if you're going to lead us, you've got to also sort of start the ball rolling and come up with suggestions. So with that in mind, because that was something that was recently discussed with somebody critiquing the show, I actually feel the reason these critiques are coming, the reason people are moaning, is because there's been a positive resurgence for flat earth debate. Now, that might sound weird. Hold on. Why are people moaning if you're saying that there's been a positive resurgence? For the reasons I gave earlier, if people just want to walk away, they'll just walk away. Whereas people aren't doing that. They're going, I want to walk away, but for the fact that you do this, I probably would walk away. And I am going to. And I've gone, okay. So if I corrected that, you'd be happy. Yeah. Okay. I'll endeavour to correct it. I might not win, but you'll see that I am proactively, number one, listening, and number two, taking what you say seriously, and number three, actively doing something about it. I can't promise results. I'm not God, right? But by the same token, I can endeavour to change things. Now, if they're crap from the past that needs tidying up, no worries, I can do that. Especially when I see that there's a primary concern that we can move forward with. And Eli summarised that in his first point perfectly as well. This isn't that complicated. My wife, after listening to a few shows over the last week, has gone, basically, what this boils down to is you telling flat earthers to tell people Earth's flat then. I'm like, yeah, basically, it isn't really that complicated. Now, you might think, well, isn't that what we're all doing anyway? No, we're not. In the case of what we were listening to in the pre-show, I don't know if we'll go through this on the live show. This is too good a discussion to interrupt with a video critique of Witsit when he's just literally given me some allegiance, admittedly with some pushback, which I've just published, and also highlighted how he'd had a change of heart halfway through, saying, you can't just look at the horizon and no Earth's flat, end quote, Witsit, to, so Witsit from me. Next time you look at the horizon, you'll say we're measuring Earth flat with it. And Witsit, yeah, it's a good argument, this, yeah. Yeah, good. So we've educated Witsit that the horizon is used to measure Earth flat, and he understands that. But the whole point of me getting him to understand it wasn't to have the debate about whether or not the horizon factually is being used by both parties to establish a horizontal plane of reference. It is. That's a fact. What I wanted to get across to Witsit is we don't start the debate as is done literally yesterday on Modern Day Debate by saying, let's juxtapose Einsteinian / pseudo-Riemannian gravity / Newton / Cavendish gravity with your ether. Because that'll end the argument. That's literally what he started this discussion with. I will juxtapose my gravity with their gravity because that's going to end this debate. No, it won't. Measuring Earth flat ends the debate. There is no ifs, buts, or maybes about that. It's a fact that we measure it flat, and a fact that measuring it flat ends the argument. That should be our opener. That was my point. It didn't obviously sink in when he came here, because all he wanted to do was argue about whether or not the horizon proves Earth's flat, which it does.
So let's talk tactics. So okay, like obviously our position is to move forward with the opener that it's measured flat. Let's say someone tries to reposition and get us to talk about, for example, gravity. Now, if anyone's heard QE's live over the weekend and you listen just to his opener in that video, the people who are the proponents of gravity are actually contradicting themselves. So instead of me fighting you, I can just show people you contradicting yourself and move on with my premise that the Earth is measured flat.
Okay, yes. Number one, let's just agree with you, but you've just put this on the opposite end of the extreme. So my train of thought for doing this, moving forward on the front foot, saying Earth's flat as an opener, is because of my journey through this subject. What has my journey consisted of? Learning more and more and more about how the sphere Earth doesn't work. So, by comparison, I'm a Scientologist who's left the Scientology cult, been excommunicated, and then the way forward is to learn more about Scientology so that I can debate with people in the cult who are still in there who definitely don't want to relinquish their faith in Scientology. But if I was to come up against them, I'd definitely be needing a good knowledge of Scientology to do so. Okay, now with that in mind, that is to say that you aren't necessarily the kind of person that comes to a discussion like this and wants to go into debate about it. Likewise, when I've gone and listened to debates about feminism, I am not going to enter into a debate about feminism because I'll probably not do very well, nor do I have any stakes in it or care, beyond a knowledge that I am not going to try and portray here when comparing it to a flat Earth. What I do know when it comes to arguing about flat Earth, based on a different path that I did not take, that someone current comes to this discussion and finds themselves confronted with, is the discussion about Earth being measured flat, first and foremost. Now, don't get me wrong, when I first got here and realised Earth's flat and started to believe in the concepts of flat Earth based on how heliocentrism didn't work, I was never armed with a silver bullet of how Earth's measured flat. Now, we've got that silver bullet. I don't need necessarily, unless I want to debate it, as in the example that was just given, to know all about heliocentrism. I don't need that. But it's far more effective for me going forward if I know Earth's measured flat immediately when I get to this subject. What's all this flat Earth stuff about? Let's have a look. Well, these are all anti-flat Earth videos, says nobody who's non-appreciative of the propaganda they get forced on when they search this subject. But let's say they eventually, 200 pages down, find me. And they open up the page, and the first thing that we're talking about is how Earth is measured flat. And instances of how it's measured flat. And then a fundy comes in and says, yeah, but it's only because it's so big. And we go, what? So it's so big you measure it flat. So we measure it flat. Yeah? Now, don't get me wrong. Most people who come away from that discussion won't be armed to the teeth with globe debunking should a fundy on the globe. And Witsit's argument, well, that's everybody. No, it isn't. Some people don't give a toss until it comes up, and then they start looking into it. Cursory glance at the subject. Well, if they have that, they need to come here and find out Earth's flat if they come here.
Am I crazy for saying that actually Eric Dubay was on the right track because he got everyone questioning the globe by showing people aspects of reality we've never thought about, which is basically what we're doing, except without all of the there's an ice ring and there's this and that and the third. We're just like, oh, look at how all of these mariners use sextants and elevation angles and things like that. And it begins an argument from the opposition where they want to pull us back into their rhetoric and argue from within it when we're just exposing how things actually are. I think Eric Dubay was kind of trying to, I think that's where he was at, because he came into the land of the earth is flat. Most people today come into the land of here's why it's not flat.
I don't know. Eric Dubé's a bit of an enigma to me. I've come full circle with him in terms of my attitude, but he's part of the path that I'm trying to repave, if you will. Now, that's not to say I want to criticise anything that's been done in the past. The path is what it is, and it is the past. Now, in our immediate future, us as a group may have some collective housekeeping to do amongst ourselves in terms of our attitudes, our opinions, our behaviour. But the message moving forward is the change, isn't it? How Earth is not a sphere is how you must approach this 10 years ago. How we did approach this 10 years ago, because we're all stuck in a paradigm 10 years ago. So to have your cognition shifted in a way that lets you open yourself up to new questions of paradigms is what we got to find ourselves here. And where is here? Knowing Earth's measured flat. Now, I'm saying that I just think it would be more effective if the positive, or if you're a glober, contrapositive to your assertion that Earth's a sphere, started off with pointing out it's measured flat. That's pretty effective. Is there anything else we wanted to cover other than when did NASA turn gay and transgender? Because that might end up getting me a copyright strike or something. Community guidelines.
And Muslim.
Mr. Cheswick, who's right on the edge of controversy and often over it. So, no offence, Mr. Cheswick. I'm going to share your video because I like you, and I hope you do well in this subject. And you often have me chuckling in spite of some of the things you do being a little bit vulgar. But there we go. You amuse me greatly, and I'm going to share your video, but I'm not going to play it. Because I just don't want to risk it. But there's a link going by to Mr. Cheswick's video, When Did NASA Turn Gay and Transgender? I didn't know that they had. I don't suggest that they are, but I'm sure the video is very funny. Thank you, Mr. Cheswick. And thank you, Divergent Droid, for sharing it. Is there anything else that we'd rather cover? No offence to Witsit, right? I don't necessarily want to get on his coattails. And I said this in the pre-show. It's been a couple of... Go on, whoever. Go on, someone's opened their mic. Just go with it. Someone in G+, you know who you are. Well, I'll try that again. I don't want to get on his coattails. I'm not going to be unreasonable and say, look, Witsit, 3 days ago I told you we need to lead with flat Earth on the front foot and tell him its measurement. Short of giving the guy a script and expecting him to adhere to it, I can't expect him to immediately alter his entire attitude towards debating this subject. However, what I can do is listen to what he's done subsequent to our conversation and say, right, the reason for contention between me and Witsit in what turned out to be a debate about the horizon wasn't my aim. My aim was to say the juxtaposition between globe Earth and flat Earth isn't necessary 10 years into the subject when we know it's measured flat. Ergo, our leading position should be taken as follows. Earth is measured flat. That's your opener. Because if people hear that from a flat earther, it's very, very powerful. Now, what Witsit did in this discussion, and I've discussed it in the pre-show, you can go back and listen if you're a member, or it'll come out in a few days on my second channel if you're not a member. But the critique is just, as I've just described, all I'm trying to get across to him isn't any particular debating points about ether or the horizon or anything else that we could argue all day about as flat earthers. And that's wonderful, because then internal discussion about flat earth, that's the best kind of discussion there is. You know, keeping us all sharp rather than arguing about the bloody globe all day, 10 years after we've walked away from it. But that critique can only be made more pertinent to Witsit if he hears me saying, I don't want to argue with you, Witsit. I don't want to have a disagreement because we're both alphas. Who cares? When the argument is far more strong than both of our personalities. Our personalities lead us to argue. Fine. That's just how we will accept it. I have nothing against Witsit personally, and I'm sure the same is true in response, which is to say, if I was to meet Witsit tomorrow, we'd be shaking hands and hugging and having a beer together, undoubtedly. My point being that doesn't stop the fact that over the bar we'd end up having a row about ether and then doing the same thing the following night, if you know what I mean. My point being there's no love loss between us. Great, that's how it should be. And a few people have mistook that for us, quote-unquote, working together when I had to educate Witsit about the horizon being used to measure Earth flat, which he disagreed with. Fine, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make him lesser of a man or less of a good debater or anything like that. But it isn't my point. You know, I don't want to win an argument about the horizon proving Earth's flat. I know already it is used to measure Earth flat. So I don't, you know, one-upping Witsit on him and his knowledge isn't relevant. Leading with Earth being measured flat when Witsit's current description is they, being the globe heads, treat Earth as flat, but then they go on to just say it's a sphere. Well, no, they don't treat Earth as flat. We don't need to mention they. We measure Earth flat.
What do you want?
Who's off mute? Go ahead, whoever it is. Eli, go ahead. Or is it Bev? One of you wants to get something. You're both off mute. Which one is it?
It's not me. I'm on mute at this end.
I think it's Eli. I think he's hot micing. Eli, can you hear us?
Sorry? Oh, I'm off mute.
Yeah, you are, yeah. Hello, Bev, by the way. I only noticed you because I'm looking up to see who's interrupting me. Hello.
I think it's interesting, but I don't want to interrupt your.
I'm done. You're not.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well then, I've been discussing this thing with people. Obviously, at first I thought you coming up with the hashtag Earth is measured flat was ridiculous, but then after a bit of thinking about it, I think it's genius.
And
well, have you ever heard of a modus ponens?
And it's Christmas again. That's what.
Modus ponens.
What's up, Matt?
If A, then B, A, therefore B. Yeah. What about it?
No, a modus ponens is a way to. Somebody told me it's a way to validate affirming the consequent.
Affirming the consequence of fallacy.
Yeah, I know, but a modus ponens is a way to validate it. I was told this morning, right? Now, this is the way I think that you're measuring the Earth flat is genius. Because you just mean a straight line, right?
I just want to know what fallacy. You said modus ponens, did you say?
Yeah.
He means modus ponens.
I know he means modus ponens.
No, I don't.
By the way, I was listening to you today,
I do not.
He means something else.
I do not mean a modus ponens.
Hello? Don't disagree with him if you don't know that what he said. I heard what he said. It wasn't modus ponens. That's not what he said. But that doesn't mean that he's wrong. He might be talking about something else. If I'm ignorant of this fallacy, then we may get educated by Bev here. Let's have some humility. I didn't mishear him, and I don't think you did mean modus ponens, which I defined, and you said wrong. Now I'm listening to you, Bev.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
I was listening to him this morning. Hold on. I was listening to him this morning on 24/7. Now give him an opening.
Just did. You stopped it. Go ahead, Bev.
Sorry.
Okay. A modus ponens. There was a video done by a guy called Bob the Science Guy called Flat Earth Logic. Right? I think it's pretty hard to find right now, but some people might still have it, right? And there's some clips of it. I can give you them. Can you see in the main text chat on Discord?
No, sorry.
Or can you get somebody to send you that through to wherever you can actually see it.
Sure. I'm sure someone will.
Because I've got some clips that you know will help make this a little bit clearer. Right. So first off, you need a false dichotomy. So let's put that out of the way. Right. We've got a false dichotomy. Then you get Bob, the science guy, to make this modus ponens. Right. Now the modus ponens, as stated in the it's in the main text chat. So hopefully somebody can get to see it. But I mean, I'll read it out and then I'll get you the clip of Bob showing it. Right. So it says, if and only if the Earth is a sphere, P, then the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle distance, Q. And then he says, the shortest distance between any 2 points on the Earth is a great circle distance, obviously, affirming Q. So this is an argument that Bob the science guy uses quite a lot, and he names it. It's a modus ponens.
No, it's not. It's
an example of a modus.
That's an affirming the consequence.
No, but it's a
logical fallacy.
That's it, because you're thinking it's a modus ponens, but it isn't. This is a modus ponens that Bob's made. And like somebody said to me today,
no worries. What's the logical form of modus ponens?
Affirming Q.
Affirming the consequent. Do you want to just give me the logical form?
Yeah, it's affirming Q.
So what's the logical form in full?
Like you say, you can see it. It's the argument. That's exactly the argument that Bob made.
Lay it out in the logical form then?
Well, you can't do that because then you'll hear a modus ponens. But this isn't a modus ponens.
Bev. Just give you one last chance. Third time's a charm. You say this is a fallacy called modus ponens. Okay. Please lay out the logical consistency of modus ponens. Please. Third time's a charm.
Yeah, but you get Bob to do it.
Why? You're here.
It's Bob's argument.
Excuse me. Is your name Bob? Sorry, is your name Bob? Is your name Bob?
This
Why would I be
is
asking Bob? You're the one who's put this
science guy's argument.
Oh, it's my bad. Bevs failed on his arse to make this example with a logical consistency, and now he's blaming Bob.
No.
Excuse me, I'm in the middle of taking apart your nonsense, Bev. Do you mind shutting up?
Yeah, but if you let me finish.
You can't.
Nathan.
I have let you finish. I asked you to provide the form, and you didn't.
Because that's not the finish of the argument, is it?
I can't follow the argument unless I know the form.
Oh. Well, Bob says
I don't care what Bob said. I'm talking to you. Stop talking to Bob. Bob's not here. This is outrageous. I've got to mute you unless you stop talking about Bob. He's not here. You are. You need to take ownership, you coward. You made this crappy argument, and you can't even give me the logical form for it, can you, Bev?
It can be falsified with.
Don't tell me what can be falsified. I'm going to have to mute you unless you acknowledge that you're here making this, not Bob. And when I asked what's the form of your logic you claim, you don't know, and blame Bob for it, you coward. Take ownership of your failure.
Wow. Is this you?
So
going
you
forward,
don't
Nathan?
know the logical consistency of this argument you, not Bob, are putting to me then? You just don't know your own logical form you're claiming proves something, you complete bonehead. No, you don't. That was rhetorical, Bev. Don't you know when something's being pointed out to you rhetorically? You still need to babble through me? You don't know that your own form hasn't even been presented, but you think you're going to go on with the example? Now, I'll need to follow the logical consistency that you haven't given me yet, you stupid idiot. Anything else, Bev?
With any
other non-complete, non-logically presented...
A straight line. You could measure a straight line as being the shortest distance.
Can you give me the logical form for this, please? Can you give me the logical form so I can follow it, like if A, then B, not A, then not B, or something along those lines? Do you want to give me that?
Yeah. If you look in the main text chat, I don't know if anybody can help you, it's actually
No, you already knew I couldn't. So can you give it me? We're talking, we're having a conversation. Can you just tell me verbally, when I've asked 5 times, this is the 5th time, to give me the logical form? In its logical form. You can't, Bev. You don't need to keep wittering. Bev. As There's 113 people who know, after the 6th attempt of asking for a logical consistency that you haven't offered in its logical form because you don't know it, that you have failed miserably. Do you want to just give up now, Bev? Or have some humility, be a man, and admit you don't know this logical form and can't present it as an argument with logical consistency because you don't know the logical form? 6 times. What a complete coward. Take some ownership of your failure, Bev. Be a man.
It's in the in the main text chat.
Oh, brilliant.
Nathan.
Read it out. Brilliant. Read out the logical form part of it for me.
Bob the Science Guys, modus polens. If and only if the Earth is a sphere, P, then the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle distance. Modus polens. Confirm Q, affirming P.
That's
the shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is a great circle, affirming Q.
Yeah.
Therefore, Earth is a sphere, affirming P. Bob goes over it.
I heard you the first time.
He also then says he challenges flat earthers, Nathan.
Thank you, Bev.
To give a modus tollens
Thank you, Bev.
for that.
Thank you, Bev. Thank you. Yeah, I heard the first time. When you said it the first time, I said that's an affirming. You're done, Bev. You blabber your way through the response a few times. Go on, get it all out, son.
He then offers flat earthers a chance to do a modus tollens to his modus polens.
Polens?
By measuring a shortest distance between any 2 points as being a straight line.
Right.
If you can then falsify.
Oh, is he still
You
going?
can then falsify Bob's argument by measuring the Earth flat, i.e., a straight line.
Are you done now? Is there any more?
Yeah.
You are done, or there is more?
Do you want to hear Bob saying his argument that you can rebut?
Yeah, I can. I did. I'll do it again, hopefully without interruption. It's not a modus polens. It's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
Yeah, which is what I got told this morning. The modus polens, because Bob says it, is a way of validating and affirming the consequent.
No, you don't validate a fallacy. It's a fallacy. You're obviously very stupid.
That, yeah.
I haven't finished talking, Bev. I asked if you were done, then I waited for a pause. Now I'm talking. You don't need to interrupt. Thank you. No, you're just very stupid, Bev. What someone has told you is that you can affirm the consequent and then validate that fallacy. That's what you've just told us. That is utterly absurd, totally ludicrous, and incorrect.
No, what I'm telling you.
And I'm still in the middle of telling you how stupid you are, Bev. You don't have to interrupt me just because you're not a man. Can accept that the logical form you offered is a logical inconsistency, aka fallacy. It doesn't have a logical form. It's a logical fallacy. The same fallacy I've pointed out to you twice, and all you've got to do is what? Chant through me? You know, that's going to somehow
Bob offers up a fallacy, but then he tells you how...
Yeah, it's a fallacy. He offers up a fallacy. Yeah, I'm done. I've heard this, Bev. You don't need to chant through me that he's offered up a fallacy. He did offer up a fallacy. He's renamed it modus polens, and you've swallowed that you can affirm the consequent and then validate that which you have offered up with fallacy.
You could offer up a modus tollens.
It's not. It's an affirming the consequent form, a logical fallacy. It's not a modus polens, something that's been invented by a bonehead and you've fallen victim to. And then when asked to present the actual logical form, you couldn't. You presented his argument 3 times, which I've pointed out now for the 3rd time is an affirming the consequent and not some made-up logical consistency that validates an illogical argument. It doesn't work like that, Bev. You just don't understand logic.
I think what Bev's talking about is the affirming of the consequent when it fails, it becomes a modus tollens.
No, you can offer him a modus tollens by saying, but the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Look, here, I'm measuring it. It's a meter. That's a straight line, Bob.
This is fascinating stuff, you know. Meanwhile, I mean, I know you started this off by complimenting my positioning with regards to moving forward on the front foot. We do actually measure Earth flat, though, Bev. So none of this is really consequential. You're affirming the consequent offered up with a claim that it's a different type of logical consistency. Doesn't alter the fact that Earth is in reality measured flat. by you, by me, by everybody. That's how Earth is actually dealt with. And Bev, you're going to have to try and contain yourself while I'm talking. I don't think you appreciate that while I'm talking there's a gate in place and you don't get to rumpus through me while I'm in the middle of my sentence. You have to wait for a gap, otherwise the gate won't open. You're just causing nobody in Discord to hear what I'm saying. But thank you. The interruptions would be pleased if you didn't do them constantly. This is your opportunity to talk, Bev.
Okay, well, I've been talking to the guys over at 24/7 on the politics channel this morning for a few hours. And none of the flat earthers seem to want to take this on either.
I don't care.
The shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line.
Sorry, it's an affirming the consequent fallacy. The argument's void. Do you think that by ignoring my 5 renditions of this being an affirming the consequent fallacy, that somehow we need to answer the fallacy? No. If begging the question fallacy, then non sequitur. Non sequitur, therefore begging the question fallacy. No. Do you not understand this?
No, you can
go away. I'm still talking, Bev. I'm still talking, Bev. Yeah? Middle of my sentence. Yeah, you're not going to be interrupting it. No, Bev, you need to go away and learn how fallacies work because you're just clearly ignorant of them. You've fallen victim to one. You've just been told that a fallacy works, therefore we need to answer the fallacy. And you're here to what? Peddle that I need to answer is, if begging the question sphere, then straight line, non sequitur, straight line, therefore sphere. No, I don't have to do that, my friend. I just point out it's a fallacy. It makes the argument void because it's a fallacy. I'm not going to rename it because I'm a Dumbo.
It's a false dichotomy modus tollens that's needed. And
needed for what? Proving Earth's flat? No, we just need a measurement to prove Earth's flat. Whoever's off mute in G plus Eli again, please go on mute. You're ruining my audio. Eli, mute, please. No, we just need to prove Earth's measured flat, and we can. Everybody does. That's how Earth's measured. All the maps and models and grid systems that we use to navigate it, they're all measured flat. The systems that are in place to navigate it are flat. It's measured flat. That's what I'd go with. None of this boring non sequitur about fallacies.
You don't want a false dichotomy modus.
Or constant interruptions from Bev whenever he gets triggered about how stupid he is. You know, those constant interruptions will still come from Bev. You may speak.
I'm just trying to sell a false dichotomy modus tollens.
Fascinating. I'm just trying to sell the fact we measure it flat because it's a fact.
Yeah, I'm trying to sell it to you as a way for you to validate your measuring it flat. Just measuring it straight.
You don't need to measure. You don't need to validate a measurement. It's a measurement. I don't measure something 3 inches long and then say, how am I going to validate this measurement? I measured it. It's 3 inches. I measured it. Well, how are you going to validate that measurement? I don't need to. It's a measurement of Earth flat. End of argument.
No, you have to do it as straight line.
Yes, flat, straight, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Bob says it's a great circle distance. You just have to.
That's right. With a fallacy that we've gone through 6 times. Yeah, we know he does. You told us 6 times. Anything else, Bev, or is it just this thing 7 more times?
Yeah, this
is going to come 7 more times, isn't it, Bev? This is going to come a lot more times, even though I've pointed out it's fallacy. Yeah? Go away and learn fallacies. Anything else? Just talking while I'm talking.
Is Bev implying that rise over run is fallacious?
That's how Cheryl perceives him, and based on those.
Maybe ask him.
A vertical distance measurement and a horizontal distance measurement, both being straight line. Shortest distance between those 2 points would be a straight line, right?
Excellent. So you know we prove Earth flat too, then. Excellent.
Yeah, I've been telling Bob it's a modus tollens.
I don't know why you keep going on about Bob. Bob's not here. We're not talking to Bob. We're talking to you. We're talking about rise over run. We're talking about horizontal. We're talking about Earth. We're talking about measuring Earth. We're talking about Earth being measured flat. And while I say that we're talking about Earth measured flat, I notice your line open and a little interruption there, Bev. Is this painful? Do you need to talk about fallacies 8 more times because this is so painful that you need to interrupt me non-stop while I point out Earth is factually measured flat? That's how Earth is dealt with. You may speak.
This works for vertical measurements too, this one.
Vertical and horizontal, like we measured the Earth, right?
Straight lines, yeah.
Yeah, because
Shortest
Earth's measured
distance
flat.
between 2 points.
Cool. Yeah, we know Earth's measured flat, Bev. We know already. Thanks.
Now you know.
Now you know. It's flat. Earth's flat.
Only with the false dichotomy modus tollens.
No, not with an affirming the consequent, Bev. No, with a measurement, Bev. But measurement.
Yeah, but a vertical measurement.
No, a horizontal measurement of the horizontal plane that we reference when we navigate it. That's a horizontal plane of reference. I don't know why you're talking about vertical when we're talking about how Earth is flat and how we measure it flat. But maybe the interruptions to me pointing out that you taking us to the vertical, what with respect to the horizontal, that's also horizontal. That's how we measure Earth. We're not needing to validate that measurement because it's a measurement. We're measuring it flat. Earth, that is, measured flat, as you well know. Don't you, Bev? You also appreciate how Earth's measured flat, but you like to tell people that that measurement's actually a false dichotomy offered by Bob? I'm afraid not, Bev. This is a very, very weak position you're taking.
It's measured on the vertical datum, Nathan.
What, the flat Earth that we're travelling up to when we walk across the ground is measured on a vertical datum with respect to a horizontal plane of reference? Yeah, we know. It is that horizontal plane of reference which we are walking on. That would be the flat Earth that we dwell atop.
Does he think run is measured on the vertical datum? Do you think run?
No, rise. The rise is measured on the vertical datum.
Bev only likes to have a conversation when he's talking through the middle of your claim. He doesn't like to hear the claim. I mean, he thinks that we need to hear the fallacy 6 times, and he can ignore and talk through the rebuttal like he's doing now. He thinks that that's a successful debating tactic, to just talk through anything that's put to him, and then repeat that which he's talked through, because he hasn't listened to any responses, 5 times. So while you're putting him, the fact that it's rise over run, he's going to just concentrate on the rise bit, because Earth's measured flat with the run bit. Right, Bev?
Earth is measured on the vertical datum. I've done it myself. Elevation changes.
With respect to a horizontal plane of reference?
With respect to a mean established on the vertical datum.
Horizontal plane of reference, that would be, right?
No, it's just a vertical datum. It's a point on a vertical datum, Nathan.
So sea level.
A mean.
So sea level, not a horizontal plane of reference, according to you.
It goes up and down on the...
So he doesn't seem to be saying no.
On the vertical...
I know, if we just ignore the horizontal plane of reference completely, we can only focus on that which is with respect to the horizontal plane of reference, and that's the vertical. Yeah, we know. But the two are intrinsically linked, Bev. No response? Yeah, the two are intrinsically linked. The horizontal and the vertical, and that's how we're measuring Earth.
Yeah, you measure elevation changes on the vertical datum.
With respect to what?
That makes it not flat, Nathan.
Not flat with respect to what?
With respect to something that is flat.
And what's that? So you can say how flat Earth isn't because you can reference how flat the horizontal plane of reference is. So with respect, my bad, in the middle of my rebuttal, Bev needs to go through the same claim again so he doesn't hear the rebuttal. Does this tactic work on your own show, in your own echo chamber there, Bev? Where someone puts a rebuttal to you and you just repeat the claim straight through the top of the rebuttal. Earth's measured flat, Bev. That horizontal plane of reference. Now, you can describe all day how you've got datum, right? But on the horizontal, that's the Earth we're actually talking about. Now, you're going to only refer to the heights with respect to that horizontal. So the average horizontal at 0 is how you'll describe how much it deviates from that plane of reference at 0. How high or low the Earth is compared to an overall average at 0. So overall average at 0 is how high or low Earth is measured with respect to how flat it is overall at 0. 0's the same everywhere. No response. Yep, that's right. 0's everywhere because Earth's flat everywhere. And we can reference how high or low various bits of Earth are with respect to that 0 point. But you're going to reference everywhere. What's that you say? It's a mean average taken from the sea level? Yeah, a mean average of how flat it is everywhere, all over Earth when we measure Earth flat. That's right.
No, it's just a mean of how where the tide goes up and down.
What's that called?
It's called the sea level.
Sea level, yeah, that's right. We measure with respect to the sea level, level being level, having no part higher or lower than the other. That's right. So, as an average, when we reference how high or low when you object with the vertical datum things are, with respect to level, having no part higher or lower than the other, and that is respect to everywhere on Earth. All of it. How high or low with respect to something that is not deviating up or down. At zero, for everywhere, always on Earth. Earth is measured flat.
It's just 1 point at Newland.
Sorry, 1 point. Sea level, 1 point, is it, Dumbo? Sea level, that's just 1 point. That was me thinking that sea meant quite a lot of stuff. The average of 1 point, you feel, do you complete clown? No, Bev. Sea level's not a single point. We had one of your numpties in the other day who said the same stupid garbage. No, Bev. Sea level definitely doesn't mean a single point with respect to your vertical datum. It's sea level. Are you stupid? Are you stupid is the question. Do you think sea level's a single point?
Sea level goes up and down, Nathan.
Sorry, is single point sea level? Single point goes up and down. One single point, one dot in the known existence goes up and down, right, Dumbo? No, Dumbo, it's rhetorical. No answer needed from Bev the Dumbo when we measure how level. That's how much the sea, that's not 1 point, Dumbo. And how level it is, that's having no part higher or lower than the other. And how we can respect your objections with heights of things with respect to sea level across the whole world. The whole world's going to be referenced in terms of your heights that you use to object to flat Earth with how much it's high or low with respect to level. And level is having no part higher or lower than the other. Earth is measured flat. You may speak.
And when is sea level up and down?
Not
I thought
you.
that was plumb.
Sea level goes up and down. As the mean is the average taken at a point, 1 point.
How do you
It's
get an
different.
average? How do you get an average? How do you get an average for 1 point?
It goes up and down. You take readings
do you get an
every
average?
15 minutes, 365 days a year for, I think, 6 or 7 years. And then they take an average of all of those readings.
Sorry, all of those
to
readings.
establish
Sorry, are all of
a
those, when you say all of those, when you say
point.
all of those readings, are they all of those single point?
All of those readings, yes.
All of those
Every
single
15
point
minutes.
singular, or sorry, readings or single point? I'm a bit confused.
Readings, Nathan.
Single
Every
point. you
15
say.
minutes.
Sorry, single point?
Do you want me
You
to
say?
get? I'll get
Sorry, so
one.
I'm
Can you
just a bit
see
confused with the plural and singular thing. Single point being your argument, it's a single point on a vertical datum. My argument being sea level is not one single point. It's sea level.
The mean
level
is a
level as a
point.
description being having no part higher or lower than the other, which means multiple points being described when you say the word level for sea level. Level can't be described as a single point because you're describing how lots of points are not higher or lower than the other, ergo not a single point that's going up and down. Lots of points, the sea, and its level, Bev. You're saying the average of all of it and how all of it having no part higher or lower than the other across multiple points goes up and down. Yeah, it does. Then we take the average to see how the average of the sea level gives us a respectful flat Earth to reference on average because we're using the sea level. Level meaning no part higher or lower than the other, inferring that it's not a single point. I think I've pretty consistently ripped your own arsehole through your throat here, Bev. Anything else?
Can I read you the thing about the UK fundamental benchmark?
No, I'd prefer you just acknowledge that having no part higher or lower than the other would infer not single point. Do you understand, yes or no?
You might learn a bit about...
Sorry, you're just going to ad hom me telling me what I might learn about when I've just rebutted your single point argument when we're talking about sea level. Level means having no part higher or lower than the other. That means parts of it, that's not a single point, Bev. I'd like an acknowledgement of how wrong you are, how stupid you are, and how your argument that's been annihilated by multiple of your dumb followers who come here is that sea level's a single point, because you describe it with respect to a vertical datum, when in reality, sea level has a description of level, having no part higher or lower than the other, immediately annihilating your single point shite, Bev.
Can I read this then?
You could acknowledge that sea level's not a single point, because to have a level means you've got no part of it that's not a single point, higher or lower than the other. If it's a single point, you're not going to describe a single point as anything with respect to how other parts of it aren't higher or lower than it, because a single point can't be described as level, singular. You are wrong. I'd like you to acknowledge that, rather than being the same coward you were earlier when you couldn't give us the logical form you didn't know because you're stupid. You could acknowledge that a single point, as per your argument, isn't going to give you a description of sea level when level is no part higher or lower than the other, not conducive with a single point as your argument stands on a vertical datum. That's 4 times I've reiterated it. Let's see if the coward tries to move on to a different subject or acknowledges that his single point argument has been annihilated. Let's see how he does. Go ahead, Bev, you may speak.
The Tidal Observatory was established to determine the mean sea level that is the starting point for levelling in the UK. This brass bolt is the benchmark for the whole of the United Kingdom. That is, all heights are referenced to this point.
Cool. So all points reference to a point that is describing how it averages the whole of the UK and how flat it is. Yeah. So great, we've got a single point to reference how flat all of the UK is. That's really useful for proving how this measurement proves Earth is being referenced as flat from an average that describes sea level running around the whole of the UK. So that's sea level. I don't know why Bev's constantly barking through me taking apart his garbage with his proof that Earth's measured flat,
You
which is
gave
all
me a
this
chance
is.
to speak, Nathan, and then talked all over me, I believe.
Yeah, you've taken a proof of Earth being flat to infer that what? Sea level is a single point. They start and
telling
give
you about the mean sea
They
level.
give you a single point to work with after they've taken all of the averages. That's what they've done.
If there's more than 1 point, then there's not 1 point. You're comparing that 1 point to everything else. So never 1 point, 2 points then.
Yeah, the end
2
result
points
of taking
makes sea level.
averages is a single point that they can reference as a 0 on a vertical datum. Yeah, meaning that all of the UK in this example is being referenced to a single point on a vertical datum. That means the whole of the UK is flat by reference, and you can describe on that reference how high or low it is compared to that single point. So Earth's being measured and referenced as flat to tell us how high or low stuff is. That's what's actually happening. Bev's just chanted through every single word I just said.
Right. The point is that...
Talking to Bev, Arwin, second time. Bev's just chanted through everything I responded to him to. So Earth's being measured flat then.
No, Earth is not measured flat, Nathan. Unless you have a false dichotomy modus tollens that Bob set up for you.
Sorry,
I
false
take it.
dichotomy fallacies aren't the response to this. You're saying that as a base of an average, you can reference how high or low the whole of the UK is with respect to a single point. That means how high or low things are in the UK is referenced to one single horizontal plane of reference after those averages have been taken. That means the UK is being measured flat.
You literally measure a change on the vertical datum, Nathan. That's literally not flat.
No, the change in vertical datum for the elevation and topology is with respect to a single point across the whole of the land. So for the whole of the land in the UK, you'll say how high or low it is with respect to a single point. Therefore, how high or low... There's the interruption again, Bev. Shall I open the line and find out what the interruption is?
It's literally.
Oh, you're just going to carry on with the interruption, not acknowledge that you're a total idiot interrupting me and moaning
Slit,
about how you're being talked through, right, Bev? Just project straight through the fact that you're talking straight through the middle of every rebuttal and have done with every single one. Maybe project that I'm doing that to you. Go ahead, Bev. Project that I'm doing that to you. You've just done it to me again. Go on. Project. Coward. It's only when I'm talking that you'd prefer to be talking, right, Bev? Only when I'm talking. Yeah, so all of the UK, how high or low you are is with respect to a horizontal plane. One single point that says across the whole of the UK, you can say how high or low it is compared to that point. That proves Earth is flat.
I don't think so. I don't think that proves anything. Because I've literally measured it as not flat. I don't think that proves at all.
What was it with respect to? How did you get a comparative point to start from to say how not flat it was?
From each point, isn't it?
What would that be? What would that point be?
A point.
Yeah, what are you
establish a
starting
new
from? Are you
datum.
dumb? Do you not understand the question? To say
The
how
datum,
not flat
Nathan.
it is, what are you referencing in the first instance?
You reference one datum to another datum.
What's a datum?
And you can tell the positions in reference to each other.
I see. And those datums are with respect to an average of how level, having no part
just
higher
a
or lower
point.
than that. There's Bev's interruption
datum's
again, middle of
just a
my
point.
statement. Maybe tell me that this is how I behave on my echo chamber, like you obviously behave in yours. You're in the middle of chanting through me there, Bev. My bad. Go ahead, chanting through me. It's only when I talk that you like to talk, right? Go ahead.
A datum's just a point, Nathan.
And that single point will give us a reference for how the whole of the UK can be described from that single point of how high or low it is. So further along, we're still going to have the same 0 point, and we're going to describe at the top of the country how you are higher or lower than that single point, proving Earth is flat for the entire length of the UK, because it can all be referenced back to a single point. So when you say how high or low Earth is on those topographical points that you measure, you can compare them to a single point that's true for the whole of the UK, proving Earth is measured flat, averaged flat, and has a single point of reference for how high or low things are with respect to that single point. That's a flat Earth proof.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Well, if Earth was a sphere
it's a-
and
it's a
curving
hard
away from
sell.
us, we'd have different points of reference because they'd be at different heights. When you say level, as in sea level, that means having no part higher or lower than the other. Well, if all of the datum points that you can reference up and down the country are all at 0 and the same, then that's factually
They're
flat.
not all at 0, though.
Excuse me, is that interruption while I'm in the middle of making the end of my claim again, Bev? You need your echo chamber, you need all of your numpties around you so they can come here and parrot how sea level's a single point, how angles you can do F
They're
all
not
with.
all the same, Nathan.
Let's just change the subject. You asserted you can do F all with an angle. That's what you asserted.
Yes. Oh,
Well,
wow.
you can assert where you are with respect to your position by using Polaris with an angle, can't you?
An angle.
Like you mumbling. Just
No.
yes or no.
No, you can't. Not with an angle.
Sorry.
Keep digging that hole back.
Arwin, your assertion, you can't do anything with an angle, but simultaneously you can figure out your position, your latitude, with an angle. Correct?
Here's your chance to shine, Arwin.
Bev, try thinking, is an idiot. He has told his audience, quote, you can do, paraphrasing, F all with an angle. Bev has also stated, you know your latitude because of an angle.
Yeah, you can measure an angle to
So you can do things with an angle, making you certifiably stupid.
measure an angle.
Yeah, so we're doing things with an angle then. You said you can do F all with it. That makes you stupid. You're deceiving your audience and making them stupid with this kind of stupid nonsense. Telling them to parrot off you can do F all with an angle to then clarify that an angle will give you your latitude is you making your audience more stupid by contradictions that you make. Do you understand?
Moving forward.
Not moving forward. You're stupid and your audience is being made stupid by said contradictions. Contradictions that you try to attack me with. Yes, you can do things with an angle. You know you can, but you like to lie to your audience to try and attack us when we assert that an elevation angle will prove Earth is measured flat. Because it is proving Earth measured flat. That's what an elevation angle is and does. Proves Earth's measured flat because you measure flat Earth when you make that measurement of that angle. It's the same angle that you'd get to get your latitude. An angle you said you could do F all with, making you idiotic. Bev.
Every time you say you can do F4 with an angle, it is quite similar as like Simon Dan from his perspective saying you and your reference frames are ruined, except you're saying it from a flat earther perspective. It's so stupid. It's unbelievable that you keep doing it.
No, I was saying it to Ruth.
And
his attempt to...
You said it to me. You said it to me, Bev. And then what I did, like I'm doing now, is humiliated you so that all of your audience and mine know how stupid you are because you say stupid things. You said that to me.
We'd already said it to Ruhif, right?
Fascinating. Maybe we could blame Bob or blame Ruhif because you're an abject coward who cannot take ownership of your own mistakes. You're a pathetic man. You're a coward. Have some humility. Can't do it.
Yes, the Earth is measured not flat.
No, sorry, making your reassertion of an argument that you've already failed to prove here by blaming Bob and now blaming Ruhif, you are a coward, Bev. When you are proven wrong, as we are proving now when you say, quote, you can do F all with an angle, and, quote, you know your latitude with an angle, you have no humility. You cannot take ownership of your mistakes. You are not a man. You are a coward.
You can measure an angle to a light in the sky and call it...
Sorry, you can measure your angle to a light in the sky doing something with an angle then. So you're wrong when you say you can do F all with it.
No, that's just naming an angle.
Right, no, latitude is doing something.
It's not.
It's not. No, it's not fundamental basis of navigation or anything. Nah, F all is what latitude is. You are fundamentally stupid, Bev, and latitude, a coward. And you're chanting through me while I point that out is also demonstration of your cowardice. You are a coward. You have no humility. You were wrong. Plenty you can do with
latitude and longitude.
There's his cowardice chanting again. Coward. Excuse me. I am pointing out that you are a coward and wrong. And all you are doing is chanting through that, Bev. Coward.
Know how he measures things to be not flat, how that even works. He just keeps saying it. I don't even know what that is.
Vertical datum.
Oh, because he's got a vertical datum that's true for absolutely everywhere across the whole of the UK, which means that everywhere across the whole of the UK can be referenced to how flat it is and how high or low with respect to how flat it is. Therefore, it's not flat. Yeah, we've got topographical changes, but that 0 point that you're describing, how high or low it is with respect to, proves Earth is flat. Your argument's crap.
Doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't. It just doesn't. Your argument's crap, Bev. You've come here to position a modus ponens on behalf of someone that you'll relinquish your failure to when you fail, and now you're arguing that when you told me you can do F all with an angle, it's because you were putting it to someone else. You put it to me. Now I'm putting it back to you. I'd like you to acknowledge and have some humility for how wrong you were, you abject coward.
Right, so you've got your angle, right? Because I know this is a heated...
We better not tell me anything we're going to do with it, because we can't we're not going to do anything with it. We can't.
I know you can't. Like, you can give it a name. You've said you could call it latitude, right?
No, elevation
you've
angle.
Got the right light in
I'm
the
going to call it an elevation angle. We'll define it after. I'm going to call it an elevation angle. You decided to change elevation angle into just an angle because you're a coward. Facing our elevation angle, specifically named there.
An elevation angle of, say, what?
So I've just called it an elevation angle. You were going to give it a name and called it latitude. No, latitude would be your position on a map based on a concentric circle taken from an angle to Polaris. The angle had a name. It was called an elevation angle, Bev. Repeat after me.
Right, so we've got an elevation angle. That we
define that. What's that?
Latitude.
What's that? We've got an elevation angle. Shut up, Arwin. Define that for me,
It's just
please,
an
Bev.
angle.
Define elevation
An
angle
angle.
for me, Bev, please.
It's an angle on the vertical plane. That's it. It's just.
No, you're wrong. You're stupid. You're just making stuff up. Is this going to be another opportunity for you to demonstrate your abject lack of humility? That was not the definition of elevation angle. You're wrong. Do you know what one is? You said we've got one. What is it? An elevation angle. Not just an angle.
on the
I haven't
vertical
finished.
plane.
I haven't finished qualifying. You didn't know. I'll just clarify for the dumb Bev. No, Bev. You said just an angle. You've already failed to understand our argument once and requalified it as just an angle, something you've just been humiliated with and shown a total lack of humility for, and now you feel the need to interrupt me over. Nevertheless, we've already demonstrated that you repositioning what we actually say from elevation angle to just an angle has absolutely humiliated you in the process. Now you've tried to define what an elevation angle is and failed. So we can all now infer that you don't have the slightest clue what our argument is, otherwise you'd know how to attack it based on the definition of elevation angle. I will give you a definition of elevation angle where you failed, Bev. Quote, the altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Do you understand that definition of elevation angle there, Bev? Would you like me to repeat it?
What? You could, yeah.
You could just stutter. I'll repeat it while you stutter and stammer about the fact that we're going to be measuring this angle flat, proving Earth flat. I'll just read the last bit. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Do you understand?
No angle to the...
Sorry, did you want to just stammer and stutter your way through the end of that statement? Horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Do you understand, Bev?
Mm-hmm.
You don't?
Yep.
Oh, well, then I'll clarify it for you if I don't understand what a horizontal plane the observer is standing on means. I can clarify it for you.
Yeah, but I was talking about the angle measures with...
Just the angle? Yeah, I know you already repositioned it to just an angle and then we humiliated you with that garbage. But then when you came to name it, I said we'd already done that. It's an elevation angle, then you failed to define it, Bev. Humiliating, eh?
Yeah, you just said it was from a point on the horizontal plane.
The horizontal plane the observer is standing on. That's sustainable by design. That's their definition. Would you like 12 more definitions of an elevation angle, or are we going to try again for the second time to reposition it to being just an angle? Because this definitely isn't just an angle. It's an angle that proves Earth is measured flat. Because in order to get one, Bev, before you keep yammering through me, to get an elevation angle, you've got to be standing on a horizontal plane of reference to get one. You understand that, right? Earth being a horizontal plane of reference, Earth being flat and measured that way for an elevation angle, not just an angle, Bev. You understand now, right?
Yeah, well, I said an angle in the vertical plane, Nathan.
That's fascinating, and we said elevation angle, didn't we, Bev?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, we did, yeah. We said elevation angle and you turned it into something else. Because you're talking about just an angle that you can do nothing with except get your latitude making you stupid. Meanwhile, your repositioning that failed with just an angle isn't just an angle when we say elevation angle that requires Earth be flat to measure one. You understand that now, Bev, right?
But the Earth is measured not flat, Nathan.
So when they say that to acquire an elevation angle measurement, it's going to be a measurement of the plane that you're standing on, that's not a plane you're standing on, because that's not what an elevation angle is, even though you couldn't define it 2 minutes ago. Yeah, it is, Bev. It makes it absolutely unequivocally clear in all of the definitions that you're going to require Earth to be flat. In this case, it's defined as the, quote, horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Clear?
But if the...
If I stutter enough, get a grip, man. You're a complete bozo. You have no place in this discussion. You're an idiot. And you're making your audience stupid. They too are being humiliated when they come here with your crap arguments, Bev. You're an embarrassment to them. You're letting them all down badly. If you're subscribed to Bev, you need to get out of that hot kitchen right fast, because he's making you dumb. That's why he's a stuttering, stammering buffoon before me. Make that clear.
It seems like you're trying to make this.
Don't ad hom me, you pathetic little weasel. I don't need to hear Bev's ad homs. He said just an angle. No, elevation angle. Just an angle gives you latitude, making him stupid. These are the facts in this matter. Meanwhile, an elevation angle measurement requires Earth to be flat. These are the facts of the matter. Earth is measured flat. Another ad hom, maybe, Bev. Tell me what I'm doing. Maybe by ad hom. Off you go.
Well, no, I've actually measured the Earth to be not flat. So that's the point, right? I can't get over that.
Oh,
just
really?
because you say
Have you ever measured an elevation angle? Have you ever measured an elevation angle, Bev?
I've measured an actual elevation
yes or no
change.
Question. Yes or no question. Have you ever measured an elevation angle? Yes or no?
Yes. Nathan.
And when you
as
measured
well as an elevation change.
Oh, my bad. There's a continuation to that, right? So you have measured an angle that required you to be standing on a horizontal plane then?
Well, you can always be standing on a horizontal plane, can't you?
No, you absolutely must be standing on a horizontal plane to be measuring an elevation angle, because that's what an elevation angle is, Bev.
Okay, so
you were standing on a horizontal plane of reference when you measured your elevation angle then, Bev. So, like us, you proved you measured Earth flat, because if you measured an elevation angle, you measured a horizontal plane of reference you were standing on. That's what it is.
You might have set your tool up on the azimuthal plane.
No. You measured the plane of reference that you're standing on. That's what an elevation angle is, Bev.
You're not standing on it, are you?
So when this definition, sustainable design, quote, say, the angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, you said Muppet being made dumber by Bev says that's not the plane you're standing on. How so? When that's excuse me. How so when that's precisely how it's defined? Pray tell.
Well, that's below your horizontal, though, isn't it? The sea.
No, it's the horizontal plane the observer is standing on by definition.
You're not standing on it if you're on a...
Sorry, it's not right then. So this sustainable by design definition, would you like one of the 13 definitions that say the same thing?
Aren't you making a horizontal in the air? You know,
I'm not doing anything. I'm defining what an elevation angle measurement is. This is what it is by definition. I'm not doing anything. Defining a word. That's what I'm doing. Defining a word.
Earth, though. You're on a boat.
But we're defining words. Can you define elevation angle, please?
Yeah, you define a. You can define. You can.
You could just stutter like Bev. I've already defined it. It's regards to the horizontal plane you are standing on, Mr. Stuttery. That's what it is. That's what it's defined as. You're not going to change it by ing your way around the definition of what it is. You will be standing on a horizontal plane if you are measuring an elevation angle, because that is what it is. No matter rumpusing me through the Discord will change that, Mr. and Mrs. Stuttery.
You are establishing a horizontal reference, which is not what you're standing on.
So when it says the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, sustainable by design are simply wrong, according to you.
The wobbly boat. The wobbly boat.
Sorry, they're not talking about boats. We're talking about Socratic method and defining words.
Yeah, but, you know...
can you define it, please? Try to keep up. Man, Bev's audience are all this stupid. We are defining words. 6th attempt. Can you define elevation angle for us, please, rather than talking about wobbly boats? It's only my 6th attempt with you.
The horizontal that you're measuring your angle from.
Where's that reference? Sorry, as per who? Citation.
Well, it's in space, isn't it?
Sorry, is this a citation or not? It seems like these people that come from Bev server are really stupid. They don't understand simple questions when I put them to them. Is this a citation?
What citation?
The one I'm asking you for when I asked you for a citation and you started babbling about stuff and then yammering through the top of me? My citation is from Sustainable by Design. It says, and I quote, line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, end quote, sustainable by design. That is a definition of elevation angle, proving Earth is measured flat. You say, nuh-uh, because you're from the land of Bev stupidity. So I say, okay, nuh-uh doesn't work here. I ask you for your citation. Do you understand?
Well, yeah, I know, but MC2 can give you citations all day, and you tell him to stick it up his arse. So that doesn't mean.
So is this how they're trained? Bev has trained his audience to blame next man when they fail on their ass. Can you give me a citation? Answer no. No, my bad. It wasn't just no, I can't. It's McToon blame. So if we had blame by Bev's crony cowards so far, we've had blame Ruhif. Who else have we had? We've had blame. Who was this? McToon? Blame McToon?
Horizontal. Where did you learn your anger from?
Right, I'm listing the people that you bunch of cowards blame when you fail so far.
Oh my God, this is painful. This is very easy, guys. Wake up.
Now we have
Did Dave teach you?
Yeah, Neil heard the response this morning.
Why are we getting mad?
Nathan.
Dave beat me. What are you talking about? Who's
No,
Dave?
no. Did Dave teach you? Did Dave teach you your sales technique?
Who's Dave?
You know Dave.
No.
Mosley way, that Dave.
Sorry, meanwhile, Earth's measured flat by way of elevation angle measurements to the stars. It's how the world and the maps and the models have all been developed. These numpties from Bev want to blame another YouTuber who's not here multiple times because that's how Bev's trained them. If you fail, blame the source that you got it from. Me, on this server, I tell people a clear message. Take ownership. Take ownership of the arguments. Don't blame the person you got it from. That's cowardice.
You don't want to address it, do you? You don't want to address it. You've established a horizontal...
do I need to address Dave? Horizontal plane of reference is what you refer to if you're getting elevation angle measurements. That's how they're defined. I asked you to get me a citation. Now you're asking me about if I know Dave and his sales techniques. It's pathetic. No. Elevation angle measurements prove Earth's flat, so let's talk about Dave. No. Citation for your version of an elevation angle. That's what we're arguing about, you bunch of cowards. Not some YouTuber that's not here.
Where's your horizontal? Where is your horizontal seat? You're not standing on it.
What are you talking about? We're talking about elevation angle measurements. Yet to provide a definition.
You've established a horizontal reference point. It's not where you're standing on.
Quote. Sustainable by design. The line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Rebuttal from Bev's cronies. No, it isn't. Nuh-uh. It's not what you're standing on. Okay, do you want to provide an alternative citation that says we're not standing on a flat plane when we get an elevation angle then? Go ahead.
How did you get...
Don't ask me something. Get me a citation that contradicts it.
Doesn't matter. It's like...
Oh, it doesn't matter. Hand waves perfectly acceptable. Bev's trained you well. Good debater. Well done.
Where is the horizontal?
Well done. You've done really well. Now get lost. You're a useless twat. Go away.
Anybody in the room, go outside in your garden.
No, he's just chanting, telling people what they're going to be doing. Don't tell my audience what they're going to do. I'll tell my audience what they can do. They can tell her it's measured flat by how it's measured flat. You're not going to suddenly take my mic and tell my audience what they're going to be doing when you failed to cite how an elevation angle measurement's done. You haven't done that. That's where we're at.
Can I please...
Elevation angles are measured in the vertical plane.
Citation, please.
There you go.
Can I please...
Citation.
Hold on, sea level. How did they get that?
Sorry, Brian, we just had a claim from Bev. He slipped it in during the audio chaos, Brian. That's why he's done it. You made something of a claim. You want to get a word in. So Bev's only tactic is to talk when I'm talking, like this coward is also doing. I heard what Bev said through the chaos. Bev said, measured in the...
In reality.
If you can't shut up, Erdobear, I'm going to have to remove you.
Navigate on.
Excuse me. Bev just said measured in the vertical. Citation, please, Bev.
Plane.
Can you cite that, please?
Elevation angles are measured in the vertical.
I heard your claim! Citation, please, Bev.
Citation.
Do you know what that word means? Are you too stupid to understand it? The last Edabear guy didn't understand what that word meant. That it didn't matter.
You measure.
I don't want you to tell me. I'm asking you for a citation. Are you slow? Do you not? You repeated the word.
On the.
Sorry, Bev, you repeated the word citation with an upward inflection, which infers that you understood what the word meant and what you were being asked for. Now I want a citation from you, not endless babble.
It's going to be the wrong angle.
Right, I just need a citation from you, please.
Sextant is at your eye.
No, they're not going to do it. Bev Earther.
Your sextant.
Ignore all challenge.
The mean
citation,
sea level is measured on the vertical datum.
Yeah, have you got a citation
the mean
there,
sea level you need.
Edabear, have you got a citation for that? Yeah, you keep babbling. I don't need your nonsense. You're a nobody. I'd like a citation for that, please, Edabear.
You know the tool that they use for measuring angles?
I'm going to remove both of you.
It's called a theodolite.
If you can't play nicely, if you can't debate by the rules,
right?
Then you're going to have to be removed, Bev. Citation.
The angle.
Bev, that means stop chanting, Bev.
Either on the azimuthal plane.
Bev, I'm going to remove you if you can't stop chanting. Bev.
Now, elevation angles.
Right, somebody from the Discord server removed Bev. Try thinking because he can't stop chanting. He's causing absolute audio chaos.
Horizontal plane.
He's just causing audio chaos. Somebody mute him.
This is getting out of hand because no one's listening. No one's actually understanding what they should be understanding.
I don't need to understand anything, Brian. I'm asking them for a citation, and they're rumpusing the Discord because they've been asked for citations. Bev's made a claim. It's measured in the vertical. Edabear's made a claim. I've asked him for citation too. Now he's rumpusing me. I'm asking them for their citations. He's doing it again. So I'm going to have to suggest that Edabear gets muted because he cannot shut up in the middle of... Now he goes again and again and again. Edabear and Bev, you've both been server muted. We've got to the point in the discussion, debate. Not a debate, it's a statement of fact. Earth's measured flat. We measure it flat with elevation angles. I have offered you a citation. You have challenged it. Now I'm offering you the opportunity to present citation. Go. Or get lost. Edabear, what you got?
Measured elevation changes he spoke about the other day from a horizontal reference.
He doesn't know what a citation.
Shut up, Arwin. Edabear, I'll try again. Slower. We are at the point in the debate.
You could go to...
My bad. These coward numpties cannot listen. Should we try again for a 15th time, Edabear?
You can go to Newlyn. And you can go to the original point where the land was measured from. There's a point there. I spoke to you about the other day. You said it wasn't a point, but there is a point. It's set in the concrete. There's several near me where I live.
Right, we're talking about elevation angle measurements, Edabear. Edabear, I'm trying to get your attention, but you're just not listening to me, it seems.
You need a horizontal.
Yeah, I can hear you chanting. I know you need to chant, but I'm trying to have a two-way discussion with you. We are at the point in that, up until now, two-way discussion when you decided to go off the rails and talk about whatever it is that's not this. Elevation angle measurement. Okay. Do you understand that the subject is elevation angle, yes or no?
Yeah, you have an angle you measured yet.
No, we don't have an angle we've measured. We have an elevation angle. So the answer was no, you didn't understand because you didn't repeat back the word elevation. Just angle.
Yeah. Well, then what?
So you disagreed.
Where do you measure that from?
I was asking... my bad, you need to relinquish the control. I understand. No, we're at the point in the discussion...
Not at all.
Yeah, now it's constant rumpusing because I've almost got him back on the track that he got to derail. No, so we'll assume that it's only when I'm talking that you want to be talking there. Nice long pause for Edabear to get anything relevant through. No, it is definitely only when I'm talking that Edabear likes to talk. Coward. I'll try again, Edabear. We'll see if you can respond after I've finished talking. We'll see how we get on with you a coward.
Is it my turn now?
Once I
It's hard
finish
to
asking
tell
the
'cause
question,
you know,
it'll be
you
your
start-
turn, but obviously you've
You're talking
decided
over
that
me
no,
now.
you're just going to
How
try
can
and retain
anybody
the control
possibly
of this
tell when to
discussion.
speak?
No, they're intolerable. They're absolutely intolerable. They've lost badly. We're at the point where we're asking them to define what an elevation angle is, and all we get is rumpusing, so they don't have to answer. Cowards.
You are not standing on your horizontal that you are talking about.
You're both wrong. My God.
It's not the sea.
You're both wrong.
Brian knows. He really knows, but he can't say
and you're wrong.
that the Earth isn't flat because he measured.
Oh, no, he heard you say you're wrong, Brian, so he's going to continually talk now. He heard you say you're wrong, therefore there will be no concession made for you to
You
make
are
that
not standing
disclaimer.
on your horizontal.
Yeah, we heard the first 5 times. Everyone shut up. Edabert, say it one more time without an interruption so we can affirm that we have heard you, so you don't keep chanting it. Go ahead.
5 times, you said. I lost my mic.
That little interlude there was what Elderbear actually had to offer. And what he has to offer will only come during my sentence, like it just did. So in the middle of that sentence, there was a long, protracted, crackly, muffly nonsense. No claim was made. All he can do is try and distract away from me pointing out that at this point in the discussion, where I ask him to define what an elevation angle measurement is, having denied my cited source, he won't do it.
You're all talking across purposes because there's a specific thing that's not being
about
detailed.
the horizontal that you.
Sorry, Brian, he will only talk while you are talking in the middle of you talking, Brian.
Yeah, he needs to listen.
There's a delay.
Elderbear. What you're talking about is an elevation angle that is referencing a terrestrial object.
Can't hear you well, Brian.
Hang on. You're talking about an elevation angle that's referencing a terrestrial object. When you're making an elevation angle to a celestial object, you're always measuring 2 points.
Sorry.
Just mute him. Just mute this dick. Just mute this idiot. But he won't stop talking. Brian! He won't stop talking through the middle of you. He's mumbling. No, I can't really hear him. But he's just a prick. He's been taught how to do this by Bev.
What is the point of him coming here if he's not? I'm trying to clear up the confusion why people are talking cross purposes. When you're measuring a celestial navigation elevation angle, you're always referencing a straight line. You're always measuring a straight line between 2 points on the horizontal plane that we call mean sea level. It's a 2-dimensional horizontal measurement. That's what it is.
Guys,
you might be measuring in the elevation to the celestial body, but you're not measuring. Hang on, you're not measuring like a lighthouse or a tower or something or a mountain. That's a different thing. Right? It's still a right angle triangle, but you're not doing that. The measurement is
Brian, we
always a
can't
measurement.
hear you in Discord at all. You're just like cutting in and out all the time. So that's what Edaber was trying to say.
All right, so Nathan will rephrase it.
The audience won't get it now.
I don't want to rephrase what Brian has to say every time he says it.
Brian,
can't you just join Discord, Brian? If they can't hear you, you're going to have to join Discord. There's no alternative. They cannot hear you.
I'll join it this time just for this.
Thank you. 1 minute. Thank you. So we ever going to get?
I have discussed this quite a bit, and we've argued about it. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying that Brian and I have argued about this quite a bit. I think he might be able to bring some clarity to what they're missing from it. I hope.
Well, he's not in there, that I can see anyway, so I don't know if you want to attempt it, John. John?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not really into wanting to argue over. I mean, it's just.
He's cracking up too for me.
Oh, I guess I.
Yeah, it might be your end, Nathan. How's Skype doing?
Oh, shut up. Go ahead, John.
No, we can't hear. Everybody's just,
Well, then get
roboting.
lost.
Ah,
Well, I think what might
I'm
be
not lost
happening.
though. Well, you might want me to be lost.
I think what might be happening is between G Plus and Discord going through your line. That might be why they aren't hearing me or Brian.
Nathan's computer.
Has Brian got on Discord
No,
yet?
the problem is they can't hear you because both Bev and Edabert are off mute. That's what the problem is. Neither of them are on local mute, so I can see Edabert's light flashing and cutting yours. So if the stupid idiot could put himself on local mute, he wouldn't cut the line to you. But he's so stupid that his own mic being open isn't caused to realise that that means he can't hear anything. Go ahead, John. There's nothing wrong with my setup, other than Brian.
Mic discipline.
Well, I'm going to talk for just a second to make sure I'm coming through. Am I coming through now, Righteous Force?
Inside of that locker.
Yeah, you're good now. You're good.
Okay. What Brian is getting ready to detail, job than me, is the horizontal plane you reference when you're taking an elevation angle is parallel to mean, and when you apply it, it's always from the surface. There are multiple horizontal planes because sea level does rise and lower. Mean sea level, though, is a horizontal plane, and that is what all topology is measured from.
All right, apparently.
And it's also into respect to the coordinate system that we use for navigation. North, south, east, and west, those are descriptions of a horizontal plane that we're going to measure from and pinpoint on the ground, surface level.
So you're not standing on the horizontal plane.
Excuse me, my position is on the surface. I will find it on the Cartesian system, my lines of longitude and latitude, descriptive of a horizontal plane.
You just described the horizontal plane as being parallel to the sea level.
Yeah, and?
So that horizontal plane, you're not standing on it, are you?
What are you referencing? It's how
I'm moving. I'm
what I said all along.
I'm moving on it.
No, you're not.
Forward, backwards, north, south, east, west. Those are horizontal vectors.
No, you're going up and down.
No, north,
I'm
south,
sorry.
east, and west is forwards, backwards on a horizontal
I'm
plane.
sorry. Did we get a citation yet?
No, we didn't. That was rumpusing, and now a successful change of subject.
We don't need a citation.
Hold on, everyone.
You just verified it.
Hold on, QE. Sorry, Edinburgh. Go ahead. Give your excuses. Feel free.
You just verified it. You verified that the horizontal reference is parallel to whatever is underneath it. That's what I said. You're not standing on that horizontal, are you?
According to my citation, yes, absolutely, you are.
And from that
I'll read out my.
horizontal,
Oh God, it's just going to be the interruption. I'm responding to you, coward. You say no. I say yes.
Not a coward.
Excuse me. I say yes, and then I know it's only when I'm talking. Total cowardice. Got to close the line. I've got no choice. He can't tolerate me disagreeing with him and pointing out he's wrong. No, it's not what you're standing on. Yeah, according to Sustainable by Design, my citation, the one you say isn't important, because you haven't got one, nothing more than a hand wave and a disagreement. No, it's not what you're standing on. Quote, Sustainable by Design, the angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun, and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Have you got a citation there, Edabert?
Just verified by one of your panel that is not what you're standing on.
So it's Sustainable by Design citation that says that, not me. It's a citation for about the 12th time.
When I stand on the beach.
So here we go. Now it's into his argument. No, until you offer up a citation that challenges that, it's not a hand wave and move on to a new subject. It's a loss. Earth is being measured flat. That's what an elevation angle is, by definition. Unless you can challenge that definition.
The horizontal reference that you established, right? That's horizontal.
Yeah, the one that you're standing on.
Not the sea, not the earth.
Is that
You're
a
not
citation?
standing on it.
Is that a citation?
Are you floating in space?
Sorry, is it an argument or a citation?
No, that's him.
Said.
Yeah, it's not a
Your
citation.
panel said, and so did Brian. Will tell you that you can establish.
Defer to Brian, fourth person. Between Bev and Edabert, they have cast their crap argument off on a third party 4 times now. That's the 4th. You can ask Brian.
I haven't got a citation.
We're talking
I don't
to
think
you.
I need one because there's reality.
Man, these cowards. We advise on Flat Earth Debate that you take ownership of these arguments. We empower you to take ownership of these arguments. That would be to say that in victory, you say it's my victory, and in loss, it's your loss. These abject cowards will put their arguments to you, and the moment they fail, they blame the source. Total cowardice.
Yeah, a leadership is a bit to lose, isn't it, eh?
Now it's ad homs, talking about my leadership. Earth's measured flat, by way of standing on a horizontal plane of reference, as per my citation from Sustainable by Design, met with nothing but interruptions and hand wave. No, it's not what you're standing on. It's just part of the definition, but
No citation.
Don't stand on the sea.
Nathan, I can't join that server.
Okay. Sorry,
Hey,
Brian.
hold on, I'll fix that for you a sec, Brian.
The horizontal is floating in space, in between
Is that a
whatever's under
citation?
you and whatever's above you.
Is that
You
a
just said it.
citation?
You just said it. I
No.
don't need a citation. This is just sidewinding. You got nothing. You got nothing. That's the thing. Your
Oh,
hands
we
are
don't need
empty.
a citation.
Your hands
this
are
sideline?
empty.
It's a
I
very
heard you
simple
talk about it the other day amongst you
Art,
and with
Right, in Bev's server, it's explicitly detailed as Earth being measured flat. It is explicitly stated in Bev's server. I'm not going to cite it, but Bev's server makes it
I don't
explicitly.
live in
Bev's server makes it clear that Earth's measured flat. No citation is required.
I do not.
Excuse me. No citation is needed. I don't need anything more than Bev's server proves it's flat daily. You in Bev's server prove it's flat
Alone.
daily, don't you?
I'm here alone. I'm not in Bev's server.
You prove Earth is flat with everything you say always. No citation is needed. You prove Earth is flat. There you go. That's how this argument's going to progress. That's the end of the discussion. You prove it. You and your quotes prove Earth's measured flat. There you go.
I applied the same logic that you told me to apply.
But no citation needed. It's the logic I'm applying. I don't need to cite this. It's just a complete hand wave of anything you say and a statement of something that I'm not going to prove or cite. That's your standard.
That's why. You have a horror.
That's your standard. Meanwhile, I've gone to Sustainable by Design and read out a definition that describes the horizontal plane you're standing on. Your response, nuh-uh, it don't matter.
Well, not in reality. No.
Well, in reality, we measure elevation angle measurements. They can save your life at sea in reality, you complete dumbass. So in reality, people are using these angles taken from a flat Earth to save their lives.
Yeah.
Yeah. Earth is measured flat, and the fact that it can be saves lives. Response from Bev's cronies. Yeah.
All the servers telling his sales team, this is the pitch.
Another ad hom. This is an ad hom. Earth is factually measured flat.
There's no telephone, to call.
No telephone.
Just take
Is that
their
a
money
citation?
and keep walking. All right.
So this is an ad hom.
Do not
So
have.
this is just
anything.
your personal attack.
You
Another
have
logical
a
fallacy.
horizontal.
I advise anybody who watches Bev to give up, unsubscribe, and go and watch a few videos on logical fallacies. That's what I advise anybody who watches Bev.
It's true. It's true.
Do I? I know it's true that you really won here. No, I don't know. That's not true. Earth's measured flat. Those are the facts that we laid out by citation, by demonstration and example, and by Bev's own proof. The whole of the UK is referenced to flat. The whole lot. It's all flat. Why? Well, because they've measured it and now they can reference it and know that all of the topology changes are with respect to that plane of flat reference. Yeah, we know.
Where's that then?
I don't need any
Where are the
citations, my
citations?
friend.
We
No
don't know. We're
citations
waiting on
needed. None. Your standards are perfectly good to just declare these things, aren't they? I mean, meanwhile, I do actually cite stuff. Sustainable by design was cited as describing the horizontal plane you're standing on.
Yeah.
So you're just not going to listen to me, just going to chant through every word I say, right?
Well, you do. You taught me to.
I taught
listen
you
to
to.
you.
So is this going to be the fifth person he blames? Between you and Bev, you've blamed 5 people, including me, for your failures in the arguments. Bev is training people how to be complete cowards. It's amazing.
It's ridiculous. If these people can't see it, intelligent Brian knows.
Brian knows about the citation.
That's why they want to change the name of the
I
channel.
don't even know what a citation is.
I don't need a citation, man. I've got reality.
Everything
I can hear what you're saying. It doesn't make sense. It's
proves that you don't know what
illogical.
a citation is.
What, to know what horizontal is?
No, to know what an elevation angle is.
Grow
elevation
up.
No, to know
You just chanting. The whole lot of you just chant.
Let me know when you've done and I'll respond to you.
Yeah.
No, we were hoping you would cite.
I don't need a
No, he
citation.
isn't
I
done.
heard what you
He
said.
isn't done. Still triggered. Go
I
ahead. Tell me
heard
when you're
what
done.
you said. You said that the
You're
horizontal...
just clearing the airwaves to stutter and stammer through me while I point out that we asked for a citation for an elevation angle specifically. You need to clear the airwaves to stutter and stammer your way through that, do you, old man? No, thank you. I don't need you to stutter and stammer your way. That wasn't worthy of clearing the airwaves for you. Your only intention is to talk while I'm talking. One trick pony, like Rumpus.
Yeah, I know. You did this to Whitsit and beat him down the other day, and he was pussy enough to bow to you. What a bloody idiot.
Yeah, you know what? One of the quotes that that Whitsit had, he said, "You can't just look at the horizon and know that Earth is flat." End quote, Whitsit. I trimmed it out and put it into a little video. After I, beat him down, I'll take beat him down to mean educated his dumbass in the fact that that's exactly what the horizon does. You can just look at the horizon and establish Earth's flat with it. Yeah, that's exactly what it did. And at the end of that process, Whitsit thanked me and told me what a great argument it was, having decried it and denied it, and described extending a plane to it. Yeah, I educated Whitsit, that's what I did. I didn't beat him down. The stupid man didn't think you could use the horizon to prove the Earth's flat, and I had to educate him how it absolutely does that. You want to call that a beatdown? Yeah, having to educate dumbasses is sometimes perceived by people like you as a beatdown. I just infer education from that horrible negative
Horizontal
remark.
is floating in space.
Right, did you just need to chant through every word I just
red.
said? Ignoring everything I just said about Whitsit challenging your position, that I beat him down? Yeah, you just need to chant through every single word of that, right? So you don't have to listen to something that disagrees with your statement. You just need to make that claim and have it be chanted through if it's ever going to get responded to. Just chant through every response, right? One trick pony.
No, I'm just, you taught me this. You taught to chant through people. That's what you do.
What are you in second grade?
Yeah, you're just lapdogs.
said.
What's your voice matter? Jesus
You said
Christ, man.
you heard what we
Your
said.
horizontal reference is floating in
So as soon as someone else starts talking, his trick is wait to engage someone else in a discussion, and then as soon as they start talking about anything that he'll find objectionable, which is basically everything we say here, he starts chanting something like, the horizontal blah, 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 straight through the top of you. He's not in the position and doesn't want to have a discussion with us. He wants to wait till we start talking, and if I offer him open airwaves, he'll stutter through the open airwaves that is offered.
Done now?
Yeah, we're waiting for the citation.
There is no
for an
citation.
elevation angle.
I listened to what you said
Citation
carefully.
for an
You said it's floating in space. What do you know? It's floating in space. The horizontal you have. You said you were standing on it, but you're not. It's floating in space.
I think they're pulling a book off of Sanic. They are the citation.
Right, it's floating in space is your citation, is it?
That's what you said.
No. No, you're just now lying. That is not what I said. I cited sustainable by design, and now all Bev Earthers can do is lie. That's not what I said, is it, there, liar?
I'm not lying, but...
So it's what I said. No, it's not what I said when I said it's floating in space, because I didn't say it was floating in space. You said it without any citation and then ascribed it to me because you're an outright liar. I didn't say that.
What tools are you using?
Sorry, I didn't say that, liar. Edda Bear, yet another liar.
Using that citation?
Liar. Shut up, liar.
What tool are you using? Liar.
Mute him in the server. Liar.
What tool are you using in that
mute
citation?
him in the server. Mute this scumbag liar. I didn't say it was floating in space. I gave you a citation, you scum. Liar. Now, last time this happened, it was Rakeyer 000, putting words in my mouth and saying things that I haven't said. Now, she got both barrels about her kids, and I had to go bended knee and apologise for how disgusting it was to drag her bastard children into this discussion. So if you're listening, Rakeyer, I apologise. There is no need to descend to such levels. However, when this occurs in future and people just say, you said it was floating in space, that's what you said. No, I won't give them both barrels about their bastard offspring. I'll just point out what I actually did say that was never acknowledged and was told was unimportant with a hand wave. Not what we're standing on floating in space is not what I said. I cited sustainable by design. And I will quote them again. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun, and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. What's that you took from that, liar? That I say it's floating in space there, Edda Bear? Fact. You are a liar. I'm not going to bring your offspring into it, but you are, fact, a liar, because I did not say what you claimed I said. Making you a liar? Are we clear, Bev Earthers?
What tool are you using there, then, from this citation?
I'm offering you a chance to take some humility. No, I didn't say it was in space. I quoted sustainable by design.
This isn't about the Earth. What tool are you using to measure this angle with this horizontal you're supposedly standing on? What tool are you using to do that?
What kind of angle?
Looking up in the sky or what?
What kind of angle?
Whatever angle you're talking about in your citation.
I'll tell you then. Whatever angle I'm talking about. Oh, well, I'll tell you. An elevation angle. Do you know what that is? I'm not allowed. It's whatever angle I'm talking about, but I'm not allowed to talk about it because I'm going to get talked through when I talk about it, right?
What
Coward.
Are you?
Coward. They're all terrified of an elevation angle. Both Bev Earthers and Globe Earthers alike, because it proves Earth's measured flat. And this is what we get. We get this type of discourse when we bring it up. All we're asking for is a citation, and all he can do is flail.
Tool. What tool are you using, you idiot?
You don't have to call me an idiot. Liar. I didn't say it was in space. I said you're standing on a horizontal plane. Maybe you can acknowledge that rather than calling me an idiot. I would prefer that you just acknowledge that I didn't say it's floating in space when I specifically cited it being a horizontal plane that you're standing on. That definitely isn't me saying it's floating out in space. I'm not an idiot. You're a liar. And now your anger at me pointing out your overt lies that you claimed I said when I didn't.
Seen Jamie Sea Level's new video.
He's just chanting through me. He's not having a two-way conversation. He's not listening to any objections.
He calls you slappy because he caught you hitting one of your kids.
I don't hit my kids. People hearing background noise and ascribing me being violent to my children is an absolute outrage. I do not hit my kids. But that's what this boils down to when this coward cannot acknowledge his own failures, instead calls me an idiot after he's hand-waved a citation and then lied about what I said. He brings my kids into it, says I beat them. No, I do not. What an absolute outrage.
What did you call Rachel's children?
I apologise to Rachel. Yeah? I've gone back on bended knee and asked for her forgiveness because there's no need to drag people's kids into this discussion like I did at my annoyance that she, like you, lied about things I don't say. In this instance, you've said I said, quote, that's what you said, it's floating in space. No, I object to people who lie about what I say, and I do lose my temper and then point out a few, in this case with Rakeyer, facts and home truths about her lifestyle and poor decision-making. Now, that isn't necessary. I don't need to highlight her unwed status when having children, because I'm annoyed that she's lied about things I haven't said. Now, those things aren't distruthful, like what you said when you lied about my citation that you haven't offered and have hand-waved.
When did Rachel's children ever come here to talk to you?
Right, we're arguing about elevation angle measurements. And
Why
you still
did
want
you
to keep
bring
this
her
on children
into the argument? Why are you repeating it today? Is that the kind of man you are? Did Dave teach you to do that?
So why are you repeating claims that I beat my kids here? Is that the kind of man you are? Someone making claims about criminal behaviour that I've not partaken in? What a bloody outrage! And then you're going to project that onto me?
What's Jamie's sea level and see what he says? Called you Slappy.
Kick him out. Who gives a shit about you?
All he's got at this point is ad homs and personal attacks against my kids. Now, while I've got the humility to put my hands in the air and say, I was wrong to drag Rachel's kids into this, and I have approached her and apologised for it. All you can do is reassert claims of criminal abuse against my kids based on background noise.
You listen. What? Oh, listen. The problem was, Nathan, you told me not to go there, right? Don't go to Bev.
Oh.
Everybody said, don't go listen to Bev. Don't go listen to his argument. All right?
That's not the problem.
Unsubscribe. All right? So I went to listen to the argument, and I found somebody with some proof.
Sunshine.
And you lot can't...
Sunshine.
He's not listening.
We need a citation for an elevation angle. Remember? Get the Adderall drip out.
Yeah, he needs to talk about his journey. It's now on to his anything but give a citation because it's not important according to him because it annihilates his argument. Anything but.
Yeah. If you thought you'd won the argument, you'd have got rid of me by now.
What are you talking about?
And you haven't won it.
Is that the citation?
Won it, and that's your problem.
That's the citation.
Okay, I'll win the argument immediately. An elevation angle measurement proves Earth is being measured flat. An elevation angle is an angle between you and an object you're measuring in the sky, in this instance the sun, and the horizontal plane that you're standing on. That's a flat baseline and a line that gives you the second part of an angle. The two constituent parts of the angle for the horizontal plane that you're standing on are straight, flat, line for a baseline, proving Earth is being measured factually flat. There's my winning argument. What, you think I can just sit here and have you tell me how your crap rumpusing has somehow defeated that argument? It hasn't.
Ask Brian how he measured elevation changes.
Is that your citation?
Sitting on the ground with a...
That shows you just said you want to ask Brian something. Why?
Yeah, I'm trying to clear up this confusion. That's what I was trying to do earlier.
Confusion. There is no confusion.
Confused to me.
Okay, right, Brian. Brian, I'm glad you're in Discord now because we can actually hear you. QE, raise your objection, then let Brian go. Go ahead, QE, because otherwise you're just going to get him saying there's no objection through the top of your constant.
QE's here as well.
There is no confusion here. All we're asking for is for them to support what an elevation angle is by mere citation, not the application of it, not anything else. We just need a citation for what an elevation angle is. That's it. There's no confusion.
Yeah, there is confusion. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking.
I understand that point, but there is a cross purposes going on here. Because if I'm measuring an elevation angle on the land, right, with a theodolite...
They don't know what it is yet.
Hang on.
You're into application. I just said it's not about application.
He's trying to shut you down, Brian.
I know what's going on here. I've heard it earlier when I put on the live show. I could hear exactly what was going on. When you're measuring an elevation angle, right, on the land with a theodolite, either leave me finish or I'll just fucking hang up because I couldn't be bothered
anymore. He's trying to control it, Brian. Keep going.
This is going on. I don't need you telling me about anything here about because you're wrong as well. You're all wrong. When you're measuring an elevation angle on the land and you're with a theodolite, then the horizontal is at the scope of the theodolite. When you're measuring an elevation angle to a celestial body at sea, then you're always either paralleling, right? Either paralleling mean sea level, that's a horizontal distance between 2 points on mean sea level, which is a horizontal plane, or when you refer to the almanac to make adjustments of accuracy to your elevation angle, they place the vertex and the adjacent of the elevation angle on mean sea level. You're measuring horizontally a horizontal distance across a horizontal plane that we call mean sea level when you're using a sextant. That's what you're actually doing. With a theodolite, it is different. You're measuring from the scope only. There's a difference. It's so simple. Why can't people get this?
That's what I said, Brian. It's just measured in the vertical plane.
But no, Bev, it's not. It's not just that. You have to refer.
It's always measured in the vertical plane.
Hang on
from one point to another, referencing the sun, the stars, wherever, from a horizontal or to the horizon.
We're talking about the measurement, Bev. The measurement with a sextant, right? You can go to the site reduction tables, right, and how they're measured, right, or what they're pre-assuming. In the almanac, it's always pre-assumed that the vertex of the elevation angle and the adjacent of the elevation angle is at mean sea level. The elevation angle itself is a measurement in the vertical, but you're measuring the whole point of it is with celestial navigation is to measure a horizontal distance across mean sea level. You're only dealing with two-dimensional horizontal measurement. That's what you're doing. That's the point of it. That's why in the almanac, the almanac pre-assumes that the vertex and the adjacent is at mean sea level. It doesn't matter what's happening at the scope of the theodol, of the sextant. That doesn't matter because it's always pre-assumed. And for best accuracy, it's the vertex and the adjacent is placed on mean sea level, which is a horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm.
That's
referenced always.
That's where the confusion.
Yeah, the elevation angles measured in the vertical plane, and the elevation changes are measured on the vertical datum.
No, you're not dealing with a vertical datum when you're dealing with a sextant, Bev. You're not dealing with any
elevation changes, I said, Brian.
You're not dealing with those. That's the point. That's something you would do with surveying. You're not doing that.
Was linking the elevation part of that statement.
Can we get a citation?
In the vertical.
Could we get a citation? Hold on, Brian. Could we get a citation for that?
What, that they measure these elevation angles in the vertical plane?
Can I get a citation?
You're going to need a baseline for that.
Citation for that?
It's sort of implied, isn't it?
Could I get a citation for it? No? No worries, I'll give you one. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. That's from Radar Tutorial.
Measured in the vertical plane, did it?
Yeah, between the horizontal plane. That's right, Bev, yeah.
That's what I said, measured in the vertical plane.
So we're in agreement. So you agree with that citation?
So
you agree,
right.
Bev, so you agree with that citation?
That the elevation angle is measured in the vertical plane, yeah.
That's only half the that's only half the citation, though, isn't it, Bev? So what you're saying is you only agree with half of the citation, then?
Yeah, as long as it says vertical, he agrees.
I see. So what about the bit that you're measuring that with respect to? So I'll read it again. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. So we're starting with the bit that you're ignoring there, Bev, because you're only acknowledging half of the citation there. You like the other guy who put the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. You notice how they both had horizontal plane specifically referenced. He said it was in space, even though the citation said we were standing on it. In this instance, we're measuring from the horizontal for the line of sight measured in the vertical. With respect to the horizontal plane, though. Very specifically, with respect to the horizontal plane. You understand now that Earth's measured with respect to that horizontal plane of reference.
That's what Brian was trying to tell you.
Or is it just only the interruption right at the end of the statement? when you understand
the
a question's
horizontal
coming. He
plane.
detects a question's coming. So best to start talking right at the end when that question's about to come, right, Bev? Total coward.
The horizontal plane, Nathan,
Yes.
can be either
Yes.
above you.
Yes, Bev. Yes, the horizontal plane, Nathan. Yes, I'm going to respond to you. Yes, the horizontal
angle
plane.
of
Yes, Bev.
depression
Yes, the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Yes, that horizontal plane, Bev. Yes.
You're incorporating the angle of depression into your angle of elevation, are you?
No, it's just defined that way. Sustainable by design, for instance, Bev. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle if we were measuring the sun, in brackets, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun. So that's an imaginary line between you and the sun, right? You understand that's an imaginary line. And the real bit is the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Sustainable by design. So do you just want to take the imaginary elevation angle line to the star and ignore the horizontal plane the observer is standing on? Would that be more beneficial to your crappy argument there, Bev?
Yeah, like, because if you were up on top of a mountain, right, you'd definitely get the horizontal of the plane that you're standing on top of the mountain.
Yeah, you do dip correction, Bev.
Would you project that?
Yeah. What you have to do,
over
Bev,
there?
is I'm answering you, Bev. There. Yeah, if you were at the top of a mountain and you happen to be using a mariner's sextant, then and you could obviously see the horizon, then you'd have to know the exact height above the flat Earth that you'd be dip correcting to. See, the dip correction is to get your eyes back on the surface level because you need a horizontal plane of reference. So you can do this thing called dip correction that accounts for your height above the surface level. Because that's what you need.
So
That's
your
why
initial
I haven't finished
angle.
there, Bev. I realise that you need to talk straight through this rather complicated answer when you can't even define what an elevation angle. To you, it's just an angle you can do F all with because you're stupid. I realise you need to start talking right at the end of this conclusion. What you're doing is you're correcting to the surface level. That would be the Earth with no part higher or lower than the other as a reference, because Earth's flat, Bev. That's what you need when you do dip correction up a mountain. Now, I appreciate that by asking you didn't even realise it could be done, because you thought you had a little gotcha there, didn't you? Well, no, Bev, you'd correct that up a mountain sextant measurement with dip correction to the surface level.
Yeah, which means you wouldn't just have an elevation angle. You'd have an angle measured in the vertical plane.
What's that?
But it would incorporate the depression angle as well, wouldn't it?
What's that? If we had an elevation angle, what's that, Bev? What's your understanding of what an elevation angle is? Could you define it for
It's
me?
an
Maybe
angle
cite it.
measured in the vertical plane.
With respect to the horizontal plane that we're standing on, as per the sustainable...
Well, you could...
As opposed to you interrupting at the end of the annihilating bit.
And then separate that angle.
Oh, Bev, it's absolutely pathetic. Maybe just interrupt the devastating bit because then you won't have to listen to it. The devastating bit about the horizontal plane of reference that you'll be referring to when you get the height in the vertical. Yeah, Bev, yeah. With respect to the horizontal plane of reference you're standing on.
Elevation change.
No. Height in the vertical with respect to the horizontal plane of reference you are standing on.
Yeah, the elevation change. In order for you to be able to incorporate
the elevation
depression
angle
angle
measurement, not elevation change. No, Bev, that's something else. Elevation change is an elevation angle measurement. Those are different things because they're different words.
You don't imagine that an elevation change also has an angle. Do you know?
Interesting.
But you'd establish the elevation, the horizontal at the top. I think that's what Airbag was saying.
4 degrees.
Above.
Hold on, Bev. I think
That's a lie,
question
Bev.
for you.
You're just making shit up. Elevation is not described in degrees, is it?
Elevation changes is measured on the vertical datum.
To keep your lives together, Bev, but come on, don't just throw any nonsense out there. It makes you look really stupid. Which you're doing a good job, but just, little breath before too many stupid things come out. Yeah?
Right, so the
how are you? Blackpool Tower is 15 degrees in elevation.
15 degrees in elevation. No, because we're arguing about an elevation angle, but he's talking about elevation changes because this is a painful subject where we must measure Earth flat.
That's what I've just picked up on.
You
Bev,
measure
trying
the
do
Earth to be not
switcheroo.
flat.
He's now describing elevation in degrees because in his switcheroo, he's not been able to do it very smoothly, has he? As he keeps bullshitting.
Elevation
Trouble with
angle.
lying, you see, is it's hard to keep it together because it comes nonsensical, Bev. I've listened to it a long time. You've got no shame, my friend. No humility, yeah? And frankly, very little intellect, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, he's really stupid. Which surprises me because he's managed to garner quite an audience. But they come here and parrot his stupidity and get ripped apart in the same way.
Tiny audience.
And then presumably they go back to him and he massages their ego into believing that the stupid shit they've had taken to pieces is still good because they're still saying it. I mean, even when their illustrious leader Bev himself interrupts every single point that he's got wrong or had corrected or not cited or hand waved, or his Muppet crew that do the same, have that happen to him, he just thinks that if he chants through it, what people won't hear. That's his attitude.
May I ask a question?
Can I just hang on?
I just got one more bit of beratement before we go. Genuinely,
Brian's still in the
you need to have a look at yourself, mate. You need to have a real good, and you probably need to listen back to this because anybody who's not part of your specialist crew, yeah, is listening to this thinking, "What the hell is this delusional Dunning-Kruger keep going on about and back to?" Yeah? What is your problem, Bev? Why are you here? I'll tell you why you're here. You're not here to discover truth. You're part of the shield crew that's here to attack flat Earth debate. Because we're stood there spitting truth, it hurts you, doesn't it? Yeah? And because you've got some hidden agenda, that's why you're here. But you're not here to help people, are you? You're a deceitful person, aren't you? That's out there to confuse people, Bev, which is what you've done today. It's what you do on your show. But it's been demonstrated today, Bev, so thank you for an absolutely eloquent demonstration of what a snidey, disingenuous person you are.
That's the problem I had. It seems like flat Earth debate is under attack for bringing flat Earth truth out. So it's like, I don't get it. It's proving Earth is flat, and it's receiving such disdain from supposedly our own. That's questioning to me.
The reason I brought the almanac up and the site reduction tables is because it takes the dip correction out of it, because it places the adjacent and the vertex of the elevation angle on the horizontal plane that we call mean sea level. The whole point of the celestial navigation measurements is to garner your position on a two-dimensional grid. It's
why are you bothering, Brian?
And
we all know this, Brian, right?
Let him. This is the main bit. Adam, I could throttle you. Let him. This is the main bit. Let him say it.
I'm just saying they're not worthy of it.
Point.
My audience is definitely worthy of it. Yes, please, Brian. Yes, please.
Yeah, the whole point of what you're measuring in celestial navigation, and this is why the almanac places the vertex and the adjacent of the elevation angles at mean sea level, is because the whole point is you're measuring horizontal distances, right, that become the radius of great circles, which are two-dimensional as well. That's straight lines and circles, right? You're measuring these things on the two-dimensional latitude and longitude grid, which is placed at mean sea level. That's the whole point of it. So any nonsense you might be dealing with dip correction or anything else, the end goal is for the adjacent and the vertex of your elevation angles to be placed at mean sea level. That's the end goal. It's not, with a theodolite, you're not going to be doing the same thing because that's a surveying thing. You're doing things differently. That's different. Now, when Bev says you're going to have to take into account the depression angle with the dip, he is correct. You are. But that's why I went straight to the almanac and straight to the site reduction tables, where they pre-assume that the adjacent and the vertex of the elevation angle are at mean sea level. So you're taking all that out of it. All the measurements for celestial navigation are done on a two-dimensional plane. That's the actual measurements. Now, you will be, the elevation part, you will be measuring in the vertical plane, but it's in respect to that horizontal plane. The final measurements that you're getting, which is 3 circles of equal altitude, none of them are in the vertical. The final measurements that gives you your position fix, they're all placed on a 2-dimensional plane, which just means sea level. That's the whole point of it, of celestial navigation. You're plain sailing. You're treating the Earth as if it's one big horizontal plane.
Right. And
that's the whole point.
Exactly.
It's conceptual.
Perfect, Brian. And comparatively, the single point that you would reference to give you your heights above or below is the same. It's referencing the whole area that Bev gave as an example as a horizontal plane that you can reference, how high or low. So when you look on an Ordnance Survey map and it tells you how high or low the topology of the land is, it's across the whole of the flat map because it's all referenced to one single flat point. That's the point. It proves Earth's measured flat.
I'll even go a point further than that. You can't have a vertical plane without a horizontal plane.
Exactly. If you just focus on the vertical, you haven't got a flat plane. Doesn't exist. If you ignore half the citation that says you're measuring in the vertical, then you're not referencing with respect to the horizontal. You can just ignore half the reference. It's pathetic. Earth's measured flat.
Well, you can't refer to one without the other. You can't refer to one without the other. You can't. Exactly. One creates the other automatically. Horizontal creates vertical, vertical creates horizontal. It's an automatic thing. Yeah, I just think there's cross purposes going on.
The rumblings in the community, they're here for audio clips of Nathan being triggered so that Jamie Sea Level can put together another hit piece. That's why they're here.
Probably. The audience recognises the greater good of my motivation, though. So, yeah, you might get a few clips of me getting triggered. And I've said already, like I said with Rakeyer, no, I don't mind taking on responsibility for my actions. If I've done something wrong, I'll admit to it. No worries. Does it change the overall motivation going forward? No. Does it change how strong it is to argue that Earth's measured flat in all instances? No, definitely not. Might mean that I have to take a few on the chin. So what? I don't care. I'm a big boy. I can cope. And I can take responsibility for my own actions. Wrong or right, I'll take responsibility for you. Unlike what we've had exhibited here today. Has any responsibility been taken? They offer up an argument, and when it fails, they blame the source of the argument. The amount of times I've said, if you go forth with the Black Swan and fail, and they go, oh, well, QE's crappy argument, that's a disgrace. That shows there's such a lack of humility. It's like if you can't take ownership for the argument, and I have to double-edged sword say, unfortunately, when QE says, well, I'm getting credit for these arguments you've got straight off my website. Well, I'm sorry, QE. I have to fight that battle both sides of that coin, which is to say, if you take ownership of the argument and you can convey the argument and win with it, it's your argument. You take ownership of it. Good for you. You've learnt it. You can effectively deal out those blows. Good for you. You take that win. It's yours. It is. But it's also your loss if you can't even form the logical consistency that you're claiming you're here proving. Oh, it weren't me. It weren't me. Absolutely pathetic. We're dealing with weasels. That's what we're going at.
The horizontal is still floating in space, though.
Did we get a high say?
Is that what I said?
Celestial navigation.
Is that what I said, liar?
Just 1 second.
I said it was floating in space, did I there, liar? You have to lie, don't you, too?
I heard somebody this afternoon referring to the Black Swan as a POTUS Mullins.
It's a POTUS Mullins,
the level
indeed.
of understanding of it, yeah, it's been great.
What's the form of that POTUS Mullins there, Adam? Can you give me the logical form
it's
of it?
falling apart to me.
I suggest you blame QE when I ask you and you can't give it me.
Yeah, it's his fault.
Excuse me, we're just mocking you boys. Do you mind? Sorry, did you want to blame QE for your failure to give me the logical form there, Adam? Just blame someone else. It's far easier than taking ownership.
Arwen's fault.
Arwen's fault, absolutely. Professor Dave's fault,
Arwen's
perhaps.
fault for a load of closet homosexuals fancying him, you see.
Yeah,
so because
that's it.
loads of closet homosexuals make videos about Arwen, it's his fault.
Absolutely,
I think it was Adam's
but-
argument. Adam helped out with that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
did you not pick
You're
up on the
happy
fact
to
that we
push
were
Arwen
mocking
to the
you?
edge.
Hello? Did you not pick up on when we're mocking you? Do you not realise what's going on here?
You can't mock me.
They're not actually
When my
bright
brothers
enough to
come to
get it, are
call,
they? It's quite
you'll know
funny.
it was me
Goes
who
straight
sent them,
over their
okay?
head.
Anyway.
Or it's either that or they're that dumb, they're just happy to be talked about. So they'll take it as an insult and just think, oh, somebody's actually talking about me.
It's really sad.
You didn't.
It is sad.
You're not standing on the horizontal.
Sorry,
Hey,
the horizontal
absolutely.
plane of reference the observer is standing on as per cited by Sustainable by Design. You feel that rumpusing the Discord server with that blurting out of a hand wave dismissal is somehow going to be successful. Why? It's pathetic.
I cannot lay in my garden with a ruler and sight it across the garden.
That's exactly what you do when you measure an elevation angle measurement with respect to the horizon. What you do in your garden is absolutely pathetic. Yeah? What you do if you're using a mariner's sextant is establish Earth as flat. Measure Earth flat. That's what you
got
do.
a garden. You just look across from the corner there where you are. You haven't even got a garden.
No, I live in a flat.
I know.
Is that the citation?
I know where you lived in a flat.
No, I'm still waiting for the citation, QE.
Sorry, is this you doxing me now? Mocking my home
Not at all.
circumstances? Is that right? You haven't even
You're
got
talking
a
about the
garden.
gardeners who haven't got a garden.
You haven't even got a garden, therefore Earth can't possibly be flat.
You said you lived in a flat. I agreed. I said, yeah, okay, you live in a flat.
Yeah, so what? Earth's measured flat. When you establish a horizontal plane of reference, that would be the horizontal...
Yeah, but when I lay...
Rumpus me! I would suggest that me pointing out my winning argument again requires you to just talk straight through it. You detected it was coming. Yeah, so it'd be the horizontal plane of reference that the observer is standing on, Elderbear.
Yeah, and the ground is below that or above it.
No, you're standing on it. It's a horizontal plane of reference the observer is standing on when you measure the horizon with a sextant. That's what you're standing on, as cited. You didn't cite anything, you hand-waved it, and then lied and said that I said it was in space. Yeah, like a liar?
You're just telling people...
You're just lying about what I didn't say when I cited it about 12 times. You then misrepresented what I said, lied, and said I said it was in space. That's what you said. No, it was not. You are a liar.
Keep telling the mantra.
No, it's not a mantra. It's pointing out that you lied about me. You said it was in space, ignoring the citation, and then claimed that that's what I said, making you a liar.
No, I asked you what tool you're using. You wouldn't tell me. When you were measuring it and you're standing on this horizontal, what tool are you using to measure that angle with? Hey, your glasses?
There's only one tool around here, isn't it? One large tool.
No, what is it though? What's the tool you're using to measure your angle on this horizontal you're standing on?
Yeah,
a sextant. Is it the one Brian's talking about?
Sextant.
There's a category here.
Yeah, sextant.
The measurement of it and the definition of it are not the same. So when the elevation angle, one second, Erdebar.
Okay.
Just listen to me for a second. The definition and the measurement of an elevation angle are two different things. How you're defining it, or how it's defined, and how you measure it, are not going to be the same.
I'm not interested in the angle particularly.
Sorry, hold on, Brian. Brian, let me respond. Brian. So did you say you're not interested
The
in
horizontal
reality?
you haven't got until you establish it. That one.
How would you do that?
You know, that horizontal you haven't got until you have to establish it.
What, by pointing the sextant at the horizon, for example?
Or at your eye, yes.
Sorry, you point the sextant at the horizon and look at the horizon to establish horizontal. Yes, that's exactly what we do. We establish Earth as a horizontal plane of reference by holding a sextant and looking at the horizon. That's right.
Yeah, that's it. I can go to Google too. I thought you were better than that. But you...
What are you talking about? I'm talking about you asking me what tool will be used and how we will use the tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference. My answer, you point the tool that measures the angle at the horizon and it establishes Earth as flat. A horizontal plane of reference. So I'm answering you. You just don't want to listen. He's rumpused every word of my response. Every single word. This guy is rumpus personified. Like, quite literally, he doesn't want to listen to a single word I'm saying and is now causing continuous audio chaos. Do you know that? If you want to know how that's happening as an audience member, while I'm talking, the gate's closed. See this light here where Edabear is flashing? You see that? That means that he is continually talking while I am talking, therefore not listening. Now, the reason they do that, it's a rumpus trick, is so that they don't have to respond to anything that's put to them. For example, the establishment of a horizontal plane of reference to measure an angle by looking at the horizon with a tool will induce an interruption, because pointing out that we use the tool to establish Earth as flat by pointing it at the horizon, in answer to his question, isn't going to be something he can respond to, because we've just proved Earth's measured flat.
Nathan, aren't these guys supposed to be flat earthers or at least anti-ballers?
Who cares? What
I
they
don't know
are?
what they are.
I know, and I'm not supposed.
Not
I
a
just
flat
have to
earther,
look
no.
at the motivation of these people.
Just on
They
the
turn up.
journey.
Yeah, I'm
What are
not a
they
flat
here to
earther,
do?
Adam.
What have they? What have they
Definitely not a
turned
flat
up
earther.
to do? No, I know you're
I
not,
came here
mate. We
to
know
help
you're a
Nathan.
baller. We know you're on the ball side, Bev. Look at all the attacks you do to flat earthers. Look at what you do, Bev.
I came here to help
Demonstrate
Nathan.
that. And you know what? Thank God you're not.
Did you come to help me learn that you
Nathan's
can
got
do F
nothing.
all with an angle?
That's
You
why
were
he
wrong,
needs some
though.
help.
Thank
Got
God.
nothing.
You're wrong,
God
though.
you're
No,
your
I came
own
here to
good
show you how you can measure the Earth flat by just measuring a straight line as being the shortest distance.
No, what you did was you offered a logical fallacy that had been offered to you by somebody else. And when I pointed out that it was a logical fallacy and you'd been duped by said logical fallacy, you told me that no, we proved the logical fallacy with logical consistency. You're just stupid. That
No,
didn't
you
help me. It helped me point out how stupid you are to my audience. That's how it helped me.
Your model affliction stopped you from seeing the bigger picture.
What are you babbling about? I don't have a model affliction. When I measure an elevation angle measurement, you think I'm model afflicted when I measure an angle? Do something with it. That's not model affliction.
Delusional. What? With the
Are
sextant
you
in your
delusional,
eye.
Bevtard? Bevtard,
I'll
you
go over it
delusional?
tonight. Don't worry.
Is that your citation,
The
by the way?
epic. The epic. Epic. It'll be probably the most epic of 2024 so
like
far.
5 hours of conversation all going over this
He
sort of thing
doesn't know
today.
what a citation is.
No, they don't.
No, it's not flat.
It's not a citation.
And you're not even standing on the flat.
Earth is not flat. That's what you come on to say. Earth is not flat.
That's all
well
they've got.
done.
That's what they've got. Earth is flat. That's how it's measured. So when we take an elevation angle measurement, we're taking a measurement in the vertical with respect to the horizontal plane of reference the observer is standing on by definition. That's what an elevation angle measurement is. So when they come on and just chant, Earth is not flat, we only deal with the vertical. And several of the Discord server point out, no, you can't have the vertical without respect to the horizontal. The two are intrinsically linked. They just ignore it. Or when we read out a citation that says that the vertical measurement that they only want to pay attention to is with respect to the horizontal plane, they only affirm the second half of the definition because they can't cope with the first half. But they think they've won. No, Earth is flat. That's how it's measured.
It's measured with elevation changes, right, Nathan?
Sorry, when we were talking about measuring an elevation angle, something you're yet to define, it needs to be changed to what? An angle of elevation change? Adam already called you out with this, though, didn't he, Bev?
No, he...
Stuttering little bitch. Yeah, Adam absolutely caught you out with this, Bev.
In reality, Nathan...
Maybe if you shout louder through me pointing out that Bev already caught you with this. You were already caught by Adam with this attack trick.
Nathan, he doesn't want to lose his income.
And now he's got his little white knight Edda bear to rumpus this too, right? We already caught you out. Adam caught you.
No, he came over because you got...
Maybe if you go really high-pitched, you'll get away with it in the audience's mind.
Yeah, I know.
But elevation angle, right, is actually elevation change angle, is it? Right, Bev? This little crappy trick that Adam caught you on and then berated you for, you're going to rumpus your way through it, right? Just rumpus your way through it.
What would you do if you don't have this channel?
Numbers are up. Bear.
Yeah. Are they? Do we get them up? Do we get a percentage? Do we get a
Do you get a measurement of Earth flat with an elevation angle measurement that's taken off a flat plane that you're standing on? You will get that from me. That's what you'll get. You won't get a percentage of anything other than the flat Earth measurement that both of you know is the fact. Your little rumpusing.
Maybe.
Go ahead.
Sorry, maybe go get Dave Rakeyer and SC Montreal and come back.
Dave?
Elder Bear, can I ask you a question?
Go on, Brian. You're not so bad, Brian. I think you know the truth, Brian.
Yeah, Rakeyer.
I think you're closest myself.
Rakeyer pointed out the horizon established Earth flat last time I spoke to him. He said the very best
Brian was talking.
Very best tool you could use to get a horizontal plane of reference was the horizon with a sextant. Rakeyer made that explicitly clear last time I spoke to him. He knows Earth.
Rakeyer now he got
My bad, still in the middle of the same sentence. Rakeyer knows Earth is measured flat. The very best tool you can do that with is the horizon, according to Dave Rakeyer.
He's been around for years as well.
He knows Earth's measured flat, doesn't he? Very best tool you can use to establish a horizontal plane is the horizon, according to Dave Rakeyer. Very best.
You've been here 10 years.
Keep talking and stuttering while you think of something else to respond to the fact Dave Rakeyer measures Earth flat with a tool known as a sextant on a boat by pointing it at the horizon, and in his own words, quote, the very best tool for doing so is the horizon. Maybe you can talk about how you'll be having a little show about this later instead.
Yeah, I'm a newbie. Okay.
I'm not. I've been here 10 years and I know Earth's measured flat. Newbies believe it and then go to places like Bevs server to be fed total garbage and contradictions. I prove Earth's flat by measurements. One of those measurements was affirmed by Dave Rakeyer. You were about to bring up Dave.
I'm on your server now.
Sorry, we're going to only defer to your Dave when you need to be a coward. You brought up lots of Daves. One when you were trying to defer your crappy failure to the originator of the argument. In this case, we've got Dave Rakeyer, who knows the horizon's used to measure Earth flat. He detailed it. Very best tool,
in
he
your
said.
little pot of ad homs now.
Not ad homs, this is an argument. Earth measured flat. Tool being used the horizon as detailed by Dave Rakeyer, and in his words, it was, quote, the very best tool.
With the horizon you were standing on, with the sextant at your...
No, I didn't say with the horizon I was standing on. It seems like you're adding in little words to make it sound absurd there, Elder Bear. No, don't misquote Dave Rakeyer. I'm sure Dave wouldn't be very happy with you lying about Dave saying that he's standing on a horizon. Dave Rakeyer didn't say that. Don't lie about what Dave Rakeyer says, Elder Bear. He's not here to defend himself, but I will quote him when he says the very best tool is the horizon for establishing Earth as flat. Don't lie about what Dave says. He didn't say we were standing on a horizon. Do you understand? Don't lie about my friend Dave Rakeyer. Don't do it again. How dare you?
He actually said when he's standing on his boat.
Yeah, he
just fucking wimp.
He just didn't say, like Elder Bear lied about, standing on a horizon when he misrepresented Rakeyer. Like the scum he is, he needs to misrepresent what Dave Rakeyer actually said. When I quote him, I've trimmed him out saying it. But this scumbag's going to lie about what Dave Rakeyer said, aren't you, Elder Bear? You're going to say he said we were standing on the horizon. Lie and misrepresent about what Dave Rakeyer actually said. You're going to lie about Rakeyer, aren't you, Elder Bear?
No, I'm just going to remind the audience that it's you.
I'm going to remind the audience that you just made out like Dave Rakeyer said we were standing on a horizon. We're definitely not, and it's not what Rakeyer said, liar.
That attacks women and children.
Right, now he's going to be back to the ad homs when I talk about measuring a horizon to establish Earth as flat. He brings up Dave Rakeyer. I point out what Dave Rakeyer has said in quotes. He misrepresents it and talks about standing on the horizon, and he goes into his rumpusing tactics. I think they are shills, Adam. Because all this guy has done, he's like a sidekick to Rumpus. Isn't he?
He's lower than that.
It's the other Dave, you know.
They are here just in audio clips. That is, they've stated that. Wait till we go over on the shooter. They've said something about Jamie's sea level and his hit pieces. They're here to try to get us upset so that they can turn around like bullies and
bullies.
We got them, and what we got.
You're being bullied. Look at you.
It is
you
probably the singular most disgusting thing I've ever seen a human being doing, and you should be ashamed. You are disgusting people.
Yeah, you're all wimps on that panel.
So wimps that can't admit when they're wrong. For instance, saying you can do F all with an angle only to describe getting your latitude from an angle. I mean, not being able to concede that is Bev being a complete wimp.
Pretty poor product he's got for sale.
Let me ask Elder Bear something. Elder Bear, can I ask you that question now?
Well, if they let you, Brian, yeah.
They will. Right, everyone will leave me ask you this. If I say the Earth is flat, am I making a geometric claim?
Well, you know, flat isn't a very good word to use, is it really? Because what's that?
But that's not what I asked you. I asked you.
It was a yes or no question. This scumbag will not answer a yes or no question. Just a complete scumbag. He's going to obfuscate into his opportunity to now demean whatever he demeans, call us child abusers, whatever else he's got to throw at us, women abusers. That's what he's going to do. He's not going to answer your question yes or no. He hasn't got that in him. That's not what he's here for.
You didn't make any geometric statement there. That's right, Brian. You didn't make any geometric statement before Rumpus over us then.
Right. Because if I said the Earth is a horizontal plane, then I am making a geometric statement or a geometric claim, and I can be held to that. Whereas flat is a description. So it is correct to describe the Earth as flat. That is correct, because there's no better description for it. Yes.
Yeah, but flat can be vertical as well, can't it?
Yeah, it can, yeah.
Well, vertical is vertical. When you brought in vertical, you brought in an orientation and you made it geometric.
No, it's just a descriptor. You said describes something.
Yeah, but flat describes. But when you brought in vertical,
so it doesn't go very good with horizontal. That's what I meant. It's not very good with horizontal because it could be something.
Horizontal and vertical, then you're bringing in geometry into it. I'm talking about flat itself. What is the word flat? It's like the word round. They're just descriptor.
It's a description of something. Yeah.
Yes. So if I describe the Earth as flat, then I'm not making a geometric claim, and my description is correct.
Until you measure it. Until you measure it. Until you measure it.
No, hang on.
Yeah, but no, but.
1 second. No, hang on. Hang on. I'm being fair with you. You don't need to get smart with me, right? When you go measuring it, then you're talking about geometry and measurement and surveying. I'm talking about when I describe the Earth as a whole and I describe it as flat, that is the best and most accurate description of the Earth. Do you know that if you take the full area within the latitude and longitude grid, then Mount Everest, which is the highest elevation point above mean sea level that we're aware of, right, is less than half the height of a human hair. Right? My table downstairs is flat. The kitchen floor is flat. Right? Does it mean that it doesn't have undulations? No. But as a description, it's flat. If I call them horizontal, then specifically, I would be wrong because I'm making a geometric claim because they may not be exactly horizontal. But if I describe them as flat, it's just a description. So when you attack somebody, or say, not attack, but if you say to somebody, but there's elevation changes, yes, but that doesn't change the description. It doesn't make the description incorrect. Do you understand what I mean? So someone saying the Earth is flat, it's not making a geometric claim.
No, but the tagline is, though, isn't it? The Earth is measured flat. That's the sales pitch. I'm talking about the sales pitch. The sales pitch. Everybody has to repeat without explanation. That's what we've got to do. Repeat this. Don't explain it. You don't have to anymore.
We're moving off of the topic, right? My point is that. Yeah, but my point. Well, as a description, there's no better description for the Earth. There is no more accurate description.
How far have you been? How far have you been?
What do you mean?
The celestial navigation doesn't work differently on the other side.
Arwin, stop. Arwin.
How do I know what? Hang on, how do we know what, Adam? You asked me, how do I know? How do I know what?
How do you know it's flat?
Because that's the best way to describe it.
Well, if you live in the mountains.
Measured curvature. The best way to describe the Earth is as flat. We don't have any consistent measured curvature. The best way to describe the Earth as a whole is flat. Flat is a descriptor. It's not a geometric claim. You won't find flat detailed in geometry. You will find flat used to describe things like a triangle is described as flat, a circle, a square described as flat. Horizontal, right? The orientation of horizontal is described as flat. The orientation of vertical is described as flat. But
it's way simpler than that, man. Way simpler than that. You can't have the rise without the run.
Yeah, I understand that. But the point I'm making is when I'm describing the Earth, and I say Earth is flat, right? I'm not making a geometric claim. So you're in a category error if you want to start telling me about elevation changes. Because I'm talking about the whole Earth. There's elevation changes, there's undulations, which would be elevation changes on my kitchen table. But that doesn't mean me describing my kitchen table as flat is wrong because there's no better description for it.
Yeah. Like Bev
so
did.
You're in a category error if you're attacking me.
Like Bev did with a whiteboard.
Attacking somebody.
Remember? Bev gave an example with a whiteboard. Whiteboard's flat.
Well, yeah, whiteboard is flat, but that's the only way he can describe it. How else can Bev describe his whiteboard but flat? He's describing his whiteboard. I'm describing the Earth as a whole. When I say it's flat, I'm describing it. I'm not making a geometric claim. I'm not denying geometry. I'm not denying elevation changes. I'm just saying, as a whole, there's no better description than flat. Because we don't have, this is the main point, we don't have any consistent curvature. If we did, then the best description would be round as a description. But it's still not a geometric claim. Round and flat are not geometric claims, they're descriptions.
How do you have elevation if you don't have a horizontal, man? You have to have I'm still talking. I'm still talking. You have to have a location you call horizontal, dude.
You just let Bookfin get his point
out. You could say that the Earth's not a sphere as well, couldn't you?
Can you hear Bookfin?
That's a valid statement.
Oh, right. They've detected a bit of audio chaos, so pile on the pile. Go ahead, Bookfin.
You can't have any elevation if you don't have a horizontal location. So your horizontal plane, from there, you can have either elevation or declination. Without that, without an established horizontal, there is no elevation, no rise.
But that's the measured vertical change, isn't it? Measured.
Without the established horizontal plane, you can't have elevation.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But the point I'm making is you're stepping outside of the point I'm making. The point I'm making is, for me to describe the Earth as flat is correct. And I'm not making a geometric claim, so there's no point in...
No, but it's Nathan that is. He says it's measured.
Can you hear me talking? Do you need to blame someone else? Because Brian's got a challenge for you. I'm not Brian. Can you hear Brian?
Well, Brian seems upset about a claim somebody else...
Oh, it's roll on the ad homs. Brian seems upset. No, Brian's claiming that it's not a geometric claim to describe it as flat. He's doing that, not me. Address Brian. Don't tell him he's getting upset. Address his argument, you coward.
Hey, you're raising your voice.
Brian, and I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking Elder Bear, saying that. How do you know? Hold on. How I'm attacking him because he's saying, how do you know it's flat? It's because you have to have a horizontal plane to be able to describe elevation.
You're going into geometry there. You're going into geometry there. So you can't claim it's flat then. Because there is elevation changes. If you want to go into geometry, then we're about elevation.
From where?
Then you're not making it flat. Yeah, I'm talking about a description of the Earth as a whole. That's a sidebar. What you're going into there is, I don't mean it in the wrong way. I don't mean you're doing it on purpose, but it's actually a red herring.
From where, though? Where is that elevation?
Bookfin, we heard you the first time, and we agree. But you're not picking up what Brian's putting down. He has taken a different tangent to take Bev on. Let him.
But when Bev, I have to write. When Nathan said hashtag measured flat, right? I already told Nathan, right? I told Nathan ages ago that doesn't stick well with me, right? But Nathan didn't mind because it's like it's easy. It rolls off the tongue. I'm not going to defend. I leave Nathan. Like Nathan understands that, right? So when you say when you say it's measured flat, right? It is in celestial navigation. They do measure it flat in celestial navigation. In surveying, right, because they're measuring a purely a horizontal plane. So yeah, it's going to be a flat measurement, right? Because horizontal is flat. But when you're dealing with surveying, you're not. Because you're dealing with elevation changes. You're not dealing with elevation changes in celestial navigation. So Dave has a point when he says hashtag measured flat is not a correct statement. If you're dealing with surveying, but if you're talking about celestial navigation, that Nathan is mostly, or aerospace, right? Then you're treating the Earth as a horizontal plane, and your measurements are purely like straight horizontals. And
but where do you start from that elevation? From the surveying point. Hold on.
I understand that, but but as soon as you go into that, I understand that. But the point is, when you're dealing with the land, you're dealing with elevation changes.
Yes.
From where? Correct, 100%.
100%, right? But from where?
That's what I meant, Brian, when I said you.
No. I don't want to hear you understand. I don't want to hear.
I understand.
Okay, all right. You pointed out. All right, you're right. From main sea level, right? Okay.
I understand the vein.
So it's measured flat.
That's why I said Brian's, close to it.
No.
He knows.
He knows. Yes.
Okay.
It starts from sea level.
Please
What
let
do you mean
Brian
by
When you
neutral?
talk about
Neutral what?
Please let Brian lead.
when you talk about the Earth as a whole, you haven't seen the whole, have you?
But it's not about whether I've seen it. The point is that there's no better way to describe it. There's no better way to describe the Earth as a flat than flat. If I say the Earth is flat, that's the best description. There is no better description. Unless
That's how it came
you
in.
think, hang on, but unless you like, how is there a better description than flat?
You can use flat if that suits you, you know.
But it's not what
I
it
don't
suits me.
walk.
It's what's the best description. That's my question.
Well, not if you
Is
live
there
in
a
the
better description
mountains.
than flat? But
If you live in the mountains, it's not.
Hold on.
No,
Brian, one second. Just one second, Brian.
Okay.
Sorry, Brian's describing.
You can use flat if you want
He's
to.
detected that there's going to be a clarification coming, of course, so rumpusing ensues.
No,
Right.
the clarification.
I'll try that again, coward. Hopefully without you deciding that you're going to take charge. No, Brian and you are having a discussion. You've taken it from the overall description of Earth, overall, for the map territory, to a single point on a mountain. So that's unfair. I'm pointing that out regardless of your rumpusing.
Yeah, I'm talking about the description of the whole Earth, Erdogan. I'm describing
You can
the
have
whole
that
Earth.
description if you want. It doesn't matter to me.
But
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
that's not my question.
Okay, well then we can take that conclusion for anybody who's listening to Edibear. He doesn't care. He's okay to concede that the overall description of Earth as flat is fine for you. In other words, doesn't meet any objections. You can say that. Nothing to object to if Brian says that. But he doesn't really care. So then you have to question, what's he here for? If he doesn't care, but he's objecting flat out to Brian's perfectly acceptable description of the overall Earth being flat, why is he even here?
It doesn't matter to me personally what Brian describes it as. That's not the point.
Yeah, it's absolutely the point. The point is it's perfectly acceptable to describe Earth as flat because it is.
Yeah, there's no better description. If there's a better description of the Earth, better basic description of the Earth than flat, then I would be using it. The same way as if there was a better description of my kitchen table than flat, I would be using it. But there isn't. That's the point. So if I say the Earth is flat, there's no point in telling me about elevation changes because I'm not making a geometric claim. I'm just describing what we experience.
And with that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premium Streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
How do you get your vertical?
No, but that definition is wrong. Can you cite that definition?
You position your tool because it'd be the shortest distance, wouldn't it?
That'd be a no.
How do you get your vertical?
For you to, because if you take a longer distance, right, it'll be the wrong angle, wouldn't it? Like, so you have to take it in the vertical plane.
Can you post a definition, please? Elevation angle should be easy. If you don't define the word that you're using, I mean, you're going to be debating about it all day.
We're talking about the actual practical measurement of the angle.
Yeah, elevation angle. Can you define that for us?
It's an angle measured in the vertical plane.
Can you cite that? Can you cite that for us?
Elevation angle.
Could you cite that, please, Bev?
You could actually measure it, couldn't you?
Could you cite it as a definition?
Okay. No.
I'll give you another one. I've given you two so far. This one is another one. The solar zenith angle is the angle between the sun's rays and the vertical direction. It is closely related to solar altitude angle, which is the angle between the sun's rays and a horizontal plane. Since these two angles are complementary, the cosine of either one of them equals the sine of the other.
Yeah.
Total silence. Horizontal plane, very specifically in that definition there. Earth is measured
Yeah, there's
flat
loads
with
of definitions that
It's just my
mention a
conclusion that's going to come
horizontal
afterwards,
plane.
Bev. It's just the conclusion. Devastating though it may be. We'll try again.
Yeah, water
I'll
level
try
is a
again for a
tool for
third time. Maybe
establishing a
every single
horizontal
attempt to
plane of
conclude
reference.
this will be interrupted by Bev, a coward. I'll try a fourth time. Earth is measured flat with elevation angles. Bev.
Could you ask him if he knows what measurement means?
What does measurement mean, Bev? What does measurement mean?
You can measure a vertical.
That's fascinating. So we're talking about elevation angles. What does measurement mean, Bev? Let's start basic. I'm helping you. Dumb fuck.
A measurement of the inclination of one straight line to another.
No. The word measurement
within a plane.
You've got to go slower. It's too much for him. We'll go slower. Can you define the word, in quotes, measurement, Bev? Please.
Wow. Distance, Nathan. Marked to a...
This guy is so fucking stupid, it's irritating. Measurement is the quantification of attributes of an object or event which can be used to compare with other objects or events. How's that?
Brilliant. It sounds like you read that from a book.
I did.
Well done.
Measurement is a process of determining how large or small a physical quantity is as compared to a basic reference quantity of the same kind. How's that one?
Mm-hmm. A unit. Established to a unit. I think I said something about that.
Physical quantity was the bit I was focused on.
Reference. It's being compared to a reference.
Who's the shouty guy?
Compared to a reference. Yeah, exactly, QE.
Is that Neil shouting in the background?
It's QE. Maybe we should focus on how the conversation's progressing rather than this horizontal plane of reference and altitude angles and such like. Maybe focus on how the conversation's progressing, coward. Do you think you're doing well, Bev? You're not.
Is this the new approach for 2024?
This is an old approach to expose retards.
Not to define the word you're using.
Well, there you go.
We can't go forward the way we want to with these constant objections, which are nonsense. Earth is flat.
Measured flat.
Navigated flat, built on flat, observed flat, obviously flat. Hello, Bev, wake the freak up.
Yeah, but I still say it's measured not flat.
I'm saying it's measured not flat.
So
you didn't even know what a
elevation angle was. Still didn't get a citation for an elevation angle.
In relation to the surface, yeah, Bev?
Not flat in relation to how flat it is.
How do you measure it not flat?
You just measure an elevation change.
From
in
where?
Relation
Where's
to
that?
what?
Hold on.
In relation to what?
Oh my gosh, George. Where do the elevation starts?
At the initial point that you're starting off at.
So you start that would be 0. So wherever
like
that
your datum. Yeah.
0? That would be a 0?
No, you would call that your initial datum. It'll already be referenced to elevation. So that'll be the datum that you're starting off from. And you'll be referencing your next point to that one.
But that's not an elevation angle, is it?
That benchmark is in relation to what?
The height above another point.
Really? So isn't that a benchmark above mean sea level?
Yeah, point on the vertical datum with
in relation to sea level. In relation to sea level, correct?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. So in relation to sea level, then.
Yeah. Did you hear the bit there? Nathan might have cut me off when I was saying it earlier.
It has been established a benchmark in relation to sea level, and you will measure the ground, the height above that benchmark, which is referring the sea level.
On the vertical datum, yes.
Referring the sea level, though, the surface.
An actual measurement on the vertical datum.
Measuring the surface, from the surface.
And you can also measure from below the surface.
Yeah. Yeah, you can measure a change.
According to the surface then, 0 degrees.
He made a claim about measurement and he doesn't know what measurement is. I don't think he should be allowed to participate.
Agreed.
Yeah, that'll be the best way.
Yep.
But where's that citation?
Let's take a
at?
vote. See whether Bev knows anything about measurements
Where's that
of
citation?
the land.
Define it. What do you want?
In reality.
Sorry, Bev, asking and appealing to an audience that isn't listening to you whether or not they can take a consensus view on whether you know something that you've just been asked to define and failed. What do you want?
The audience is listening.
My bad, I'm still in the middle of my sentence, coward. Excuse me, I don't need you to interrupt the middle of that sentence. Thank you, Bev.
Are you telling me they...
Yeah, that's still the same interruption that I objected to the first time. Thank you, Bev. Yeah, third, fourth, and fifth, same thing applies. I'm going to get to the end of this sentence without the coward interrupting me. Bev, the last 5 minutes of what just happened. You eradicating it by saying, do you believe that I've got an idea about measure? Are you really this stupid? The last 5 minutes aren't just going to be erased from history because you've hand-waved it after it's happened. Okay? Good. Glad we're clear. So, Bev, by numpty demonstration, you don't have a clue what you're talking about. That's perfect. That's the kind of response I would expect. Dumbfounded silence. Yes, Bev. Meanwhile, we will measure something you don't understand. Earth as flat. We do it with elevation angles when we measure them. Like Rakeyer defined, the very best tool for doing that would be the horizon. You know, with a sextant and that, like they've been doing to save people's lives on a flat plane for very many years. It's how all of their claims for a globe come from also. Measured, flat, Earth. That's what it's using. Like all those elevation angles that you said you could do F all with, like the one to Polaris to give you latitude. That's what was used to develop this grid system. Bev. A measured flat Earth. Hope we're clear.
Keep going, Nathan. Confidence. Keep it up.
What a fantastic rebuttal. Meanwhile, as defined, with the horizontal plane of reference the observer is standing on when measuring elevation angles, it proves that Earth is measured flat. Not just confidence, backed up with actual facts, citations, proof, life-saving methodology. That's not just confidence. Again, a dumbfounded silence from a complete pretender clown who doesn't know what words mean. Meanwhile, we absolutely unequivocally do measure Earth flat, and that process of evaluating the topology of the land with reference to Earth as flat gives us the world that we inhabit, how it's been charted, how it's been mapped, and how it's been navigated for a very, very, very long time. Earth is flat.
The topology is not flat, Nathan.
So how do we know how high or low it is? With respect to what?
The vertical datum.
Sorry, how high or low something is with respect to the vertical datum? So how high it is versus how high it is.
The elevation change.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of responding to the coward again who put something to me. He's getting a response, but he's still got more to add after his break when he made his claim. You've got more to add after I start responding, right, Bev? Is that the dumbfounded silence of a complete coward who has to interrupt the annihilation as it begins? Not as I'm halfway through it, as it begins. You need to start interrupting it on this occasion, right, Bev? With respect to what? So the vertical with respect to the vertical, correct?
Vertical datum, yes, that's what all of the elevation changes are measured upon, and the mean sea level is established upon the vertical datum.
So,
yes, Nathan.
With respect to sea level, then. So, sea level, as we argued about on the live show, isn't a single point because it doesn't comport with the definition of level. Having no part higher or lower than another doesn't comport with anything that's a single point in nature. Sea level.
Calls it a vertical
Oh, there's
level,
the interruption towards the end this time. You could almost tolerate the entire rebuttal this time. Coward. No, Bev, I've already covered this. We are covering it now for about the 15th time on this show. Sea level isn't going to comport with your it's a single point crap. How many times, Dumbo? I'm here to help you, Bev. Help you past your stupid shit that single points comport with the description of sea, that's the oceans and that, Bev, and level, having no part higher or lower than another. You think that's a single point on a datum? That's sea level. Right, Bev?
Yeah, the mean, Nathan.
The average of all of those multiple areas of sea across the whole of the world. Was that the interruption towards the beginning? Yes, it was the interruption towards the beginning of the annihilation from a coward. Go ahead, Bev.
No,
My bad. The beginning of my sentence interrupted the start of yours that followed it. Go ahead.
Right, they're all their own individual benchmarks, Nathan. They have a mean established of their own. The mean for the American and Canadian is established in the Great Lakes.
In relation to what?
The mean.
No, the mean is a benchmark. In relation to what? In relation to what?
The vertical datum.
No, in relation to sea level.
The Great Lakes.
The mean sea level is in relation to sea level.
Yeah, the mean is established within the Great Lakes and then transferred.
Not only that, when we're talking about this, we're talking about the surface. You're looking at the horizon having an elevation angle. You're using the surface. The elevation above the surface. That's what we're talking about.
Here's a citation.
The one in the UK originally was in Liverpool, but they moved it.
Here's a citation from National Geographic. It says sea level is the base level for measuring elevation and depth on Earth. Because the ocean is one continuous body of water, its surface tends to seek the same level throughout the whole world.
Sorry, whole body of water? No, surely it's a single point. Surely.
That's not true.
Sorry. So just deny the citation again, you hand-waving stupid clown. No, he's just gone and got a citation where you had been asked for one, and the moment one comes, it's met with a hand wave. No, that's not right. No, it's just making you wrong, Dumbo. Not a single point, Dumbo. Not going to be having lots of areas across a whole body of water with no part higher or lower than another, which would prove Earth's flat there, Bev. Best description we've got.
You asked for a citation, and it's in the Discord main text chat. Don't pretend I'm not supplying you with stuff.
No way, hold on. Let's just praise the Lord. We got a citation for elevation angle from you in Discord. Fantastic.
No.
Oh, no. Oh, we didn't get what we asked you for 16 times, but you're alluding to us getting the citation we asked for 16 times because you're going to cite something else. Right, Bev? Hello? Dumbfounded silence? Much? Yeah, that would be that dumbfounded silence again, where Bev's asked for a citation for an elevation angle 16 times. I ask him, oh, wow, praise the Lord, we've got an elevation angle citation. Have we? No, we haven't. I'll just disregard whatever crap you've put in there, Bev, and wait for your elevation angle citation to come, and then we'll have a look at that. Because you've been asked quite a few times for it. But being a coward and knowing it proves Earth's measured flat, you're going to interrupt the fact that it proves Earth's flat, aren't you, Bev? Rather than cite it. And you'll allude to getting that citation you've been asked for multiple times by citing something completely random, maybe. Who cares what you've cited? We want an elevation angle citation. Go.
Okay, so you won't accept the...
I'll accept that elevation angle measurements prove Earth's measured flat, and I've given you multiple citations that prove it, because it's with respect to the plane of reference that you're standing on. You denied it and said it was in space and had to lie about things I hadn't said with your compadre, you rumpuses. That's what you did. So, yeah, when we get one of those requests that we gave you 16 times, 17 times, 18 times for an elevation angle measurement citation, something you don't know about, you don't even know what a measurement is, let alone an elevation angle measurement. Meanwhile, with respect to this point that you said that we're going to be referencing, no, it's about the whole body of sea and how level it is, Bev. Not a single point. You're just dumb as all shit. And you were wrong, and we proved you were wrong, and then you had a citation showing how wrong you were, and you hand-waved it. Maybe you could blame someone else. Blame the author. Because you're not going to take responsibility for how badly you fail here.
Hold on. He didn't hand-wave it. He denied it. He said that's not true.
Nah, sea level's not all of the sea and how level it is. What are you talking about? It's a point and that. Dick. Dumbo.
About the tide.
Dumbo, with a load of idiots following you are also just as dumb as you. Idiots who are more than happy to listen to you potentially lie about them. I mean, Dave Rakeyer had to put up, when he listens back to the live stream, words about standing on horizons being put in Dave Rakeyer's mouth. I mean, I'm going to have a word with the Dave Rakeyer and find out if that is actually what he meant when he was talking about the best tool to establish a horizontal flat plane when you're measuring elevation angles, something we're trying to get definitions out of Bev for, if he actually meant standing on the horizon like this lying scum misrepresented him with. I'll ask Dave Rakeyer about if he appreciates you making up lies and misrepresenting that which he actually was quoted as saying by me. We'll see if he likes those lies peddled about him here by you, the Bev crew. The bunch of liars and scumbags that you are when you lie about Dave Rakeyer and what he hasn't said, misrepresenting him with standing on horizons and that.
Nobody's lied about Dave.
Yeah, he did. He lied about him, misrepresented about standing on a horizon. I don't think Dave ever said about standing on a horizon, Bev. Have you ever heard Dave say about standing on a horizon? Or was that just a lie?
Shut up, Dave.
Was that just a lie?
No lie.
Go in and out, don't they?
Oh, is it time for some rumpusing between these two panel members who are liars?
Well, you know, you said the sea was level, but there's a tide.
Did Dave say, when I was quoting Dave, did he say we stood on horizons?
Did
Dave say that? I quoted Dave as saying the best tool was the sextant and we used the horizon. Very best tool, he said. And you said, when you misrepresented what Dave was being quoted as using, the horizon, in the argument we were having, you said about standing on horizons, completely misrepresenting Rakeyer.
Have you ever measured the sea?
Sorry, it's going to distract from the lies, Rakeyer. Doesn't want to take ownership of the lies he said about you. But, I mean, I don't know what to think now, because this guy's lied about what you've said. I mean, maybe we should just take his lies as read when you say we're standing on horizons, Rakeyer. I mean, that's what we've heard from these liars when they misrepresented what you actually said, when they lied about you. Standing on horizons or something is what Dave actually said, according to these liars from Bev's server, when they lie about Rakeyer. Then they change the subject when they're confronted with the lies they've told about Rakeyer.
Nathan?
Or rumpus me when they are confronted with the lies they've told about Rakeyer. Ask for a subject change. Maybe talk about the way the discussion's evolving rather than the lies they told about Rakeyer, when Rakeyer's apparently telling us about standing on horizons, when he talks about that best tool that we use, the horizon and that. Best tool. Not standing on it, like you lied about.
Sea level that goes up and down, doesn't it?
You lied about what Rakeyer said. He didn't say we were standing on it. That was a misrepresentation of what Rakeyer actually said, and I'm calling you out as a liar when you misrepresent what Rakeyer said. I'm not going to change the subject off your lies and Rakeyer.
Yeah, the horizon, surface level. Yeah, the horizon.
Yeah, the level of the sea goes up and down on the vertical.
No. Nobody's going to face it. Nobody's going to acknowledge the lies. Just rumpusing, right? No acknowledgement of the lies about Rakeyer, then. I'm not going to cover that.
I'm talking about the horizon. The horizon is not going up and down.
Yes.
You can do a measurement to a star. You can do a measurement to a star or find your latitude line. Yeah, regardless if you have a low tide or high tide. No, the horizon still remains horizontal regardless of the tides.
Goes up and down.
You guys don't know what you're talking about.
4.5 meters a day where I am.
Yeah, so not
the height above the sky.
We're talking about Mariner's sextant.
Constantly moving.
Yeah, you know about Mariner's.
Moving.
We're arguing about a Mariner's sextant, though.
Have you used one? Have you ever used one and done it yourself on a boat?
Personally, no. I've been in the presence of somebody using a Mariner's. I haven't answered you. I was in the middle of answering you.
Yeah, personally, no. I did it when my sister has a boat. We heard that before.
Yeah, that's correct. My sister's had several boats and I've been out on the ocean with her, and she's got a sextant. She had a sextant. She doesn't have the boats anymore.
Second-hand hearsay, then.
Meanwhile, that's what she was trained to do, to go out on the boat so she could save her life if lost at sea. And she trained how it was flat.
Does that qualify?
Did that make you stutter much, bitch? Yes, she trained how to navigate a flat earth and measure a flat earth with that tool called the sextant. She weren't standing on land when she held that tool. She was on a boat and had to be trained how to use it to be on the boat at sea.
But you haven't, though. But you haven't.
Who cares what I've done? Are you going to make this into an ad hom attack? The fact remains that I've been in the presence of someone using a sextant, and they used it flat and were trained on how to use it flat. It measured Earth flat with the horizon, like Rakeyer pointed out. When I pointed that out to you, you started lying about standing on a horizon after I quoted Dave Rakeyer and the horizon that was used with a mariner's sextant. He said it was the very best tool. Your response was to lie and say something about Dave saying it was standing on horizons. You just lied about what Dave actually said when we were referencing how we measure Earth flat with the horizon. That's what you actually did.
I never mentioned Dave.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I was talking about him and quoting him. You brought up Dave. Dave came up in conversation, and as a direct result of Dave coming up in the conversation you were a part of, I pointed out that he used the horizon and said it was the very best tool. I said it on multiple times. Then you misrepresented what Dave had said by saying he was standing on a horizon, lying about the essence of Dave's point, and I pointed you out as a liar when you misrepresented that which I quoted Dave as saying. You then misrepresented the argument, making you a liar, and now we're just making you a rumpusser. Dave, all I'm doing is putting the lie to you, and all he's doing is rumpusing me as I put the lie to him. This is what he's doing, talking straight through the middle of me rather than acknowledging it. He doesn't want to hear the fact that he's lied about Dave and misrepresented Dave. He doesn't want to hear it.
But everybody knows I didn't.
You did. You said standing on a horizon.
Didn't.
Sorry,
Stamping
you did.
feet.
That's what you said. It's recorded, but you can deny it all you like. I'm more than willing to take my own recording, trim out the section where you misrepresented Dave and responded with standing on a horizon or something, end quote, you, and then point out with an easy to justify lie that you're now defending us didn't. Yeah, you did. I got it recorded. The whole show went out live, you stupid idiot. You absolutely did misrepresent Dave. You lied about him, miscontextualised his argument about the best tool, the horizon, in quotes, and then said it was standing on horizons, lying about Dave's position.
So
you
when
did.
His sister held
you did. You did. You did. You did. You liar. You did. You did. You did. You did. You did. You did. You liar.
See
yes,
how
you did.
So Charles, you're losing.
Yeah, you did. I've got it recorded. It went out live. You did. Now you're just going to continually lie and rumpus me while I point out your lies. You're a scumbag.
Stand on the sextant? Did you stand on the sextant, or was it your sister?
Now it's a different misrepresentation. Did I stand on the sextant? Maybe if you can dilute the lie about Rakeyer.
You said you were standing on the horizontal.
Did I? Oh, when did I say I was standing on the horizontal? Or did I cite a specific citation that said you're measuring with respect to the horizontal plane of reference you are standing on? Was it me saying that, or did I put it in quotes and very specifically cite it?
Still lying then.
So did I say it, or did I specifically cite it with quotes around it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a lie. Again, well, you said you were standing on the horizontal. No, those words didn't cross my lips. I put into quotes a citation about the horizontal plane you're standing on as an observer measuring an angle with rumpusing. Maybe the coward needs to interrupt this flat Earth proof that proves Earth's measured flat.
You know, if you're saying it's citation, then everybody would be doing that.
Yeah, they are. My sister included. She was trained how to navigate Earth flat, measure flat reference planes by using the horizon. That's exactly what is being done. That is what people have done. It has saved lives at sea for many years.
You're not standing on...
Excuse me. You challenged me and said that's not what's being done. I'm contradicting your utter garbage because it factually is what's done. It's called celestial navigation. Clearly, me pointing out how he's wrong will require non-stop interruption. It is done like that. It's called celestial navigation.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah. That's a really good rebuttal. Yeah. It is done like that. It's called celestial navigation. It measures Earth flat by use of the horizon. That's not me standing on a sextant. That is not Rakeyer standing on the horizon. You're a liar.
Said he was standing on the horizon. You said.
Is that what Rakeyer said when he said very best tool?
Your citation. You never.
No. Rakeyer was my citation. I put him in quotes too.
You never said his name until...
Yeah, I did. He came up in conversation from your side, and then I said, Rakeyer, you say? He says the horizon's the very best tool. Response from you, he's standing on a horizon or something. Yeah, you just lied about Dave's position.
Your citation. I didn't...
No, my citation was Dave.
Your citation's not right then.
Oh, well, Dave's wrong. Oh, Rakeyer, you're wrong, mate. Not only do you say we're standing on a horizon by way of this lie the guy's told about you, Edda Bear, he's also flat out wrong when you say it's the best tool you can use, end quote. Wrong, Rakeyer, says Edda Bear. So, Rakeyer, it's very interesting. I mean, I understand you associate with these guys who go around misrepresenting your position that you have put in quotes by me. You just lied about continually, Rakeyer. Why would you associate with these scumbags, Rakeyer? I wonder.
Are you listening to this guy?
I hope Rakeyer's listening to this because you're lying
Put up
about
with
him
him every
non-stop.
day. You all sit in the background and let him talk over the top of you and push you down and squeeze you into space and make you cower until you can't say anything for yourself.
Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat. The very best tool for doing that, end quote, is the horizon. Like you use a sextant when we measure Earth flat. I mean, we could focus on Nathan's attitude or how Earth's measured flat. I mean, we can cite it till we're blue in the face with how a horizontal plane of reference is what you're standing on. We'll just get rumpused. Because proving Earth's flat with measurements isn't tolerable to the Bev crew. They'd rather lie about things Dave hasn't said.
On the auto level? Do you stand on your builder's level? Which level do you stand on?
I haven't referenced any builder's level. I'm not a builder.
When you're measuring your horizontal, which one?
I'm not a builder. My argument's about celestial navigation.
No, you've done nothing. You've done nothing but shine.
I've done nothing. I've done nothing. Yeah. I can prove Earth's flat though. Celestial navigation proves it when you measure the horizon.
Yeah. But you're not standing on a horizontal. Don't be ridiculous.
Really? It's interesting you should say that because I've got a citation that contradicts that. It's really weird that you should say that is not the case because sustainable by design, quote, that's where you get a citation quote.
That's the one you brought.
It's not me saying it.
Dave, though, was it?
No, it's not going to be tolerated. It disagrees. You said we're not standing on it. I'm about to disagree with you and quote a citation that disagrees with you. You're going to tolerate that, coward?
Go on then. Go on. Yeah, and logically, your sister was standing on it as well, was she?
When she measured an elevation angle, yeah. She was, yeah. Yes.
Was she standing on the horizontal?
When you've done, now read the citation. You just carry on there, coward.
No, your sister. We've heard the citation. We're now going to reality where you're standing on the boat with your sister in your Hawaiian shirt and your shorts.
Yeah. I'll read the citation when you're done ad homing me. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line and the observer and the sun, and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote, sustainable by design. Now you say you're not standing on it. I say you're an idiot, because that's precisely how it's defined.
Do you send out any...
You understand that it's defined that way, though, when you say it isn't that?
Well, you can define... You
can stutter your way around this fact that annihilates you. You could stutter.
You can establish a horizontal, but you're not standing on it, are you?
Well, so when sustainable by design specifically define it that way, you just say no.
You can call it what you want, but
I'm not calling it anything. Do you want to lie about what I'm calling it? Like you lied about Rakeyer and what he said when I quoted him as my source, and you lied about standing on the horizon. Would you like to lie about that citation I specifically put in quotes as being what I am saying? It isn't. It's a citation.
I don't attribute it with Dave at all. You gave another name, something beginning with S. SS.
Sorry, sustainable by design would be the citation I just read.
Doesn't say, well,
that's not what I'm saying. It's a citation. That's why I put it in quotes.
It doesn't say anything about Dave, though.
Yeah, you lied about him. I put his position in quotes. Best tool possible. That's what he said. He was talking about the horizon when measuring an elevation angle measurement off the deck of a ship. And then you said, standing on the horizon? No, that's not what Rakeyer said.
What I say, because I've got...
Yeah, that's what you said. It was recorded. That is what you said in response to me putting a position of Dave's, in quotes, to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, making you a liar. Yeah, that's absolutely right. It made you a liar because you lied about Dave and misrepresented his position. Liar. You're a scumbag liar. I'm proving Earth's flat with elevation angle measurement, and Dave knows it.
And you're standing on a horizontal plane.
Is this your leader? Jesus Christ.
Sorry. No need for ad homs. Just that's all you've got now.
Yeah, it was an ad hom.
Yeah, don't ad hom me. I'm arguing for an elevation angle measurement proving Earth's measured flat, and you're pointing out that I'm your leader and blah, blah, blah. No, that's an ad hom. I'm not going to tolerate it. Just makes you scummy. You're using fallacies to address my argument.
I don't care.
You don't care? Well, get lost then. I know you don't care. You're only here to cause chaos.
I don't.
And get very high-pitched when you cause chaos.
Have you listened to you?
Yeah, you are. Tell you how Earth's measured flat, because it is.
Your leader.
Yeah, your leader is telling you how Earth is measured flat.
You trot out your mantra and tell people they must say it, don't explain it.
You don't have to say anything. You can understand how I've annihilated this clown shoes with citations describing how Earth is measured flat. You can understand how navigation is being done flat, how the angles require Earth to be flat in order to do it. You can understand those things. Or you can just say what I tell you to, like you do in Bev server, like repeating the mantra that sea level's a single point. Stupid shit like that. You could just repeat stupid shit that people say, like Bev. It will get annihilated here. Or you could take on board the arguments, like elevation angle measurements to the horizon. Quote, Dave, best tool possible, end quote, Dave Rakeyer. You could use that best tool possible, the horizon, to establish a horizontal plane of reference with the horizon when you measure Earth flat. You can do that. That's my argument, though. Or you could regurgitate that sea level, an area of sea with no part higher or lower than the other, is a single point. You could regurgitate that crap from Bev. Either's good, I suppose. One's right, one's stupid. Mine's right, but you could just take it that I'm just leading you to say what I tell you. No, I'm not. I'm just providing really good arguments that win.
Well, if I took on your
Say
command,
confidently,
you'd
Nathan.
be happy.
Say that confidently.
Yeah, go on.
Oh,
Yes,
if I
mate.
say them really like weak, would that make it like take away that position? I'm slightly scared and cold and alone. Earth is measured flat with an elevation angle measurement. Yeah, I wasn't saying that with confidence. I'm really terrified. Doesn't change the argument.
You sounded to Nathan. Now the only point of rebuttal is how you're describing your rebuttals to Bev, and if you don't describe it exactly right, that's the time that the spineless git will chip in. Well, that didn't sound quite as confident as you've described it. Forget the points that are being made, because Bev can't win them. So all he can do now is chirp in what he thinks is a win, but just demonstrates how pathetic and to the depths that he's descended. Shame on you, son. You're a loser, aren't you?
You told Nathan the other day that this was all right to win an argument, but it wasn't knowledge, and you're looking for further knowledge.
It wasn't knowledge.
To the absolute.
And you asked, what was the explanation? Because you haven't had the presentation
You're
yet,
not
you said.
listening. I'm insulting you.
And that's
Don't ask me a question when I'm insulting out and putting how stupid you lot are.
Yeah.
Take the insult and have the good manners to listen to the insult, you retard.
Well, like your leader taught me.
How dare you? When I'm in the middle of insulting you, try and interrupt. I'm trying to point out how stupid you are. But you're so stupid, you can't even take the moment to listen.
It's because I can make you all descend into the children that you are.
Really? Okay, well, if I say it with a really snooty voice, Earth is measured flat with an elevation angle measurement utilizing the horizon to establish Earth as a measured flat plane. Is that me being a child?
Yeah, and respectfully, the way I was putting it, I was chastising the childish behaviour that I've heard. That's all I've heard is you behave like a child. If you genuinely think your behaviour is making us degrade, no. Go back, listen to the show,
I don't
and
care.
listen to how pathetically it is. You trigger, you can't help it, can you? Because you're just a big kid. Oh, yeah. See what I can do just to trigger and show you what your child you are. Yeah, you can't even sit on your hands and keep your mouth quiet for a little bit, little boy. Hey, can you do that? Can you do that, little trigger monkey?
Have you practiced
Sorry, you were saying
Nathan's
you're
voice there?
triggering
That
me.
sounded
What was
pretty
you
good.
saying?
Not quite close. I'm not trying to trigger you. I'm talking about what you
No,
said.
you're not triggering
You said
me.
you hadn't.
Understand?
You said
You're making
Adam,
yourself
you said
look
you
ridiculous.
hadn't had the presentation.
You're making yourself look
Remember,
immature. Yeah?
Go
And
back to
devoid of any
QE's stream
argument. You're
and go and listen.
making yourself look like you're on the ball side of things. You're making yourself look like all your purposes is to try and upset people that have got honest, solid debate that dissolves the ball. You're coming out on the baller side. That's what you've demonstrated. And you've also demonstrated that you don't care about the quality of your arguments as long as you're disruptive to flat earthers. You've shown your colours and you've shown your level of maturity. But if your rebuttal is you can make me act like a child at any moment.
Yeah, and when we respond
further
that
demonstration.
he's behaving like a child, his response is, I don't care. In other words, he doesn't care if it's to his detriment. Exactly like Rumpus. He doesn't care if it makes him look bad, so long as we're made to look bad. Doesn't matter if he comes across as a child, so long as he can make us look like children. It doesn't matter if he brings up child abuse and claims I'm partaking in it, so long as he can claim I'm a child abuser. It doesn't matter to him how he looks by what he's doing, so long as he can make us look
That's how
bad.
strong you are. Is this the leader you're going to take on? He just wants to abuse women and their children. Don't care.
More
It
at
came out
home.
of your mouth.
See?
Came
See what
out
they
of
got
your
to the
mouth.
centre? They
Everybody
got
heard
nothing.
it.
They can't come
Where
back, can
you
they?
called a
With an
woman and their
actual
children
real
bastards.
response
Is
that
that really?
addresses
Is that
what
your
everybody's
leadership
heard.
qualities?
That's to descend into weak ad hom, where once again all he can show is he has no real argument and just validate the point that Nathan's made. He's not bothered how he looks in front of anybody. He's prepared to sacrifice himself to make himself look stupid, align himself with child abusers, yeah? Just what? To try
Child
and
abusers?
dirty our name over here. That's his desperate attempt. Because that's what he is, isn't he? He's somebody that's trying to hide the
Child
truth from
abusers am I
people.
aligning
That's
myself
his
with?
effort. That's why he's
Eh?
here. That's why Bev's here. To cloud people from hearing good quality, honest argument. What they'd much sooner do is kind of cloud your mind, make it foggy, and support the ball. But they don't care. If they can cloud your mind, slow down your realization, they're quite happy to that to be at the detriment of their own reputation as well. That's how scummy these people are.
What
with
reputation?
A particular mission, which isn't for truth.
Guy? He's nobody.
It's no mission. I was just looking for some truth. That was all.
No, you're not. You said you didn't
There is no
care.
truth. You've just proved the complete opposite, as I've just stated. Yeah, you're not looking for truth. You're looking to hide it, and so much so that you'll besmirch yourself to make sure the truth doesn't come out. For you to overtalk the truth, to make sure people don't hear it. It's quite clear what your raison d'etre has been this afternoon. Your behaviour
How long have you been around?
exemplifies it as you do it. You see. God damn, you wouldn't want that point getting out there, you? You're truth hiders, aren't you?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
What, that the Earth's not measured flat?
Yeah. Earth is measured flat.
You
We
see?
measure it flat with an elevation angle. But when we point this out, what we get
You've got
is
a horizontal that you can
interruptions
establish,
with the rebuttal
and then
straight
you've got
through
elevation
the claim. Like
changes,
now,
and
I'm
that's
leaving
it.
the line open so you can hear that he's never going to get to hear the claim. Because if he believes that he can talk through the claim that Earth is measured flat with an elevation angle measurement, and it's not actually put to him, he can then get away with just giving a hand wave dismissal and moving on to a different subject. No, we do prove Earth's measured flat. It functionally has saved lives and developed all of the systems that we use to map and navigate the territory that we have measured. Now, you can deviate away from that as much as you like. Earth is measured flat. That is the tool that we will use. It's been described as the best tool that's available when describing the horizon by Rakeyer, who you had to lie about here. You don't care that you're lying about people like Rakeyer. You'll deny that you've lied about it and then claim that I'm saying things that my citations say that you've ignored or denied half of. You're just here to deceive people. You're not interested. You don't care if this is to your detriment because you're a nobody. You don't have a name to sacrifice. But if you can take a bit of mine away, you've done a good job, right?
Sacrifice. Yeah, but I'm not looking for followers. That's the difference. You are.
And?
Well,
And he doesn't like that. He doesn't want you to have followers, Nathan.
You
That's
need a
why he's
product.
coming here to disrupt
You need a
it.
product.
Try to disrupt it.
You need a product.
Everybody
and
on
this one's
YouTube
not it.
is. That's what YouTube is. And so that decries my argument about
People
measuring an
can
elevation
easily
angle.
be suckered into something.
I just put to you my argument. I put to this coward my argument. Elevation angles. Put to him. What's the response? You're looking for followers. Total non sequitur.
You've got you've got a horizontal, but that's it.
Yeah, horizontal plane of reference, the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on by citation when detailing an elevation angle. Why is it that it's being met with constant stream of interruptions, I wonder? Did you not want to listen to this? Is this too scary? Too scary to listen to?
Through this
Are you scared?
No, I'm definitely not scared.
Well, why will you listen to it? Why don't you want to hear it then? What scares you about it? What scares you about hearing it?
Well, scared about what?
I'm asking you, what scares you about hearing about elevation angle measurements?
I watch the tide go in and out all day. It's not level.
So he's not gonna tolerate it. Keep the interruptions up. What scares you about hearing the full rendition of a measurement of a horizontal by way of an established horizontal Earth to stand upon to get an angle when detailing the very specific cited reference that is an elevation angle? What is it that scares you about that?
Because if you were standing on something horizontal, you wouldn't need to establish one, would you?
You're establishing it with the horizon, the very best tool for doing so, end quote, Dave Rakeyer.
Which is where the flat baseline I was looking for. This concrete bit that we can dig down to that you claim is a baseline somewhere.
Did I say the word dig down to? Is this yet another lie about something I did not say? Because at absolutely no stage did I say dig down. This man is simply a compulsive liar. Compulsive liar.
You said you were standing on the horizontal.
So did I say dig down to it? Did I say dig down? Did I? Digging? Did I? Dig. Liar. No, you're digging.
They're fighting against the sexton, really.
Yeah.
No,
I didn't
not
say
at
dig
all.
down.
He said he was
I
standing
didn't
on
claim
the...
you were digging down to anything, but you've just said that's what I said. No, I did not say that.
No, I'm looking for it. I'm looking for...
You're looking for it. Reason, really. You'd think you'd just cite what an elevation angle is, but you can't do that. Because what you're looking for when you don't care, you've made it explicitly clear that your quest is unimportant to you, but now it's all about what you cite.
To me. It's important to me, personally, not you. Doesn't matter what you think, because I know you're well...
You know what I think, do you? No, you do not know what I think. I cite my proof.
You said you were standing on a horizontal.
Did I, or was that my citation? For about the 5th time as you misrepresent what I don't say. No, I cited it.
You didn't find citations about...
Did I not? Let's read it out again. What a lying bastard. So this lying bastard's just going to have his lie that he just said pointed out to him again. Are you going to chant through it? Do I need to close down the line while you chant through that which you've just lied about? I did not say it, I cited it. No, it's constant chanting.
Repeat your citation again.
Yeah, I will. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Sustainable by design, end quote.
There you go.
Yes, so Earth is being described as a horizontal plane that you're standing on.
Well, why do you need to...
Why are you asking me? It's a citation.
Well, it's not...
Do you want to get a different citation that challenges it, that said that's not the case? You're not standing on a horizontal plane of reference would be the very best thing to challenge this with. If you have a citation that says you're not standing on a horizontal plane, that would challenge it. It's not what I'm saying to be debated with.
Well, what is he standing on? I want to know what you're standing on.
Maybe you could cite it and say, find a citation that says an elevation angle isn't with respect to a horizontal plane you're standing on. It's not that. Because that's what he says.
You are not
Yeah, I know what you say. You say you're not. You are nobody. And you don't care. So why do we care what you say it is when there's people far better than you, a nobody, with nothing in form of credentials to back, when I've already cited it? The citation said it's the horizontal plane you're standing on. You say nuh-uh. Yeah, we got that, Dumbo.
Why would you need a theodolite?
Why are you asking me something? Why are you getting a citation that contradicts mine?
You just build on the horizontal, wouldn't you?
Build? We're navigating, my friend.
Well, that's not what, you stand
maybe I could just stutter my way back onto building things, because then I can describe the deviation from the horizontal plane in terms of elevation. No, we're talking about elevation angles. We're navigating, my friend.
Which horizontal plane?
It's the bit that you lied about Dave Rakeyer when you stood standing on the horizon. The reason we're talking about the horizon is because when we're building things, we tend not to use the horizon. There are better tools available for establishing a level plane of reference when building. But we're talking about navigating and elevation angles. I keep citing them. You don't. Do you have something to contradict my citation that says you're standing on a horizontal plane, specifically in the citation of an elevation angle and what it is? Do you have something to contradict that by chance?
Are you muting me while you're talking?
Maybe we could discuss the format and whether or not you're being muted as I make my claim that you can't challenge.
Oh, I just wondered.
You just wondered if you're actually going to ever get to the claim and your citation? I was wondering that too.
Why do you need a theodolite then?
Why do we need a citation for this? I mean, it'd be interesting to see if you have anything to actually challenge my argument with, or maybe it's just a subject change. Is it only the subject change in question for me in response?
No, you're the one who...
You're the one stuttering like a little bitch as I hold you to task. No, I just need a citation that challenges mine.
Oh, you can use ad homs then. Ad homs are...
Sorry, no, you are stuttering. That is a fact. Stuttering like a bitch is a description of a man stuttering like a bitch. That is what you are doing.
You don't have a horizontal. You're not...
You don't. So when they say the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, end quote, sustainable by design, they're just wrong by hand wave by a man who doesn't care about how other people describe things because you don't care about truth. It's just wrong, hand wave.
You don't have a horizontal.
According to Sustainable by Design, you do, because it's cited that way.
Said you needed a horizontal.
Yeah, they do. They say, and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. That is exactly what they say.
Meeting one in the air.
Sorry, do you need to just chant through this? Is it painful? I asked if you were scared last time.
Oh, is it pain? Are you pain because you haven't got a horizontal to stand on?
Well, what about the one described when measuring an elevation angle measurement by Sustainable by Design? Quote, the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, end quote. What about that one?
Yeah, what about that one?
What about that one? That one that defines what an elevation angle is. What about that one?
Where is it? Where is that horizontal you're standing on then?
Sorry, why are we defining it? We know it is a horizontal plane that we're standing on now by definition. Then. We know that. We're going to argue about that fact in terms of how it's defined, now that we've established that is how it's defined. We're all clear that we are defining it as the horizontal plane of reference that we're standing on in this instance by citation.
You are using the sextant to establish the horizontal.
I'm not doing anything. I'm citing Sustainable by Design. I'm not holding a sextant currently. I'm citing somebody.
Maybe your sister just had one in
Do you not know how an argument works? When I cite somebody, I don't expect you to tell me that I'm holding a sextant. I'm not.
You've lost all that. You use your ad.
You stutterer. Yeah. Hello? I'm not an ad hom. Fact.
You ad homed me all the time.
No, it's not an ad hom. It's a fact. You stutter when you're being pummeled by me. So when you say not what we're standing on, and then I go to Sustainable by Design and quote, the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, and you go, yeah, that one. Where'd you get that one? In my citation. I'm not doing anything with a sextant. I'm citing something.
Yeah, have you seen the chart? Your sales chart.
Oh, is this another ad hom? Stutterer. That's a fact, not an ad hom. You do stutter when being pummeled. There are no sales charts being discussed. This is a non sequitur fallacy.
You have a product to sell.
Sorry, I've got a product. Sorry, I'm a sextant salesman now. No. Altitude angle is something that we're going to be using to prove Earth is measured flat with the horizon.
That's it. That's what you're selling.
No, I'm not selling anything. It didn't cost you a penny. I just told you a fact. It didn't cost you a dime. How much did you pay for it? You want a refund for the zero that you paid for that fact?
No, I think.
No! So I didn't sell you a damn thing. I stated a fact. Merely a non sequitur fallacy used by a clown.
No, you're trying.
So sales charts got nothing to do with an elevation angle proving Earth's flat by way of measurement. Best possible tool. End quote. Rakeyer, who you lied about. The horizon. Proving Earth's flat. Not selling anything.
Oh. You think you got it, don't you?
No, it is a fact. It's not about establishing anything. I don't think I've got anything. I have got something. A measurement of a flat Earth.
You haven't. You got it.
Sorry, I have. That's what it is. It's how it's defined.
All right.
Yes, all right. I win. You are wrong. We are going to be establishing Earth as measured flat with an elevation angle. That's precisely how it's defined. You hand-waving it was you losing badly to me.
If you had a horizontal...
We do. The horizontal plane the observer is standing on when measuring an elevation angle. We use the horizon to establish it. Like Dave Rakeyer pointed out. He's not standing on a horizon, by the way. He's not standing on a horizon. Dave Rakeyer, that is. Hello? Don't rumpus, coward. Pointing out your lie about Dave Rakeyer. We're talking about Dave Rakeyer.
How did you get the horizontal you're standing
on? With the horizon, like Dave Rakeyer said.
What, right under your feet?
Like Dave Rakeyer said. Excuse me.
No, under your feet. How did you make sure that
scared of this? You scared of Rakeyer? Scared of Rakeyer? Only happy to listen to Rakeyer when you misquote him.
Rakeyer, your support. Is he your support?
Yes.
Dog or something?
Yes.
In your therapy animal?
Yes, he's my support. I'm citing him. Yes.
Oh, lovely.
So best possible tool to answer your question is the horizon. You asked me a question. You asked me a question, and it's just cowardice, rumpusing, and interruption.
Nobody here.
Coward. Kick him out. I'm sick of him. He's just a total coward. He's not responding. He is the rumpus. Chill.
No, I'm
Get lost. Get lost. Kick him out. Somebody mute him. He's no longer tolerated. Get lost.
Here. No horizontal.
You're not listening to anything. You're just chanting. No horizontal. Oh, right. What about this one? The horizontal plane the observer is standing on, end quote, sustainable by design. That is a horizontal. It's by definition what an elevation angle is. All you've got to do is chant through that because you're scared of it. Proves Earth's flat. Total cowards. I hope Rakeyer gets to listen to this so he knows what his words that I quote get used for. Like Rakeyer, you'll just be lied about too by these two scumbags, Bev and Elder Bear. Total scum, the pair of them. They'll lie, misrepresent, deviate, dodge, and ad hom their way through their garbage. Because that's all they've done here today. Pathetic. Adam summed it up beautifully.
I agree.
It's actually pretty sad. Really.
I don't know. It's not sad anymore. It's just tedious. It's just tedious.
We're getting more opposition from supposedly our own than ballers. What does that tell you?
You guys are doing great, man.
Tells you it needs Bevan, the controlled opposition, to come along and tell you it's not flat. I mean, Elderbear doesn't have any particular issue with Brian giving him an explanation of how it's the very best description possible. He's not got a problem with that. But he doesn't really care. He cares to rumpus the truth. That's all Elderbear's here for. Bev ain't got much to say. He's only here with his Muppet sidekick rumpus imitator.
Like I said, we're all alone.
Yeah, if you're listening to this and you're one of Bev's fans, immediately unsubscribe. Otherwise, you'll end up parroting crap like you can do F-all with an angle. I mean, we had Montreal on admitting that was a stupid, crappy argument to be putting forth. He understood how stupid it was after it was pointed out to him, and he was humiliated with it. I had a little discussion with SE Montreal about that too. That stupid garbage you gave him. Yeah, not very impressive. About as useful as it was here today, Bev. For you. You can do F-all with an angle, except establish your position on the ground with a star. That'll be doing something with it on that.
Yeah, you can do F-all with an angle, except all of geometry.
Yeah. It's Bev's way of segueing away from elevation angle like Elderbear tried to do for about 3 straight hours. You know, if you can take it away from it being an elevation angle measurement defined as requiring a flat earth to use, then it's just an angle and you can't do anything with it. I win. Nah, Bev, nah. Meanwhile, we prove Earth's flat with that elevation angle measurement you failed to define. Measurement was a struggle for you, eh, Bev? But maybe we can take a poll about whether or not you know that word. Yeah, I'll take a straw poll. I'll put it up when this goes up as a premiere. I'll put a straw poll to my audience. How many of you think Bev understands this word that he just literally failed to define? Because he thinks a poll's worthy now, because we've all got amnesia in the last 5 minutes. So, Bev, how did you think you did today? Let's get some sound bites. A worthy trip? Lots to discuss?
Yeah, particularly like the flat point. That was exquisite. Well done.
But the no point higher or lower than the other with respect to sea level that you said was a single point. You really liked me ripping that stupid shit that you claimed to shreds. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed being humiliated by me and your point that isn't sea level, having no part higher or lower than the other, because it's only a single point. Because you can obviously reference how high or lower the bits of a single point are to that single point, because that's what you said, Bev. Making you retarded. You like that, did you? You can trim that out, mate. Have it. It's on me. Anything else you enjoyed? Nope, dumbfounded silence. Lots of your other minions came here with that crap too, Bev. Yeah, they were humiliated.
No, I quite like the going forward. I like the new motivation of, like 2024. Let's go forward with this confident positivity. I quite like that.
Indeed, confidence based on practical arguments that work and are cited.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Something to be confident in. I agree.
Can't just have confidence for nothing unless you like to bluff things, right? Because you don't actually know what you're doing, you're pretending to. Well, we don't have to pretend here at Flat Earth Debates because we have actual arguments that are deeply rooted into society and into history. And so, yeah, we have a lot of confidence that is legitimate. We don't have to bluff it.
Yeah, I mean, like on screen now, we've got this angle to Polaris. It's like latitude measurement. The guy's like got a sextant, and he's being shown in this pictorial example that I didn't make. It's just easily referenced online. You know, getting your altitude, getting your latitude, you know, with a sextant, measuring an angle, establishing a horizontal plane of reference, proving Earth's flat. Now, you could take that elevation angle measurement that proves Earth flat and dilute it down, like, to some stupid, nonsensical statement that makes you look really idiotic. Like, you can do F all with an angle, simultaneously ignoring the actual argument and changing it into a stupid statement that makes you look like a clown. You could do that. Would you like to trim that out as a soundbite, Bev? You can have that. That one's on me too. I was talking about you. Quote, you can do F all with an angle, end quote. Bev, try thinking. You can do lots with it, though. That makes you an idiot, Bev. And the people who repeated it, like SE Montreal, we had a little chuckle about it a couple of days back. Yeah, about the stupid shit that he parroted.
Shout out SE.
Yeah, we had a good laugh about it. About our old arguments, the one that I trimmed him out, and I've got a nice little video. Do you want me to play that video of SE Montreal having his ash ripped through his throat with your parroted shy argument about doing F all with an angle? Do you want me to play that little clip of SE Montreal and I? Because he took your argument that you said, Bev. He took that argument that you said, Bev. I know you like to talk while I'm talking. There's been lots of stony
It's not
silences.
really an argument. It's just a geometric statement.
What, that you can do F all with an angle?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just wrong, though, isn't it? It's a nice way of separating yourself from the elevation angle, though, isn't it, Bev? It almost worked if it hadn't made you and SC Montreal really look stupid when saying it. Because you also say you can get your latitude with an angle. Just an angle gets you your latitude. You even said, and I've got it trimmed out and playable, I'll get that if you want to, with you saying it's just an angle to give you your latitude. That's where your exact words. You can do F all with an angle. Just an angle gives you latitude. So, Bev.
Yeah, that's a street version, isn't it? The other one would be with just an angle and no additional information.
Sorry, I don't understand. Sorry, what does that mean?
Cannot determine or conclude anything about geometric properties or relationships.
So what does that mean? Street version? You can do F all with an angle, you can get your latitude with an angle. Those two statements completely contradict each other, Bev. Do you not understand?
Yeah, the actual statement, really, right? You know, the full statement is, with just an angle and no additional information, we cannot determine or conclude anything about geometric properties or relationships.
I mean, it'd be useful if you could rewrite history with that complete garbage, but that is price. Sorry, Bev. Sorry, Bev. Bev, are you done? I heard your statement, Bev. Are you done? Do you need to keep responding through the rebuttal? No, Bev, I've got you quoted as what you actually said to me, and it wasn't that. I mean, you're asking me if I want the full quote that you said to me, because I've got it recorded, you dumb shit. Don't lie and rewrite history. That is not what you said, Bev. You said, and I quote, you can do fuck all with an angle, end quote. There wasn't that load of old shite that you just made up. What are you talking about, you liar? Did you need to rewrite history to make your stupid shit that you said that was wrong make sense? Because the stupid shit that you said to me, personally, with your own tongue, was just wrong, Bev, and stupid. And it was a concise...
I thought, like, you being a flat earther,
Bev, I don't need you to try and rewrite history. Bev, I don't need you to lie to my audience and try and rewrite history.
I heard that...
Don't stutter, you stupid lying little shit. Don't rewrite history. I know what you said. It wasn't what you just tried to rewrite history with, now was it, Bev? That wasn't what you said, now was it, Bev? No, it wasn't, you lying little toe rag. But you gotta lie, haven't you, Bev, and just rewrite history with a new load of words that you didn't say. Bev, I don't need you to rewrite history to the top of me quoting you.
So don't feel like it's an exclusive
Bev, nobody likes a liar. Nobody likes somebody who takes what has actually happened and rewrites it with new words. Because I can quote you, Bev. I can play your own words back to you if you like, you lying shit.
Yeah, I can play me saying...
Can you? So can I! Because I've proven you're a lying scumbag with stupid, nonsensical statements that humiliated plenty of people who've repeated them, Bev. Now, rewriting those into a different set of words isn't going to help you.
But you don't like the...
What, the rewriting of history? No, I don't, because it's not what you said, Bev. You said you can do F all with an angle.
Yeah, that's the street.
Yeah, didn't you? You lying little monkey who's trying to rewrite history. Yeah, you're just a scummy liar. Don't rewrite history here, Bev. You're just a liar. That's not what you said. You said you can do F all with an angle, and you're stupid, because that's wrong. Because maybe rumpusing through it would make a difference, and rewriting history over the top of it would make a difference. No, I'm going to repeat what you actually said, rather than what you tried to rewrite history with, Bev. You don't have to interrupt it, because you're a coward. You said you can do F all with an angle, end quote. I heard what you said. You said it to me, and I got it recorded. And that is a statement which isn't the rewriting of history that you'd love to do now. It's very stupid and wrong, and contradicted by your own statements about what you can do with just an angle to Polaris. So, Bev, don't rewrite history and be a lying, scummy piece of shit here. That isn't what you said. You don't need to qualify what you said. I heard you. I can trim it out and play it back to you. It was stupid and wrong, and it humiliated Montreal when he repeated that garbage that you said that was wrong as a concise statement that isn't going to be rewritten by a liar right now. We all clear, Bev? Let's stop lying.
I'm sorry if SE got humiliated.
Don't be sorry about saying you can do F all with an angle, because it's stupid and wrong.
But, I mean...
It is wrong and stupid, that's right. You understand now, not your rewriting of it. What you said.
Well, the rewriting of it isn't.
Isn't what you said. Yeah, that's right. You said you can do F all with an angle, and that's fundamentally retarded.
Stupid and wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong. That's right, Bev. You're wrong.
Oh, he's doubling down on it.
The statement with just an angle and no additional...
That's not what you said, Bev. I didn't hear about any additional bullshit that you're rewriting history with. You're just making it up, you liar. Stop lying. I've told you, not asked you, don't lie and rewrite history. Do you need me to play your own frigging words back to you while you rewrite them about what it's with respect to, that angle? No, Bev, don't lie.
Street poetry.
Right, Bev, don't... What, are you going to mitigate for your actual quote by saying it's street poetry now? So his actual mitigation for the stupid shit that he said was wrong is it's street poetry.
There's no difference in the two.
So we've had an attempt to rewrite history, and now it's poetry. It's just wrong. It doesn't matter if it's poetic.
It's still wrong.
Yes, it's still wrong. He's finally got there. Yes, Bev, still wrong.
The elevation angle was brought up to him specifically, and then he said, as a response to it, you can do F all with an angle.
That's correct.
You holding to that? He
needs to lie. He needs to lie and rewrite history because he's a scumbag. Everybody should have unsubscribed from him. He's just lied. We've got quotes. We can play him saying it, but he's going to rewrite history for the benefit of his audience to make him right after the fact when he's wrong. No, Bev, that's scum behaviour. Like, really scummy. Like a total liar who needs to rewrite the things he's actually said. We know what you said, Bev. Now you're lying about those things because you're scum.
Let's put it this way. I went on his show, and I was amazed when he said the exact words. You could do F all with an angle.
Like, didn't you hear his recontextualizing and rewriting of history? Because apparently you misheard him when he lies about what he didn't say. Because he's a liar. Unsubscribe to Bev Try Thinking. He just lies compulsively. It's all he's got to offer, and when his stupid shit's proven wrong, he'll rewrite history with lies. You want to follow this guy? You want to support this guy? He's a liar. Outright, barefaced, rewriting his own words history, liar. Fact. You want to try again? Rewrite history again, Bev. Scummy liar. Go on. Tell us what you actually said.
Just an angle and no additional information, hence just an angle. We cannot determine or conclude anything about geometric properties or relationships.
That's not what you said.
You can do fuck all with an angle.
That's not what... So you can do fuck all with an angle isn't that string of words that you've substituted for that statement, which is wrong. You can do plenty with an angle, you complete shit for brains, moron. Excuse me, you have just heard your statement, you repeated it in context. Yeah, you've said your statement again. You can do F all with it, and now rumpusing ensues because the stupidity level has just gone through the roof.
Fuck all.
Sorry, Bev, you can do plenty with one like Esquire your latitude?
Right. The elevation angle was brought up, and then you give that statement, Bev. So are you saying that you saying you can do F all with an angle is a nonsense, makes no sense? Or are you saying that about an elevation angle that you can't do anything with it, which would contradict your previous position?
You've got an angle. If all you have is an angle, then geometrically, you can do nothing with it. If you have no additional information to that angle, you can't feel anything geometrically upon knowing one angle.
Without the 90.
That's the statement.
Sorry, that isn't the statement you made, though. The statement you made was you can do F all with an angle. Now that's been described as street poetry as you rewrite history and contextualise your stupid, shitty, nonsensical, incorrect statement, which you're now rumpusing, as I point out, that it's a nonsensical, incorrect statement that was not contextualised with the bullshit you're rewriting history and lying about right now. You didn't say any of those words, Bev. Excuse me, Bev, I need to point out that you're a liar again. Can you stop rumpusing me while I point out your lies? You didn't contextualise your statement with that, which you have just said, at all. That is a lie.
Can I just confirm that nowadays we're allowed to lie? What we do after we've been caught out in the lie is call the lie street poetry, which means we can recontextualise the lie post being caught out about lying. Is that what Bev's now showing us? This is his standards.
Yes.
He'll make statements in the past that when they're pointed out and it becomes apparent to him how ridiculous, incorrect, and how they oppose to make him a liar today, he then goes back in time and calls it street poetry. You are a disgrace, man.
You're disgusting,
You are a disgrace to yourself.
You're a disgrace.
To your own self-worth. It's shame on you.
Yeah, just a liar.
We could call it a geometric statement. That
we could contextualise your quote as you can do F all with an angle in response to a question about elevation angles, and then you could go back after the fact in history and say it's street poetry and then lie about what you contextualise it with when you didn't, making you an outright scumbag, interrupting liar, being called out on his scumbaggery. I encourage all of your audience to unsubscribe to you based on your scumbaggery and lies and recontextualisation of history.
It sounds like a bit like Ruhif.
Right, so is this someone else that you're going to blame for your failures? Ruhif?
No,
hey, Rufy, you're being dragged into this because he's failed somewhere, so he needs to drag you in now because he can't take ownership of his failures. He needs to recontextualise them and lie about them and then blame Rufy for them, apparently.
I think he's done a Jesse Kozlowski, to be honest.
Right, why are we talking about Jesse? You just need to drag in as many people as possible to get away from the fact that F all with an angle is wrong.
They've gone.
F all with an angle's wrong.
They're gone, Nathan.
Right, I don't care.
They're gone. Long gone.
I couldn't care less. F all with an angle's wrong, Bev. You said it, you're wrong. Stupid, because you said it. Making you stupid because you said it. It isn't what you recontextualise it with, you liar.
Sounds
confront
circular,
that? Do you want to challenge that? Want to challenge that or accept it? Or
it sounds circular.
Divert from it, maybe?
But it's wrong because I said it. I mean, that just...
No, it's wrong because it's wrong. You can do plenty with an angle. The statement is factually wrong. That's why it's wrong, not just because you said it. You said it and it is wrong.
So why not take the win? Because it's like the same thing with the other guys, that say, oh, well, just one singular angle at one single point is blah, 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 an argument against something none of us has ever said. So if Bev is saying what he's saying now, then okay, well, screw it then. Then you basically agree with us. Stop trying to be passive aggressive and corny.
Context was given because the argument was put forward to him as an elevation angle. His response is to take it away from an elevation angle, is to take it to a place in geometry where you're not doing measurement and you're just dreaming up angles.
We know he's lying.
The point in that?
We know he's lying, but today, right now, we're going to sit here. The best content in the world would be, Oh, okay. Well, either he agrees with us, or he basically not even, because there was a time where he, for whatever reason, said you could do fuck all with the dangle, in a response to some argument that we made. So, that clip somewhere in the future would be very funny, but arguing back and I mean, this sounds super ridiculous, and it's a waste of time.
Yeah, it's tiresome. I gotta admit.
Can you measure an angle?
Eli's right.
Can you measure an angle? If you just have an angle, can you measure it?
So now I made a good point, and Bev's off the hook because we're tired of him. Someone else is going to do something dumb. Why?
Well, I think he's trying to make a point.
Not really. He's trying to drag us into the same argument that we really don't want to be in.
How about a new one? We have a new one as of today. We want to get to that one because anyone that can fog a mirror knows that Bev's retarded. I mean, you're a retard.
Yes, let's go. Let's go to the new one.
Yeah, the new one, I just heard. I was listening back to the beginning of the show. Sorry, I was sleeping. I heard this phrase, fallacious modus tollens. So, Bev, married bachelor, can you please define logical fallacy, then define modus tollens, and then connect the two, and let's see if they fit. What is a logical fallacy? Step number 1, Tard.
We'll do a special about it, eh? In fact, I think we've already done them.
Do a special
many times.
We're going to do a special about a paradox, you friggin' retard.
No, we're talking about the fallacious modus tollens.
Yeah,
that a guy called QE calls the black swan.
Fallacious modus tollens. That's what I said.
Fallacious, yes.
What is a fallacy, retard? So,
what's a fallacy? It's an error within your argument.
You've had plenty of time. You've had plenty of time to divert and delay. What is a logical fallacy right now?
You specifically didn't mind your P's and Q's. I know you got upset when we told you, and you ran away from it, and people continue to keep pasting it.
Listen, he's just demonstrating how he doesn't know. He's got a waffle
see, it's
because he doesn't know.
There's
many different ways you can employ fallacies within your modus tollens, isn't it?
He doesn't know. That's pretty obvious. Already just defined it.
Many different fallacies are employed within the fallacious modus tollens. QE called the black swan.
I or anyone on the panel would have
done. QE's defended that brilliantly. Well done, QE.
Right? But instead of him doing that, he wants to say we're going to do a show on something that any one of us on the panel could have just answered.
Okay, let me get it
in
for you.
5 seconds.
Let me get it for you.
While he talks through me.
Yeah,
does that make sense?
I didn't hear a single word you said.
What's a logical fallacy, Bev?
The one within the fallacious modus tollens that QE.
He doesn't know. It's been the 5th time this has happened. Everyone stop for a second. Please can you all stop? Please can you all stop? That includes you, Bev. No, you see, it's about the 3rd time you've been asked to define something and you failed to do so. So
I'm going to point it out now. I'm going to go over it. It took me a while to get
middle of a sentence. Middle of a sentence, Bev.
I can show you.
Hello, belligerent prick. Middle of a sentence. So far, 3 times Bev has asked to define a word and failed to do so. It is beyond his capacity to define anything, because on 3 separate occasions he has failed to do exactly that. Now we don't need you asking us questions, Bev. Now we're going to mock you. You don't know how to define a logical fallacy, and you're calling a logical consistency a fallacy. You are about as stupid as it gets.
Okay, the first one is...
Nobody asked you anything, you stupid idiot!
Yes, you did.
No, I told you, you defined a logical consistency as a fallacy. Therefore, you were asked to define what a fallacy is and you failed. That's the end of the discussion.
Yeah, I'm saying
That's not an opening to interrupt me, you abject coward. Coward.
Within this
Coward.
statement.
Coward. I'm still talking, coward.
The fallacy
I'm still talking, you abject coward.
Not minding
I am still
his
talking.
P's and Q's.
Yeah, it just means you're not listening. You're a belligerent child. You've got the mental capacity of about an 8-year-old. It's the end of the discussion, Bev. When you call...
Right. Wait, so,
Bev, I'm explaining to a mentally retarded 8-year-old and he can't listen.
Yeah, QE came in all stomping his
I don't
feet.
want to hear you, Bev. I'm trying to explain something to you and you're just interrupting me constantly.
Yeah, QE doesn't want to hear.
I don't want to hear about QE. I'm trying to explain how the argument has ended and you failed. You just can't tolerate
QE
it.
came in, he was all triggered. He should have let him go with it. He's going to be pent up.
Everybody let him tucker himself out. When the little shit's finished yattering, I'll carry on.
What's a logical fallacy, Bev?
I'll get there, Neil. I said let him tucker himself out. When you're done, Bev, we'll carry on when your belligerent childish behaviour's finished. You let us know when you tuckered out, sunshine.
Okay, well, I'll just point out here that if P then Q, right, relies back, if you're trying to falsify the P, make sure you don't change what the P is, right? Because that's what QE did within the fallacious modus tollens. His P statement changed. Now, if you like you say, it's not fallacious, then it's outright deceit. Is that right, QE?
Wow.
Bear with me. Let's get some order. Ideally, Bev, now we heard you yattering. Can you let him respond without yattering immediately through the beginning, middle, or end of his response? Is that possible? Thanks. Go ahead, QE.
What is a logical fallacy, Bev Tart?
Over to you, Bev. Mike's all yours.
Your Google finger should have typed it in.
QE, just let the silence. Thanks. Question on the table is, what is a logical fallacy? Can you define that for QE, please, Bev? In your own time. You can establish your latitude. So that's doing something with an angle then?
It's just measuring an angle to the light in the sky.
You can do plenty with an angle, can't you, Bev?
You know your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris.
Yeah, there's a light in the sky outside, right? You can measure an angle to it.
You know your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris. That light in the sky. Bev, you said that to me.
So that's what it is. Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky.
So, and last but not least, let's see if you could do fuck all with an angle.
Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky.
Oh, that's somebody else, Bev, humiliated with this crap argument. What's this guy's name?
Brian Leak. His brains are leaking.
Yeah, well, he was made to look like a complete spaz with this crap argument too, because he repeated it, Bev. The stupid shit verbatim that you tried to rewrite history with. He got made to look really stupid with it too. But with your words were the ones that contradicted his stupid shit that you gave him, that he parroted, that you then undid with your own words, Bev. Brian Leak, yeah, just unsubscribe from Bev. He's making you look more stupid than you already do. Bev is, with his stupid shit that you parrot that's wrong, that he tries to rewrite history with. Maybe, Brian Leak, you could rewrite history too. I mean, it's not like I've downloaded your video and got you parroting verbatim that which Bev has tried to rewrite history with or anything. But maybe you could try and rewrite history about what you parroted from Bev when you made the same stupid shit nonsense wrong claim that Bev failed to acknowledge and has no humility and can't admit and tried to rewrite history over. Maybe you could do the same, Brian, because you were made to feel, look and behave stupidly after following in Bev's footsteps with this stupid shit that you parroted verbatim, straight out of Bev's mouth. You weren't parroting the justified reason for the street poetry, as Bev's called it. You just repeated him verbatim, didn't you there? Yeah, and you were made to look incredibly stupid. Like Bev was made to look incredibly stupid when we asked him to cite what a fallacy was. And we got about 45 seconds of straight silence, long enough for me to look up a video while we waited for Bev to not cite what a fallacy is, even though his specific claim involves the use of fallacy. It's his claim, and he didn't define what he's claiming. Because he doesn't know what he's claiming. The guy's a shithead. Like, thick. Really dumb. So he'll say, I claim that horses do this. Oh, you do you, Bev? What's a horse?
No, he doesn't want to read it because he knows it'll damn him.
Horses are modus ponians.
Good one. Modus podiums. Come on, Bev, give us that definition.
We've had long enough. You had long enough to Google search it, Bev.
I got three different definitions already. Come on, Bev, get with it.
So, did you want to just launch straight back into your argument about how Huey's used a fallacy, Bev? Do you understand how me getting angry about and telling you to shut up and shutting you down and summarising the end of the argument? Yeah, that summary was also nicely demonstrated with about 45 straight seconds of silence after you were asked to define what a fallacy was. Based on the fact that you're arguing he's using a fallacy, you dumb shit. Don't be Bev's subscriber. You'll just be dumber for it. You'll end the process of listening to him more stupid than you began. You shouldn't have any subscribers, Bev. You're poisoning these people with your stupidity. Is it just Dunning-Kruger? Do you think you're smart, Bev, when you fail to define what a fallacy is, even though that's what you're arguing about? You've come here to argue he's using a fallacy. You don't even know what one is.
Maybe you should try paying attention to
Earth, right, Nathan?
Come again, Bev? Was this a non sequitur?
Yeah, I was just pointing out that you are the flat earther here.
But is this your definition of fallacy? This non sequitur after a 45-second silence is your definition of fallacy? Maybe rumpus me when I object to my show having 45 seconds of dead air so you can then move on to a different subject, you total scum.
Completely different P.
Sorry, is this defining what a fallacy is? Because it's part of your argument.
Yeah, because you stated that he got rid of R.
Oh, it's just while I'm talking. Long silences, and then it's just when I'm talking. It's only when I'm talking, right, Bev? It's only when I'm talking. You can only it's either silence or when I'm talking, right, Bev?
I know nobody gives you space to talk, do they?
Sorry, I just gave you 45 straight seconds, and there was nothing but silence. But obviously, now I'm talking. You need to. Is it that you could be talking while I'm talking, Bev? You took yourself out again, and then we'll have 45 straight seconds of you not saying anything when we ask you to define part of your argument. Yeah?
Yeah, I was just making me tea.
Oh, really? So you weren't struggling to find something and then trying to change the subject about me being the leader of Flat Earth or something when you were asked to define what a fallacy is, which is part of your argument that we're attempting to move on with?
No,
we are listening to you. We heard your argument about modus ponens, and now we're asking you to define what a fallacy is based on your positioning of this argument that you put forth. So to move forward with your argument that you put forth, Bev, we need you, the claimant, to define what a fallacy is, and you failed because you're dumb as shit.
Just exemplify.
Probably call it the fallacy of
point
deceit.
Where I called him disingenuous earlier. So after all of that, his rebuttal was, I was getting me tea. This is why. And nobody has any respect for you, Bev. Yeah? This is why we call you disingenuous. It's a very Weasley thing to do, which to anybody with a slight bit of intellect, so probably not you, but they can detect that the person is screaming and wiggling to get away because they only have a big bag of ignorance next to them.
No, that's not fair, Adam. No, it's unreasonable. He didn't respond for 45 seconds because he was getting his tea. No worries, Bev. I take you at your word, son. Just before you popped off to get your tea in the middle of a debate where you were postulating that QE used a fallacy,
this
you
isn't
walked
a
away
debate,
to get
Nathan.
your tea.
Came here to give you a hand.
My bad. It's time for that interruption while I'm talking, obviously. Right, Bev, 45 straight seconds or getting tea. You only want to talk while I'm talking because that's the best effective way of debating. Isn't it, Bev?
It's not a debate, Nathan.
Yeah, it is. I'm debating your dumbass and how stupid you are. That's what we are debating as we mock you, because you are stupid. We're mocking you for your stupidity. You are debating it.
Yeah, you see that? That's the sort of attitude I used to get from the Globe.
Meanwhile, you said you went away for 45 straight seconds because you got your tea after you postulated the QE used a fallacy, didn't you, Bev?
I learned to...
Yeah, you don't need the non sequitur.
Again, Bev.
Yeah, Bev.
Exactly.
Sides of the same coin.
Maybe go and get your tea. Yeah, you went away after we asked you to define fallacy, and it's just you talking while I'm talking. I leave a pause, I start talking, he starts talking. Let's try this like a non-child, non-8-year-old with an attention span that can listen. Doesn't need to just start talking immediately. Let's try that one more time, Bev. You said you went away for your tea after you had postulated an argument that QE used a fallacy, and we had asked you to define what a fallacy was. Should we get back on track now? Jolly good. Mike's all yours.
The fallacy QE... committed.
It's not what we asked. Maybe pay attention. You're slow and stupid. We asked you to define fallacy, not ad hom QE and describe your argument that we've already heard. We've already heard your argument. Now we need your dumbass to define what fallacy is because it's part of your argument that we've already heard and don't need repeating. Please define.
Right, so
do you know what? It's okay. We're dealing with an 8-year-old who's heard a word he doesn't understand. Do you know what define means? Bev?
I just showed.
Just stutter rather than answer. Yeah, we know, it's very painful. Do you know what define means, Bev?
Well, you can, obviously, if you wanted to...
Don't tell me what I'm going to be doing. Do you, the dumbest person here, know what define means?
Well, yes.
Well, you've used the word fallacy in your argument. Could you define that, please? Maybe stutter through the top of me when the painful failure's pointed out by me asking you to define part of your argument that you're using. Fallacy.
Type it into Google.
No, I'm not making the argument. You are, Dumbo. I'm not going to prove your claim for you.
No, I said I'd show...
Yeah, you said so you define. Off you go, define fallacy. Your claim, I'm not going to do the work for you.
The other one was the
other one? What, we're going to move straight past that which you've not defined and is part of your argument? You mean you think you've won that argument? Oh, it was a total failure. You didn't define the terms that you used in your argument, Bev. So let's just chalk that up to a total failure, and now you want to move on, right?
Well, I was just pointing out, there's a few...
There's quite a lot of stuttering going on. We'll just chalk that up to a failure then, where you failed to define what you were claiming.
Stuttering. Are you hearing stuttering?
Are you stuttering through the top of me because you can't face what's happening?
I was asking, are you hearing stuttering, Nathan?
Yes, from you.
I don't know, maybe the end of...
maybe the end of maybe a long protracted that you're not doing either. Yeah, you are definitely umming and erring and stuttering and faffing about when you can't define what a fallacy is and it's part of your argument that you failed. So can we chalk that up to failure? Maybe you can interrupt as I ask you for the 4th time if we can chalk it up to failure or not. You're just not going to be allowing that. We're not going to chalk it up to failure because you talked through my request. So talking through my request is going to stop the request, isn't it, Bev? Can we chalk this up to failure? Or am I going to get interrupted by Neil's indicator at the next point I get a silence? Yeah, of course I am. We'll chalk up the failure then.
Triggered by audio.
We'll chalk up that as a failure then, right? Failed at the point you didn't define fallacy there, Bev. That's where your argument failed. Your argument about fallacy, and you failed to define it. So we'll chalk that up as a failure then, and then move on.
No, it was pointing out the fallacy within QE's.
Oh, I see.
Modus tollens.
Oh, I see. Can you define fallacy for us?
I can point out the fallacies within it.
So is that a no? So that's a no?
Do you not?
What the hell, dude? Are you hearing me?
You don't have to address them.
Oh, am I not
Shut him
hearing
up
your
for a second,
rumpusing
please.
straight through the
I think
Discord
Nathan
server
was
conversation?
talking all
No,
over
I'm
you.
definitely hearing everybody rumpusing, but I'm trying to get this guy, that's Bev, to chalk up his failure where he failed in his argument to define the terms he was using when
No,
he
you
made
don't
the
know
argument.
the argument yet. He's mischaracterized it. He Jedi mind tricked you. Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Jedi mind
He
tricked you,
said,
Nathan.
shut up, you retard. He said, fallacious modus tollens, not to anything specific. A fallacious modus tollens. Can a fallacious
QE calls
modus
the black
tollens-
swan.
Bev can't tolerate it. Total coward. Bev, he's addressing you. That means shut the hell up and listen, you total coward, 8-year-old child, belligerent prick. Shut up.
You said fallacious modus tollens, not in regards with anything. You just said, you blurted it out. Fallacious modus tollens. I heard it a couple times. Now, can a fallacious modus tollens exist?
No.
We could have spent 15 minutes to get to that.
Fallacious modus tollens. QE calls the black swan.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, you don't understand the difference between a logical consistency and a logical fallacy, Bev. Now, I know I'm going to get interrupted before the end of this because it's going to be painful, me pointing out how fucking idiotic you are. Yeah, by calling it a fallacious modus tollens, you are committing a contradiction in terms. Because you don't know what their terms mean, you don't know that you're committing a contradiction in terms. Why do we know that you don't know? Because you haven't defined it. Pathetic, thick, you're just stupid, Bev. Do you understand that it's a contradiction in terms, you stupid idiot? Let's have that. Maybe he's getting his tea. Hello, you stupid clown. I'm asking you a question.
Would you just call it blatant deceit then by changing the?
I asked you if you understood that it's a contradiction in terms. That's what I asked.
Falsifying.
That's
a
what I
radius
asked.
Of
Did you not hear what I asked? Are you deaf as well as an 8-year-old belligerent child? Are you also deaf? Do you understand that it's a contradiction in terms to call modus tollens a logical fallacy? Yes or no?
Yeah, I say the one that QE calls the black swan.
He doesn't understand the question because he's so Dunning-Kruger.
Can you see it? It's in the
I see
main
how
text
stupid
chat.
you are.
Somebody
I see how
else posted
stupid you
it
are.
the other day
You're
as well.
committing a contradiction in terms and you haven't acknowledged it once because you're too stupid to comprehend what I'm saying to you. What I'm putting down...
It's not a contradiction.
What I am putting down for Bev as he interrupts me is so beyond his comprehension level that he cannot cope with it. It's just too much for his brain to process. So he interrupts non-stop. I've asked him 3 times, does he understand the contradiction in terms? He won't define what a fallacy is, so he's not going to learn why it's a contradiction in terms. He's just belligerent. He'll just talk through it. He's had it qualified by QE. I did actually qualify that immediately, QE, as a contradiction in terms.
Belligerent? This is beyond belligerent. He's ripe for the loony bin after this point.
Dunning-Kruger. He doesn't know what he doesn't know. He doesn't know it's a contradiction in terms because he doesn't know what logic is. He doesn't know what a fallacy is. If he did, he'd just define it. But 45 minutes of, oh, I'm getting my tea, what, at the point that you need to back your own argument that he's committing a fallacy with a logical consistency? You stupid idiot. Maybe you could give it a new name. Maybe that'll make this all square. He's getting a curry. He's off down the shops. He's pulling a pint. Bev, we're talking to you, dumbass. I was just putting the tea on.
Yeah, can you reconcile the fallacious modus tollens with some street poetry, perhaps?
Or you could blame the person you got the argument from in the first place. Maybe you could blame Bob, Bev, like a
I don't
total
think you're
coward.
grasping the point. So, with the hindsight,
Bob didn't design the fallacious modus tollens. QE calls.
Or you could rant your claim through the top of people humiliating you. Maybe rant your claim, rinse and repeat it through the top of someone, Bev.
It was always a bit.
Maybe just rinse and repeat it indefinitely through the top of everybody that's taking the piss out of you. No, Bev, you don't need to rinse and repeat your stupid, shitty claim that's a contradiction in terms. It's a contradiction in terms, you stupid boy. Do you not understand that you're being humiliated?
He definitely took all of the fame for
Bev, it's a contradiction in terms. Shut up.
It's not anymore. Because it's been demonstrated that it's just Bevtardianness, then what it becomes now is street poetry. So, yeah, a fallacious modus tollens is now, with the hindsight of history, just street poetry. Because that's how Bev has to reclassify his retarded statements of ignorance after it becomes apparent to him that he is acting retarded and doesn't know what he's talking about. So the way to wrap it up, to move on and then brush over it, is to call it street poetry. You got any more street poetry, Bev?
Or a low-quality techno-babble, perhaps, you could call it.
Yeah, well, no, you see, it starts like that, Owen, and then when it's become demonstrated that that is just lies and deceit, it gets recategorized as street poetry then.
Was it street poetry when Brian Leake repeated it? When Brian repeated it verbatim, or SE Montreal repeated that, which is now street poetry and has a completely different redefined definition when you rewrite history?
Shout out the Shadow Giants. Well done.
Did you need to interrupt the end of this?
They'll be impressed.
Did you need to interrupt this, which is demonstrating your minions how stupid you are? Did you need to start in the middle of that statement there, Bev? When I'm talking about SE Montreal and Brian Leake? When
Shout out SE.
Yeah, I would definitely suggest this requires constant interruption, right?
He hasn't told them it's street poetry yet. Yeah,
I'll tell them. Oh, SE Montreal. It was just the stupid shit that was wrong that you parroted at me and we laughed about the other day after the fact, about how fucking wrong Bev was. It was just poetry. Bev just hadn't told you. Yeah, it's really your fault. Blame the victor. You didn't know it was just poetry when you repeated it verbatim, to only go on to be humiliated by the stupid shit that Bev said when you repeated it verbatim. You didn't know it was street poetry. Oh, Brian Leake, did Bev not tell you it was merely poetry when you humiliate yourself with that stupid shit that Bev feels the need to now interrupt, as I point out? How the poetry didn't tell you it was just poetry. He didn't intend you to repeat verbatim that stupid shit that was wrong, much to your humiliation. Maybe you should have clarified with Bev before you repeated verbatim his stupid shite, whether or not it was poetry. Really, this is your fault, Brian. You know, don't go around repeating Bev verbatim without first checking whether or not it's poetry. I mean, why? Yeah, it's not Bev's fault that he just says stupid shit that you parrot. It's poetry. It can be redefined later by way of a lot of interruptions and a rewriting of history, eh, Brian? You dumb fuck repeating Bev. Well, it's not Bev's fault that he's saying stupid shit. It's yours. Should have checked if it was poetry.
It is. It's in a song.
Is that not you stuttering? Is that you stuttering, Bev? Is that me ad homming you, and is ask if this is definitely you stuttering or not?
One chance, I think.
Is it you stuttering?
Shout out world famous Buster.
Non sequitur fallacy, maybe, from the stupid shit your minions repeated. You're not going to address that at all. Total non sequitur away from that fact that you rumpused for about 5 minutes. Brian Leakey and SE Montreal parroted verbatim your stupid shit. It's just poetry, though, right? Speak to them. Via me, you can clip it out afterwards, Bev. I'm trying to help you with your minions that you embarrassed. Tell them it's poetry and rewrite the history that they parroted verbatim now, Bev. Not through me. Now I've asked you for it. Not go and get your tea for 45 seconds. You embarrassed these people who parroted you verbatim with stupid shit that you're now trying to rewrite history with, Bev. You appeal to them. Off you go. Let's see what you got to say to SE.
Shout out SE. Long time no see. Might have something.
Oh, has he already fucked off? Good on him.
Nathan team.
He's already buggered off and left the fold.
He's free to do it.
He's free to come back. Has he left the fold?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't blame him. What with him parroting stupid shit you say that you rewrite history about and call poetry.
Telling.
I'm not surprised SE Montreal's left the fold there, Bev. You're a lying scumbag. So should everybody.
Right, yeah, well done.
What about leak?
Yeah.
What about leak?
I kind of feel
hold
bad
on,
that I
hold
went
on, there's
after
more.
him the other day.
I don't know.
What about
I've not
leaky?
heard from Brian for
What
a
about-
bit. I don't think.
You haven't heard from Brian either? Oh man, they're dropping left and right, aren't they? It's just amazing that these two people that parroted your stupid shit that you've decided to rewrite history and call poetry have both left the fold. Interesting that, isn't it, Bev? Any more people leaving the fold that we should know about? No, right. Well, I'll just appeal to my audience. If you happen to be a subscriber of Bev, follow in the footsteps of those that have left the fold already after they parroted his stupid shit and were humiliated with it. Just leave him, like Brian Leak and SC Montreal and all the other people that are walking away from his stupid nonsense that they've repeated and been humiliated with. Did you tell him it was poetry? Is that why they left?
Are you feeling the pressure yet?
There's a Douglas Adams phrase.
Is Nathan Lee feeling the pressure?
Not at all.
No, talking to you, Bev.
Maybe you could project the pressure back onto me, Bev. Maybe the fact that these people that you humiliated with shit you said and they repeated have left your fold, maybe that's pressure on me. No. Your projection's a total failure there, Bev. Total failure. And clear to even the most dumbest of audience members that it is pure projection. Because there's no pressure on me when I point out the dumb shit you've said and how people who've repeated it have walked away from you. Those are all facts. Sorry, was I feeling the pressure? No. What about you? When I talk about the people who've left your fold after they repeated your dumb shit. Maybe that would require an interruption. Maybe that would require an interruption as I ask you if you're feeling the pressure. You just claimed I was feeling pressure, Bev. Now I'm asking if you're feeling the pressure of those who have left you after they repeated your stupid shit. Do you feel the pressure?
Can I address?
You asked me if I felt the pressure? I answered. Now I'm asking you the same question. No, Are you scared of your own question?
Owen,
are you scared of your own question, Bev?
But you seem to.
Are you scared of your own question? You asked if I was feeling the pressure. No. Are you, based on the people who've left, based on parroting your stupid nonsense? Yes or no? Pressure, Bev?
People haven't left because of parroting stupid nonsense.
No, I said they have parroted stupid nonsense that you've said, and they have left you. That's what I said.
They've used the same words.
They're facts. They've both parroted nonsense you said, and they both have left your fold, according to you. Those are facts. You want to deny those facts?
Ow. Who'd have thunk it? People using the same words.
And being shown to be incredibly stupid by using your words.
Well, no.
Yes, you can do F all with an angle. Should we play out the little clip, Bev? Played it earlier when you were off getting your tea. Did you hear it?
Well, I said it.
Maybe you could stutter and change the subject. Do you feel the pressure from these numpties who've left your fold? They've left your fold and they have parroted your nonsense, Bev. Facts.
Only you think it's nonsense, Nathan.
Sorry, so do you? Do you want to hear you clarifying how nonsensical it is, Bev? Would you like to hear that?
That with one angle, you can do nothing.
So is this you rewriting history? Should we see if that's what you said?
No, that's what the sentiment behind the statement.
Am I interrupting you rewriting history there, Bev? Sorry.
I know, you're upset, Nathan.
I was about to play what you actually said. Did you want to rewrite history before I play it?
Off you go.
Off I go? What? Before you've written the history again? Because it's something about straight lines in relation to others now. It's not what you actually said, though, Bev. You're a liar. I was about to play it.
Is it time for more street poetry?
The geometric statement. Off you go then, Nathan.
Qualify the actual quoted statement that I'm going to play with your poetry. Go on, Bev. This is your opportunity to change history.
Were you stuttering then, Nathan?
No. I'm giving you an opportunity to change history, Bev. On you go.
Bev, don't mistake stuttering for laughing. There's a difference.
Yeah, Bev, don't mistake my laughter for your stupidity when I'm about to play exactly what you said with the history that you are just about to rewrite. Off you go, mic's all yours.
When I say you can do fuck all with an angle, it means that geometrically, having one angle, you cannot determine any geometric facts about anything else. One angle is a third of a triangle. And because you can't complete the triangle, you've not got much else to do with it. So that's what the statement. So please play it away now, Nathan. I've done the introduction. Please play the clip, Nathan.
That's not what you said, Bev. You've just rewritten history. You didn't say that. You just said.
I'd like to address that. With an angle, got two straight lines, yeah? To get
Play the clip, Nathan.
Bev. Stop a second, Adam. You've made a claim now. Yeah, I can put quotes around that which you have just said. Adam's responding to that which you have just said. Now, I'll just qualify because there's no need to play it. We already know you did not say that, but you have just said it now, and Adam's going to respond to that which you just said. I appreciate, maybe we could clarify in advance, Adam, just before you go on. Was that which you have just said poetry, or can we take it as read that you stand by that position? Difficult choices, huh? Poetry or actual fact that you'll stand by later, Bev? Doesn't know how to answer. Fuck, is this going to be poetry? Am I going to be wrong? Should I say I'm going to stand by it? Do I mean what I say? Is this a lie? He doesn't know. He needs a bit of time to think about it. So not just a statement of fact we can stand by then, Bev. You're not going to qualify this as just an immediate, yes, of course that's true, that which I've just said. No, not going to get it qualified, Adam. Might be poetry later, we never know.
I'm sorting me tea out, Nathan. You might have to wait a bit. All right.
That microwave pizza being a bit troublesome, is it, Bev?
Yeah, when you say if this is poetry or not, the pizza's on. Am I feeling the pressure? No, Bev. So, can we just take as read that statement which you made in respect to not being able to acquire anything when we measure an angle? Doesn't do anything useful geometrically, you said. Can we stand by that and then take it to the woodshed? Can we do that? Or will you say it's poetry later? Will you just rewrite history? Because this isn't what you said last time. We debated with it then. It isn't what you said. You're saying it now. So can we stand by it? Or will you lie when some other numpty who leaves you parrots it and define it as poetry, Bev? Do you understand the question, Bev? Are you there, Bev? Is this pressure? It's not your constant interruption through the top of me anymore, Bev. It's just me repeating the question over and over again, Bev, until you respond, Bev. Got to bear with you, getting a pizza on, getting the tea done. Yeah, whatever, Bev. Go ahead, Adam. Make the example in absence, because then later he can say he wasn't here.
Well, maybe the best person actually to say it is Bev himself when he tells us about an elevation angle to Polaris, what you could do with that, what you could acquire with that. This is the sad thing, isn't it, with street poetry? It often enforces a level of dementia in the poet. Very sad, Bev.
Yeah, it's just disingenuous.
Can you establish a horizontal plane of reference when you measure an angle by utilization of the horizon, Adam?
Yeah, you could.
So we can prove Earth's flat with just an angle then? Just measuring it?
Well, yeah, I can do that and use the horizon and just that and the knowledge of the dip to establish a plane. There's lots I can... You know what I could do with an angle? Just an angle. I could just cut a cake and take a slice. I could take 45 degrees of cake. And there's lots of things. It's a very... To quote Whitson, it's an asinine statement.
Yeah, asinine. Good word. It's an asinine statement that was wrong, that people parroted. Why? Well, because we were putting forth how you could establish Earth as a horizontal plane of reference by utilising the horizon with a tool called the sextant by way of something we define as an elevation angle. You know, the object in the sky like the sun and your angle to it with respect to the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, as per the definition of a horizontal plane measurement called an elevation angle. I mean, that's what we were pointing out. And the response we got was, you can do fuck all with an angle. Stupid shit, asinine nonsense from an idiot called Bev. That's what we got in response. But of course, no, we didn't get that. We had a requalification that you can't do anything geometrically when you've only got one angle that you've only measured. Right, Bev? You have to bear with me. I'm getting a pizza on the go.
How many angles of pizza? How many angles each slice of pizza, Bev?
Yeah. As you say, Adam, I mean, the very best thing we can use when we're establishing Earth as a horizontal plane of reference out at sea with a mariner's sextant, the best tool to use would be the horizon for that, wouldn't it? Very best tool, says Dave Rakeyer.
Yep.
just measuring an angle, though, right? Just pointing an angle measuring tool at the horizon and pointing the other one at the sun for the sake of argument. That's just an angle, isn't it? It's just measuring an angle, right?
Yeah, you won't be able to do anything with it, would you?
No. What, like save your life at sea?
Like know the time, know your location, things like that.
Nah, couldn't do anything like that with an angle. Just an angle. You can do F all with just an angle if you believe a complete idiot deceiving and lying to people and rewriting history about the stupid shit that other people parrot that he says. I mean, if you're to believe that stupid nonsense, you can't do anything with that, even though it's the basis of navigation and the basis of mapping. I mean, there's nothing you can do with that basis of mapping and navigation, really, that angle. Nothing. Right, Adam?
Well, if you're happy to be lost at sea, you're better off just accepting that fact that those angles and the angle you measure, which might help you, you probably couldn't do anything with. Get somebody to take a photo.
You know, on reflection, though, Adam, I'm pretty sure you can prove Earth's flat with this just an angle measurement.
Well, there is the simple fact that if you take the elevation angle to Polaris, yeah, you're demonstrating it's flat, and you're also providing yourself with some kind of information as to where you are on this flat plane. I don't. When I said the word asinine, yeah, I didn't know. It's not witsy. It is because it is. The definition is extremely stupid or foolish. And for somebody in this arena, and for somebody that professes to know about geometry or science, to make that statement
on the front of his YouTube channel, it says Socratic geometer. Socratic, like as in the Socratic method defining words. Bev, you're a liar. It says on the front of your channel, Socratic geometer. Do you know what Socratic means, Bev? You're just a bullshitter, aren't you? What's the Socratic method? Words and their definitions agreed upon by two parties. Definitions. Something that we asked Bev for multiple times and he didn't give us once. Yet he's got the word Socratic on his front page.
Yeah, but that's just poetry, Nathan.
When he says Socratic, it doesn't mean coming to the agreement about words and their meanings based on definitions or anything. It's just a poetic word that Bev puts on his front page. What the hell? Socratic, Bev? Yeah, I'd like to see him define that. Oh, well, when I say Socratic geometry, it's just poetry. Doesn't mean that I'm going to agree with definitions and come to conclusions between discussions about those words and their meanings. No, it doesn't mean what it means. I don't think I know what it means. It just sounded great on my front page. When he gets back, we'll see if we can put this Socratic word on his front page to use. We'll see how Socratic Bev is.
He's also geometrically illiterate, so we'll have to deal with the second word on his page too.
Do you hear where I'm coming from? You can't put the word Socratic on your front page and then refuse to define anything. You've got to be joking.
Paradox.
Say again?
It's a paradox.
Yeah. Saying you've got Socratic anything and then refusing to define words. What the hell? He doesn't know what the word means. There's no way he knows what Socratic means.
I've got a funny feeling that maybe geometry is not going to be relating to the Earth either.
Yeah.
In the most Socratic of ways, Bev, obviously.
He gone off again.
Yeah, we got to the point where he was going to be. I was pointing out the same as you were. You know, you're not defining fallacy. Or furthermore, I asked him what his reaction was when people who've parroted his narrative were proven wrong. Do they know it's poetry also? No response. Then he's getting his tea.
Not just poetry, street poetry, by the way.
Yeah, let's not besmirch poetry. Understand that in the Socratic method, we have to use the term street poetry, because what that actually turned out to mean is just blatant lying or trying to undo your previous statements that they don't mean exactly what they meant for others to go out and use and give meaning to and repeat to others to look stupid. They don't mean that. It means street poetry.
I'm getting a little tired of this nonsense, to be honest with you.
You hear that? Street poetry, Nathan. That might be a good title for a show. I'm just spitballing.
I agree.
That'll be the name of this show.
Yes.
Bev's Street Poetry.
Yes.
Exactly. I kind of feel bad that I attacked S.E. Montreal the other day. I didn't know he left the cult.
No, it's his own stupid fault for believing that shit in the first place, Neil. Anybody who's that dumb, deserves that level of retort, mate. These people, this is, what are they here for? What are they here for? I challenged Bev earlier on today. Look at his behavior this afternoon. Why is he here? It's not for anything positive.
Muddying the waters, rumpusing over people, making statements and not actually clarifying, muddying the waters.
No, that's not why he's here for. Listen to Adam.
Whose side's he on? I'm asking you. Yeah, I know which side he pretends he's on, but who's he doing the best work for?
The ball earth.
No, not quite. Almost. Anti-flat earthers.
Anti-flat earthers, yeah.
Yeah. Challenging us and our statements of fact. That's what he's doing. With abject nonsense and stupid bullshit chanted through the top of us as we make our examples sound and whole. They're not allowed to be made sound and whole because he's chanting through the top of them. And he's brought along his little rumpus muppet to do the same.
But what's he admitted through his lack of intellect as he's got cut out points and his mouth has to keep moving? He's demonstrated to us that with his street poetry, he has mugged other people off. Other people have become embarrassed, been made to look stupid as they repeated his asinine arguments, and they've left him. That's actually what the information that he shared with us this afternoon. Ultimately, I say, whilst I may berate them for believing it in the first place, even they're not that daft to keep believing it.
Yeah, exactly. As much as I hate to say it, if after the fact you've deserted Bev and then come back, it's not like you're going to get fair quarter for the nonsense that you put to us. You still put it to us. And as for, that was Bev and his stupid nonsense. No, did you not hear me earlier? You have to take ownership of this. Yeah, back in the Bev days when you were on his server listening to his stupid shit, he would train you to blame the person who had the argument in the first place if it failed. Like they did today. Shocking, innit? Yeah, you can't do that, unfortunately. You put Bev's argument to us, now it's yours. Your failure. You can't blame Bev. It's you parroting Bev. But that's not his fault that you parroted him. It was just street poetry, as we found out. Therefore, it's your fault, isn't it? You didn't clarify it with him. You didn't check with Bev. If he was just bullshitting you with poetry and magical words that didn't mean what he actually said, just merely poetic. Now, if you'd have known that before, parroting that stupid shit that made you look stupid, maybe you wouldn't have. But Bev didn't tell you, did he? Why? Because he's a scumbag and he's more than happy to say stupid shit that doesn't mean what he actually says, because he can rewrite history at a later date. It don't matter if you've fallen victim to it and parroted it verbatim. Who cares? It's your fault. Right? Take ownership. Unlike Bev, who can't take ownership of anything he gets wrong, he's a coward. Blame the person who he got the argument from. Did it about 4 times. Well, wasn't this fun?
Good. Yep. Good to get a bit of housekeeping done in the new year. Start as you mean to go on.
Cleaning out the trash.
Wow. Badly, yeah, isn't it? Certainly cleaning the dirt out.
Takes longer than you think, doesn't it?
Use Bev as a sponge to scrub it all clean.
Go on, whoever that was from Discord. Did you want to add something? Maybe not. Any last words? I'm going to round out, if not.
I think it's all been said, hasn't it? I mean,
use some street poetry.
With that. Go on. Who's going to get the last word? Adam.
Well, to me, that to round out would be to summarize. We've realized that people aren't being fooled by Bev anymore, as is admitted. And the only way for him to kind of, in a half-assed manner, admit that he was wrong is to recategorize his lies and deceit that other people have stupidly used as street poetry. A kind of admission. So I'll thank you for that, Bev, because I think most of the listeners, like I said, have got a higher intellect than you. And they're able to read the room and realize what a deceitful lie you are. He'll even hang his mates out to dry. Blame them after they've repeated his nonsense. Shame on you. You're a disingenuous bastard. Hope you realize it.
With that, I'll say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and Tube Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!